Psyduck, the duck Pokemon, is an iconic Pokemon throughout the franchise's extensive history. From its journeys with Misty to being the star of Pokemon Concierge, this swift swimmer says, lights, camera, quaction to the inhabitants of Eos Island. Trainers will strive to help Psyduck master its psychic power while making its headaches everyone else's problem. Welcome to the Psyduck Unite Spotlight. Psyduck's passive ability is Swift Swim. As its name implies, Psyduck will gain additional movement speed for a short time when damaged by an opposing Pokemon. On top of being an adept swimmer, this Pokemon also has a headache gauge. When they, or a nearby ally, take damage, that gauge will fill. At max, Psyduck releases a mysterious power, gaining a second of invincibility while shoving aside any nearby opposing Pokemon. Its move cooldowns are also reset upon activation. For the duration of the psychic trance, Psyduck's moves are boosted, gaining additional effects and lowered cooldowns. Once this mysterious power fades away, Psyduck takes a couple of seconds to wonder what the heck just happened, unable to do anything but waddle. Get this duck some secret medicine.
Obesity impacts your health and can increase the risk of cardiovascular disease, including heart attack and even stroke. Talk to a healthcare provider about your weight. Your heart may depend on it. Go to Truth.
Their basic attacks are very easy to understand. There's no boosted gauge for them, so simply hold A to fire off shots of water based on its attack stat. Psyduck's level 1 and level 3 moves are Confusion and Tail Whip. Confusion releases a weak blast of telekinetic power, dealing damage and stunning opposing Pokemon. Tail Whip is a short hit move that deals damage to the target while adding a slow alongside special defense reduction. While that mysterious power is active, Confusion's damage increases and Tail Whip lowers special defense further. If I saw a Psyduck wagging its tail at me, I think my defense would be lowered too. Anyway, at level 4, Psyduck has the choice of 2 new moves. Bubble Beam has the user release a stream of bubbles, dealing damage while attaching bubbles to any opponents caught in the spray. These attached bubbles remain on opposing Pokemon for a short while and can be popped by Psyduck or its allies' basic attacks, each bubble burst dealing additional damage along with debuffs when the final bubble is popped. Psyduck's mysterious power increases the damage of each bubble's burst, while Bubble Beam Plus adds a slow to the beam's initial hit. And when you're done playing with bubbles, Surf's up. Surf has Psyduck create a wave in a chosen direction while riding one of their own. The projectile deals damage, slows, or shoves if the opponent already has a slowing effect on them. Touching allies while riding your wave will give them a momentary speed boost. On top of that, you can continue to use your basic attacks and moves while riding the wave. For the duration of the move, you can also use it again to release another wave in a chosen direction. This will end the move early. Under the effects of Psyduck's mysterious power, you'll release 2 waves in quick succession. Surf Plus adds a damage reduction effect to opposing Pokemon if they hit by it. If you can't go with the wave, you should probably avoid it. At level 6, Psyduck continues to master its psychic power to learn, well, Psychic, or Disable. Psychic has the user release a telekinetic blast in an area of their choosing, dealing damage and briefly stunning opposing Pokemon in the area of effect. The unlucky soul caught closest to the center of the AoE will be dragged in a chosen direction like a Mii-channel character. That familiar mysterious power will add a stun after the pull, while Psychic Plus adds a special defense shred to the initial hit. As for Disable, this short hit move has the user release electricity towards an opposing Pokemon that applies several headache-inducing effects. It deals damage, briefly stuns, and most importantly, increases the cooldown of the opposing Pokemon's last used move, or the next move, if none are on cooldown. When the cooldown increase applies, a slow will also apply. The electricity spreads to nearby opponents, including back to the initial target, spreading its effects. And of course, if Psyduck's mysterious power is in play, the number of times the electricity spreads will increase. Disable Plus increases the stun duration. While your headache is a sign that you might need to drink more water, Psyduck's full power Psy signals the release of its full power, releasing 3 psychic waves around itself. These waves deal damage.
And welcome on in, Pokemon Unite trainers. We are back. It is the February Cup of North America, day 1 coverage. And I have 2 wonderful casters with me, Husky Star as always, and a nice guest that was just here on Thursday for Underdog. What's up, Draku? We'll start with you today. How is it going?
Doing pretty good. It is raining quite a bit here in California. Normally, I'm not able to make your watch party broadcast because I'm usually playing frisbee at this time. But unfortunately, rain has some other plans. So I'm excited to participate. This is the first watch party I'm doing for North America, and I did it a lot last year. I think I didn't miss a single one. So it's cool to hand off the reins to a very successful broadcast like yours, Kyle.
Oh, thank you very much. It's all too flattering. And Husky, how are you doing, my friend? Dr. Husky Star, by the way. Everybody,
Yup, that's right.
Give Husky a big congratulations on that.
Your college professor is a cat girl. What's up? My brain still doesn't work, but I'm excited to be here. And I got this new shirt that matches the shirt Kyle also has.
Yes, it does. I almost wore it today. I thought about it. I was like,
Oh my gosh, we're wearing. Hold on, let me get a Pokemon shirt.
Is
I didn't
Draco
even
taking
realize.
off?
I got the
Getting
shiny
Draco
ray.
stripping on stream. Darn it.
It's not this kind of stream. That goes on the other site. Kick? Aren't they like raunchy on Kick? Is that what it is?
Okay. All right. It is quite cold outside, so I got
that's a good one.
I got a Steel shirt. Yeah, we're gonna put this on right now. Right now, just over my shirt.
That's fantastic. That's a good Steel shirt. Is that a official Pokemon one?
Or
is that like one of the Etsy ones?
It is not.
Yeah.
I got this one as a gift, so I'm not actually quite sure where it's from. To be quite honest, I think the brand is in the back,
How
but
cute.
yes.
Well, let's talk.
It is.
We got the bracket going on, so we have some of the teams starting to at least get alerted of their matchup. Bracket is live. For some reason, the Stream Elements didn't want to cooperate today and allow my chat command, so there is a pin message if you ever want to see that. So big shout out to Mike for dropping that in. Appreciate that. So pin message will get you to the updated bracket. We'll continue to show the bracket on stream as much as possible, but if you do want to check that out, there it is. But February Cup, day 1 qualifiers, day 2 is going to be tomorrow on the Pokemon Unite channel. But we are going to bring as much coverage as we can. I guess, Husky, we'll start with you. What teams are you really excited to see this time around?
Honestly, I'm looking through the bracket right now, and I feel like, again, NA is such a competitive region because there's always a bunch of teams that are exciting, and there's always the teams that you like expect to make it or whatever, but there's always like these dark horse teams as well that kind of come back through. I mean, I'm always excited to see the top teams. LG always, OJ, T3, of course. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm more excited to see like the strategies that teams are pulling out because I feel like the teams are always just so exciting regardless and always bring a great show.
Absolutely. Yeah, we got Draku in. We'll ask you the same question. What teams? We could do more than one if you have multiple. But what teams are you excited to see today, and maybe top predictions for who's going to be making it into day 2?
So just to answer your first question, I guess kind of with a question in its own. One of the interesting things about North America from January to February, and it's weird to say this, but for rosters, it has been relatively stable.
Yeah, that is kind of weird.
There hasn't been a whole lot of mix-ups. A couple of teams that I have my eyes out on. Team YT is no longer playing with Phil, at least for this month. They are playing with Celestial, most likely in their central area. Sam might be going down to the bottom path where he loves to play his attackers. But that also means that a team that has made top 8 pretty frequently, Kiss no longer has their central area carry. I don't know who is going to be filling Celestial's spot. So that is kind of a smaller mix-up. And then just a couple of shout-outs to teams that have been doing really well in the Stellar Champions League. Tempo Tantrum, this is Muck's team,
Oh
just
yeah.
recently picked up Ducky, I believe, as their defender.
Ooh, that's a good
And I
one.
know Ducky has been trying to find a home ever since the original Sanguine has dissolved a couple of months ago. So glad to see him find a home. And the last team I want to shout out, V1, Lico, their attacker, who is quite literally one of the Rookie of the Year votes, in my opinion, is now eligible to play for February. So these two teams I'm looking at as dark horses, and then I'm interested to see how Team YT progresses with this new Central Area player.
Yeah, I'm really excited. I'm excited to see all of that. I think there's a lot of good options. I saw on Thursday for Underdog, Mountain Mew was on Team Shock. It doesn't look like she's on Team Shock for the Cup, but Team Shock I think is also a team that plays pretty well. Has been kind of on the doorstep of breaking into
Mhm.
day 2. I kind of think that they might have a shot. Um, I mean, but the team that I always want to see, T3, just I think it's their time, right? I think that they've been able to make that top 8 cut, but I
Mhm.
want to see a little bit more from them in day 2. As obviously got to get to day 2, but they've been so close to breaking into the top 4, top 3, top 2. But maybe they can knock on that doorstep and win a cup this month. That'd be cool. I think if we can have another different team to win, like we had OJ taking the AOS Cup Open qualifiers. We had Nemesis win a cup, LG winning last month. It'd be cool to see a fourth different team to win. Do you think there's any team that might be able to kind of knock down some of those three, those 3 top teams? And we'll go with Husky on that.
Oh, again, I feel like there's always a chance,
Yeah.
right? Like NA is a region where somebody could come out of nowhere and just run away with it. It depends on how the teams show up that day and what they're looking like that day. And just like there's a ton of teams like we were talking about. Lico's team. I
Mhm.
mean, we've seen. I'm looking now at what's happening in the bracket. Like Tempo Tantrum is a team that kind
Yeah.
of gets close sometimes, and maybe if they show up, they could suddenly like push through the top 8. Ignorance is another one that's really solid and just like right there so many times. And I feel like if they just Rush Hour, Colin Tang's team. That's
Yeah.
another one I'm seeing. Like, there's a bunch of teams that are so exciting to watch, and they just like barely miss the top. And it would be cool to see different teams come in, and I feel like it's always possible.
I think you're like spot on. Drake, do you think there's a chance, or I guess who are your top teams who think could maybe take down those 3 previous champions of North America?
Oh, that's a really tough one in my opinion. I feel like the margin right now is quite significant between those three and the rest of the pack. And I feel like this is not, I guess, unusual for all of the Western regions. I mean, Nouns for EU is kind of unstoppable, especially since they picked up Inder.
Yeah.
But if I have to like maybe try to guesstimate, I feel like one team that could possibly make a deep run is Team YT, but this team has always been um incredibly volatile. It's either they're really hot or really cold, like
Yeah.
getting a round 2, round 3 knockout in day 1 or making a deep run in day 2. So it's hard to say, but I think if there's a team that can maybe make that run, it would be Team YT. I think T3 is right up there as well. But from, I mean, what they've accomplished over the last couple of cups that they participated in, T3 specifically, very similar to Team YT. They're pretty consistent in making it to day 2, but it seems like they just fall super flat on day 2. So I think any teams that can make it up to the top 3, top 2, maybe even a cup win would be those two.
Yeah, I'm in that same camp. I'm rooting for a few different teams, but I think it would be really cool to see a fourth different winner. Uh,
Mhm.
on the opposite side of the pond, right? Nouns, like you said, you've gotten to cover a lot of nouns and
Mhm.
EU stuff. They've been the only winner in EU, so it's
Mhm.
completely opposite story here in North America. I think it would be kind of cool to kind of continually have different teams win.
Mhm.
Uh,
Yeah, I think that kind of goes to the kind of the health of the region as well. We always love healthy competition, right? For EU, it's been quite in favor of Nouns for all 3 monthly cups. I think the most vulnerable that we've seen them was the first one because they were kind of juggling with the loss of Sorayu, and picking up Blaine from the proverbial dumpster that Toon Slim was talking about. But yeah, I'm hoping to see some really good stuff out of EU tomorrow. Um,
mhm.
but it might be another moment of vulnerability because they are picking up a new player. I don't know how much Inder's been playing with them. I think he did move to Bruv's basement, I think is where he is. Quite literally, I think in the last week or so. So he's
Yeah.
been having the opportunity to play with them for obviously most likely every day since he's got in. But this is most likely going to be the most vulnerable Nouns has been, but probably less vulnerable than they were in the AOS Cup plans a couple
Yeah.
of months ago.
Let's take a peek. We're starting to get some of these teams.
Let's take a peek mention.
Let's take a peek mentioned.
Mhm.
We have a couple teams already. It looks like War Legion, Ignorance. What team's Aaron Mack on? I know they were on.
Aaron Mack is on. No, that's the Banana Ballers. That's Big Mac.
That's
It's
yeah,
Big Mac and Aaron Mack, right?
yeah. Aaron Mack on. Is it like A? No, not A.
Can't recall. I'm sorry.
We also have
Team
level
Go
4. Oh, we do have a V1 matchup. No, you said you wanted to check
I
out.
do want to see V1 sometime today.
Yeah, level 4 versus Adorable Wolves.
Wow, take a look at that logo. Pretty sick.
Oh, I forgot to change that. That's okay.
No, it's
But yeah,
okay.
that's nice. Yeah, all right. Look at that logo. Sign up for SCL Open Qualifiers on Tuesday if you haven't yet. It's a big chance for North America, any North American team that's looking to do it. Oh yeah, I forgot to put the February Cup one in there, but that's pretty nice. That's pretty nice. Gem, they were on Zoltrack. I forgot what team they're on now. There's just been like a lot of like small changes in like the 20 like top 24 through 16, even up to the 8 of like small changes here and there. But
Who's security playing with today?
security's playing? Ooh.
No, I see him. I see him on your friends list.
Yeah.
So.
You guys hear my dumb son? He's yelling
Why is he yelling?
because he's trapped in here. Brendan's
Oh.
cooking.
Ooh, I kind of want to watch this one. Oh, wait, no.
What?
Oh, okay. Maybe we could watch W if Team Growth and Fellas. If both of those teams are able to win, this match could be really strong. It's Squirtle's team and then like Martine and Rix and all them on
Which
Fellas.
one? What teams?
We'll go back to it. Show ya.
It looks like Tempo Tantrum has gotten a round, I guess technically round 2 bye since their team didn't show up.
Oh,
So
well, that's nice for them.
they're now in round 3.
Oh damn.
Go Muck.
Let's see. I'd like to
Yeah,
watch.
pop off.
Let's watch level 4 versus Adorable Wolves. Because I want to try to watch like a competitive, like I think like Ignorance and some of these bigger teams are gonna be available a little bit later, you know. Imagine that they'll kind of make
This
it
level
through.
4 team was a team that I was looking at to maybe join the SCL. They did make a pretty deep bracket run in January.
Yeah.
I think they made it to top 16, if I recall correctly. Cool name too.
Yeah. Let's watch that
What are
one.
we looking
Level
at?
4 versus Adorable Wolves. Husky and Draku, do you want to take this first set?
Sure.
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 I'm just gonna change up this thingy. Which one's it's?
All right, so it looks like level 4 is on our purple side. Wolves are on our orange side. We'll take a look at the team compositions in just a second. We got a Decidueye. Take a look at that.
Oh,
We got
okay.
Decidueye, Absol, Blastoise, Comfey. I don't know what this Eevee is just yet. Looking at the composition, it looks like it's going to be an Umbreon.
Glaceon.
No, it's a Glaceon Top Path. You don't see that all too often, Husky.
Okay. So I'm assuming we saw likely an Umbreon ban since we're not seeing that come out. I'm going to be interested in watching the Slowbro, some of those defenders that just kind of exists and it's always an option, but it's only some teams that really continue to bring it out. So that'll be interesting, especially up against this Blastoise defender pick in the bottom path.
Yeah, Slowbro's a really interesting one. It has had an interesting story, pretty consistent in the way that its Unite move has always been so good. But the thing about Slowbro is that its Unite move, just like any other bounded Unite move, you can only use it on one singular Pokemon. So in metas where there are a lot of various threats on the enemy team, that value becomes a whole lot less, because if you use it on one of them, the Hydra always has more than one head.
Yeah, that's very true, because you can use that Unite move and use that eject button in combination with it on the Blastoise and hit every single member of the enemy team, but Slowbro kind of guarantees 1 KO, and I have a feeling they're going to want to go after this Decidueye or Glaceon with some of those Unite moves, but look at that! We've got a Sweet Kiss, Comfey, and here goes the Pursuit Absol.
Yeah, you don't see Kiss all too often. You see some shenanigans with like a Discharge, Zeraora, for example. Of course, we all know Zoroark plus Comfey, but Absol is another one of those speedsters that are definitely coming up in the metagame. It does super well into other speedsters, and with the metagame being so bulky at the moment, with all the all-rounders, all the defenders that are always so saturated in the metagame, that Psycho Cut can shred through those defenses quite easily.
I'm going to be so excited to see this Sweet Kiss Comfey throughout this game. It's going to be interesting with the Garchomp over there as well, because that's kind of a Pokemon that you don't want to necessarily be stuck to, but with something like Espeon, you know, that Talonflame on the other side is going to be huge, jumping in for the birds now. Looks like level 4 was able to get some of it, at least enough to get that Decidueye level 7.
Yeah, starting to pivot down to the bottom path. Lots of members here. I think they're going to just ignore the top lane completely. It looks like the Goodbye and the Psyduck is heading up to the top path, and the Psyduck coming back down. But a huge fight breaking out here in the bottom path. This is a Razor Leaf Decidueye, mind you. So actually, it does give the Comfey another target to latch onto. One thing I was a little bit worried about is that Comfeys tend to do really well when it has multiple targets, and with 2 attackers, those are typically not the hosts that you want to land on. But with Razor Leaf Decidueye, might be a little bit different.
So this now with the Razor Leaf Decidueye just kind of confirms this is a team fight focused composition, because you've got no secure on that side without that Spirit Shackle, especially with the Fly Talonflame on the other side and a Psyshock Espeon. Adorable Wolves could really just go for potential rip play and just look for a secure, but we'll see what the Sweet Kiss Comfey can do. The little Wartortle not yet beating the allegations, able to get a little bit of a pull there, but not enough to take anybody down just yet, Draco.
Yeah, that Psychic pulled the Wartortle, but also pulled that eject button out of that Pokemon as well. Lots of members in the bottom path for both teams. Looks like it's going to be a 3v3, more like a 2.5 versus 3, really. But we do have 4 members in this bottom path. Here comes the Psychic, going to pull them, actually push them away. Confirm going over to the Espeon. Psychic Solaire is going to turn off that gravity. And there's 2 different types of pulling abilities on the side of Adorable Wolves. You have the Telekinesis from the Slowbro, but also that Psychic from the Psyduck. It's so interesting to see these 2 abilities interact with each other.
That is such a frustrating comp to go up against. Telekinesis into the Psychic and nobody's moving. Look at that, both hit him at once! The Absol gets pulled in by Telekinesis, tries to get away, and then pulled in immediately by the Psychic from that Psyduck. That is tilting. That's the most tilting combo I can think of.
Yeah, you're missing out on the Gardevoir to give them free energy, but this is kind of like a Psychic comp. Psychic comp is definitely not something you see all too often. You see a lot more in Pocket. If you've played Pocket over the last couple of months, Psychic has been such a really, really good archetype to go off of. But as we head to the halfway point of the game, a very close game, at least in Unite terms. A level 12 on this Decidueye, though. Somehow it's gotten quite massive, Husky.
With that Razor Leaf, they've just been able to farm so much, and I assume they also have that Leaf Storm as well, so you can kind of use that as a little bit of a counter to the Garchomp, just push him away for a second and then go for it. But here we go with the Unite move. They're just going to pop that Knock Knock, and the Psy is forced to come out there from the Psyduck, but they will go down. Talonflame now with the big Flame Sweep. Look how low everybody on level 4 is. Talonflame going in. It's not going to matter with the Hydro Typhoon. The Talonflame finally goes down, but here comes the Garchomp. They're looking for the Glaceon. They find them.
Livid Outrage able to find a very high value KO. They got to be very very careful, though. They are quite low HP. Oh, just missing there on the surf. Able to get them in the tall grass just before they make it back through to the Pokemon Center to recover back to full HP. A very close game, Husky, in round 1, and it's just our game 1.
This hasn't been a fight where it feels like one team like completely comes out on top of the other one. There's always somebody coming back and able to clean up something so that nobody's able to take down either of these bottom goals. But here we go, the Blastoise looking to jump in there with the Surf. The Psyduck able to avoid it with that passive because that's very fair. And look at the rip on level 4's comp. Before the rock even spawned, it was down.
Yeah, it's an incredibly fast rip. You're talking about the rip for Adorable Wolves, but they have a pretty significant rip on the side of level 4 as well. 280 carries holding down that A button. Of course, it's enhanced by the Razor Leaf. I guess the one thing that we were talking about before is that this team has very good rip, not very good secure. I think one thing you can maybe look toward is a Psycho Cut plus that Unite move from the Absol to get the confirmation there, but Fly on the enemy team is definitely the best of the 10 Pokemon that we see.
But I mean, you can't let them have a second in the pit with nobody in there because I feel like they will just rip it down. Look at the Decidueye just standing there. It has an X attack available. Like, I don't really know. If Adorable Wolves takes 1 second too late, then I think level 4 just immediately secures anything. The Absol looking for a couple KOs. They will find it. I mean, last chance to use some Unite moves here. Level 4 capitalizes on that, picks up a couple KOs in the bottom path.
Yeah, love to see it. Level 13 on the Absol, level 14 now on the Decidueye. There's going to be a massive Pokemon in the central area fight. They might even be level 15. You can see here they're about 20% to level 15. Of course, they need quite a bit of EXP as they get further on in their levels. But I think the one thing that's a little bit concerning for a Razor Leaf Decidueye in particular, I mean, the enemy team composition is already scary with the Spirit, even if you had a Spirit Shackle, but there's a lot of mid-range threats. We saw the support from the two, the support and defender, Psyduck and Slowbro specifically. That Fly Talonflame could just be really scary to avoid all the damage from Razor Leaf. You can get caught up by the Espeon. You can get united by the Garchomp. There's just so many different threats, and even if you're at a level advantage, your HP reserves still rather shallow for this Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, this Razor Leaf Decidueye is just going to kind of be the linchpin of this fight. If the Slowbro can eject Unite move onto the Decidueye, then the game could just be over as long as the Icicle Spears aren't ripping them down. But again, you have this problem of if you leave them alone for a second, even if you get one Ripper, there's still another Ripper standing right there. So, I mean, right now, level 4 has a little bit more control over the bottom of this pit, but Adorable Wolves potentially looking for an around the top of the pit gank with the Talonflame positioned up there in that tall grass.
They're going to insulate that tier 1 gold zone. Really nice for the Talonflame to just go for a score on that tier 2 top path of level 4. Of course, they have that rip potential in mind, but they are cognizant of a Talonflame on the field. Take a look at that positioning all the way on the left side of the field. They are going to go into that knock Unite move kind of on their own. But you got to be very careful, though. The Livid Outrage can come in, finding the Decidueye, and even though they are level 14, very quick on the knockout there. It's going to send level 4 scattering now, Husky.
You cannot let the fight start breaking out without knowing exactly where that Talonflame is, and unfortunately they were just able to capitalize on that. Decidueye, luckily they're not able to get enough damage on the Glaceon. Blastoise is able to make work of that Talonflame, so we don't see Adorable Wolves being able to capitalize on that big Decidueye KO the way they would have liked to, and it looks like they're going for the rip here, Draco.
Yeah, recalls are already down to 25%, but again, they do not have the best form of Secure. Here comes the Secure, and the Garchomp able to get it with a Dragon Rush, Dragon Claw combo into the central area, able to grab a KO streak of 2 for themselves as well. The Garchomp is heading back to the Pokemon Center with a KO timer of 30 seconds, scoring from the Psyduck on that goal zone on the bottom path, 64 points, but between these two should give them the lead.
They had the lead going in. Adorable Wolves had a pretty significant lead, and now they are just stretching it out, and they don't really need to do anything. They have some shields available, but they don't really need to go for the score. It's level 4 who's going to have to make this push right here, which they will attempt to do, but who knows if they're going to be able to make it happen. They do take down the Slowbro, looking for the Talonflame next. They will not quite find them, but they will be able to take down the Glaceon. So I don't know, Draco, if they're going to be able to have enough time to get some points in.
Yeah, they just don't have enough firepower. It's a strange thing to say with two AD carry attackers on your side of the field. KO streak of 4 for the Decidueye with a couple more seconds. That would have been a Penta KO, but nonetheless, with that Glaceon going down, game number 1 is going to be going on over to Adorable Wolves. And we kind of just painted it out, right? We talked about the rip potential for level 4. They had a number of players in the central area. Even the Talonflame was down on the side of Adorable Wolves, but just couldn't pull that capture on the Rayquaza to win the game.
Yeah, and Kyle put the wrong number up there, but you know what? Whatever. Do what you
Boo.
gotta do. But
Boo this
I
man.
kind of
Boo this
boo this
man.
man. I think it was like, I don't know, as soon as I saw that rip happening in the central area, like knowing that there's still a Garchomp around, like, yeah, they don't have it's not like the Garchomp has insane secure, but you definitely don't have that good of secure, and we know that going in. It honestly felt like I'm right back in solo queue with a Razor Leaf Decidueye, just like going for Ray no matter what. Like, you know, the Decidueye is gonna go rip it. And it's just kind of disappointing to see. Like, they had that game. They could have just turned the fight. Like, just make sure you take down Garchomp first. They had the firepower to do it. And I think sometimes these teams just lock in on Ray, knowing that they would be able to secure that win if they were just able to get Ray. And it doesn't always go the way you'd want.
Yeah. 5 members versus 3. I mean, the odds definitely in Pokemon in the central areas in their favor. But that's just going to be game number 1. Of course, they have a number of games to make sure they stay in this event. Best of 3 and a double elimination tournament.
Okay.
So don't want to ruin the flow of things here, but Kyle, how would you like to proceed with
Oh,
chess and stuff?
y'all take game 2.
Yeah, we'll
Oh,
just
cool.
finish this
Oh,
one
it's game
out.
2 already. All right,
Yep.
right
Yeah.
into it.
Right
Okay,
into
I
it.
like
So-
the Ninetales pick. I think that's something that level 4 might have been missing, was that kind of mid-range that we were talking about before. You have your Rip, and then you can kind of use, I hope it's a Blizzard Avalanche here, mid-range CC. So I do like to see that coming back. Likely the Sweet Kiss Comfey is what we're going to be seeing here as well. But other than that, not too much being changed up for either side.
Yeah, I'm not so much a fan of the Sweet Kiss Comfey, in my opinion. There's not a whole lot of Pokemon that really get a whole lot of value to it. I mean, maybe the Blastoise, but I mean, if you latch onto either the Decidueye or the Alola Ninetales, these are 2 Pokemon that want to keep the enemy team away from them, right? So if it's a Sweet Kiss
Yeah.
Comfey, you're quite literally dragging them or attracting them towards the center where that Comfey is latched onto. Where is that Pokemon?
I feel like it's just always better to get a little bit more healing. Like, if it doesn't work for everybody on the team, then healing is going to work for everybody on the team. So even if it does work pretty well with an Absol, it could work pretty well with a Blastoise, just to make sure that CC does hit the enemy team. I feel like you can latch on to that Alolan Ninetales, you can latch on to that Decidueye and still get the value out of the heal.
Yeah, first central area bird is going to evaporate off of the field. This is most likely going to be a Razor Leaf Decidueye. Once again, I did see an X attack, the red aura right underneath that Decidueye. And I have quite a number of games on Decidueye, so I know about how fast the auto attacks come out of this Pokemon.
I know,
it's going to be
too.
yeah, it's going to be another Razor Leaf Decidueye. Unfortunate to me, I'm much more of a Spirit Shackle player myself. It's just a lot more consistent. But as you can see in the top left corner of your screen, a big win in the bottom path for Adorable Wolves. Definitely what you don't want to see, especially when you have a Talonflame waiting to get to level 7.
Yeah, you want to rip, you want to press that A button, I guess, with the Razor Leaf. And I think what they're trying to do with that Alolan Ninetales is give a little bit... No, never mind. That's a Dazzling Gleam that I just saw come out. I was going to say they want to give that CC with the Blizzard Avalanche combo, but instead they are going with the Aurora Veil pick. So they're just going full auto attack composition.
Yeah, I mean, if they're going to go for this auto attack composition, I'd much rather them go a Trevenant here than a Blastoise, in my opinion. I think they both work really well, but Trevenant does synergize with auto attackers really well, especially with that Unite move. It increases the damage of Pokemon hit by it or cursed by it. They receive more auto attack damage, so that's an obvious, or not, I guess an obvious, but a clear synergy with those type of Pokemon and Trevenant, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I feel like Psyshock just, like, eats this on the Espeon. Like, Psyshock, when you're auto-attacking with Alolan Ninetales with the Razor Leaf Decidueye, you're kind of just standing there, and Psyshock just eats that alive, which Raptor has been doing incredible on this Pokemon so far. They played this in the previous game as well, just able to get a ton of secures. And again, I don't know if Rip is that great if you don't have anything to secure it with.
Yeah, I mean, it might show with like how I think this team, level 4, is pretty dead set on the strategy that they're trying to go for here. But it also allows Adorable Wolves to, I guess, really adapt to that. They did a really good job in game number 1. They identified there's a Comfey, they picked up a Slowbro, they identified maybe a Decidueye. I don't know the draft order, but a Talonflame just does really well into auto attackers because you can essentially cleanse or avoid all of that damage just by flying up into the air. But Regirock in the bottom path, and level 4 definitely needs a win here.
Okay, I mean, they're going for it, and that is down. Regirock is going to go over to that Absol, so good job by the Blastoise there. I guess the Sweet Kiss Comfey worked out for them in that situation. They were able to zone out those members of Adorable Wolves, and now look at them pushing into Decidueye with a double KO. Absol picking up that Espeon as well, and they're going to be breaking that bottom tier 1 goal zone.
A really nice scoring on the side of level 4. Of course, that was a 4v5 situation there. I guess their core of their damage is up here in the top path, going a 1v1 against Regieleki. You got to be very careful, though. This is super effective damage, not literally, but technically, because it is a flying type Pokemon, and supported by the other bird on their team, able to get the Regieleki. Not a whole lot of value, only 1 point left on that tier 1 goals on Regieleki. Is going to crash and break that in. Sai in the top path is going to move on forward. They're going to cleanse all that damage, going into a Unite move of their own. Once again, Psychic Solaire turning off the gravity. Once again, going to get a KO streak of 2. This is level 4 on the Talonflame and the Psyduck. Another KO going over in the way of Adorable Wolves. Just like you saw, you said before, this Decidueye kind of like a sitting duck or a sitting owl, quite literally, because it is that Razor Leaf. It allows for easy targeting for the Psyshock Espeon.
I feel like I'm watching a solo queue match right now. The way that just like we're random fights all over the place, Unite moves that have no synergy whatsoever. Just everybody just wants to get their time in the sun. I feel like that's what we're seeing right now. Everyone's just kind of confused, it feels like. Absol went for a back cap there, but it was easily able to be stopped. And right now, Adorable Wolves is holding on to a little bit of a lead, but level 4 definitely not out of the game yet. Levels are fairly consistent, and again, we see this Decidueye level 12 just been able to farm up so much so far.
Yeah, it's definitely some, I guess, patterns that you see in kind of newer or younger teams for both sides. I mean, they are level 4. They have quite literally 96 more
Yeah,
levels to get to the max level in Pokemon. But take a look at this pivot for Adorable Wolves. They are going to have enough points to break this 40, 40,
Wow.
40. It's going to be a very nice overcap here. Psyduck is also going to get maybe a small score. They have 3 points in their pocket, but they're going to maximize this overcap in the top lane. They're going to break this wide open, and take a look at that timer and that Regieleki. We may even get one more Regieleki going to that tier 3. It's going to give it's going to open up the opportunity for Adorable Wolves to make some really interesting plays after this.
It was a great call, great macro decision by Adorable Wolves there, but last fight before Ray looking like the Hydro Typhoon there, coming out immediately into the Sweet Kiss, just pushing everybody on Adorable Wolves backwards. Slowbro does get a Unite move out, but it's not quite enough to take down the Decidueye. Psychic hits them from the Psyduck, but still not enough. The healing on those auto attacks from the Razor Leaf, but finally they go down to that Talonflame. They're going to come in with a big fly, but they will immediately go down to a triple KO by the Blastoise.
Yeah, I love to see the Blastoise getting a lot of disruption there. Not only does the Sweet Kiss just make it very difficult, but that Surf most recently got buffed, I think, in the couple of balance patches ago. So you get a lot more Surfs for your value. You also get a shield if you get to level 13, but as a support defender, Blastoise most likely will not be able to get there unless you're winning quite significantly. But about a minute or so before the final stretch begins, and the Blastoise kind of on their own here. They might be pulled back once again by that Psychic. Really nice synergy there. Once again, Psybeam is going to be the tool of choice for Adorable Wolves to get that knockout there. But kind of a valiant effort by level 4, but Adorable Wolves just showing their prowess in defense, not only in offense as well.
I mean, the rip in that situation ended up working out a little, and Ninetales securing that one down, but at the same time, Adorable Wolves is not really worried too much about that. They're going to be able to take that down pretty easily before any points could go in, but I like the play there by level 4, just going for that, ripping it off the map before they could get in, just making sure they don't have to deal with that base Regieleki to provide that extra win con for them.
30 seconds before the final stretch. Let's take a look at the field state. 298 to 111, so more than a 2-score game for Adorable Wolves. Like you're saying, like we've been saying, rip compositions has been the flavor of choice for this afternoon. I'm level 4, but of course you have to worry again about this Talonflame. Looks like a very similar picture Like we saw in game number 1, Talonflame is going to position themselves in the central area of level 4. I don't think they even have vision of where this Talonflame is. They're going to be very cognizant of a predatory bird in the wings.
Yeah, but you gotta be careful again because Decidueye, look how far forward they are. Talonflame just gonna be
Oh!
able to come right back through. They hit with the Flame Sweep, but the Knock Knock is unstoppable, so the Flame Sweep doesn't quite go through. Slowbro Unite move does come down onto the Decidueye, but they are able to last through it. And right now, 3 members of Adorable Wolves have gone down.
No Unite moves on the field. Actually, there is that Espeon Unite move. Here comes the Shy Shock, and he's got to worry about that one. One of the best securing tools in the game. And unfortunately, Adorable Wolves has lost 3 members. They were back in their Pokeball, so they only have at most 2 shields. Psychic Solaire is going to turn off the gravity once again. A valiant effort by level 4, but you have to respect the Espeon waiting just above the Rayquaza, and just like dominoes, they are starting to fall here. And an MVP moment for Raptor is going to propel Adorable Wolves to the 2nd round of today's event.
Like, oh my god, bro. We were saying it. We kept talking about it the whole time. It was not a secret at all that I was not a fan of this composition when you have nothing to secure with the Espeon. They just got dunked on twice in a row with things that absolutely should not have happened. I feel like I'm watching my solo queue teammates just decide to rip and throw it all away to a Psyshock secure, and that's exactly what we saw. And last chance here for level 4. They are going to look for a bottom path push. 3 members of Adorable Wolves are hanging out in this top path, but now the Talonflame has vision of everybody down there. They're going to start sending everyone back.
All right, last valiant effort here by level 4. They are able to KO the Garchomp, but it is a 2-score game. I don't know if they have enough points here. Here we go, though. 3 members for Adorable Wolves. We might be seeing a game 3 scenario here. 10 seconds left. Do they have enough time? Slowbro, the last one on the field. Take a look at this healing from the Scald and the tier 2 goal zone. They just can't get any scores, and it doesn't even matter. Slowbro holds on with just enough time, and the time ticks away. Level 4 is going to be going to our loser side of the bracket.
Wow. I thought for a second they might have been able to take everybody down, but the Slowbro just lasting. And I said it at the very beginning, the priority over the Slowbro is like sometimes specific teams just really like it. And this is one of those situations where like you pull out the Scald, you get a ton of healing off of it. Look at the Slowbro as well, able to pick up 4 KOs of their own. Garchomp wasn't even able to grab any that match Slowbro carry. But it just seems like one of those defenders that like if a team likes it, they can just do really well with it.
Yeah, definitely a really strong effort by level 4 to push for that tier 2 goals. And they got 4 KOs. They ended up getting 5 KOs, but just of course, unfortunately, it's very similar to game number 1. It's almost like they just didn't have enough firepower across their team. But it's I think this team composition can work like we've been talking about, but they just need a securing tool. They need Urshifu, they need a Blaziken, they just need something to combat them against this Garchomp. I mean, the Garchomp only did 17,000 damage, so it didn't really do a whole lot. But you know, the kind of the value of Garchomp is that it has a Unite move that can get through to the back line very easily. It has invulnerability all throughout. It has a very fast mobility tool, an eject button, and its combination. But I mean, I think Adorable Wolves just showed their maturity in, you know, drafting by recognizing what is in front of them. Is like, all right, they got a Comfey, let's pull out a Slowbro. All right, they got a bunch of Rip, let's pull out an Espeon or a Talonflame for both games, and now adjust our Espeon to being a Psyshock Espeon instead of what we were doing before. So
Yeah. Look at the bans too. No Umbreon ban. Surprisingly, neither team picked that up. I guess they were just comfortable with the comp that they had created, but both Blissey and Clefable banned on Adorable Wolves' side, so they're just banning out every pink blob they can think of. So it kind of forces the level 4 team into that Comfey pick, but I think they just kind of already had that comp figured out. It seemed like, but I feel like if you want to build around a Razorleaf Decidueye, then you gotta really just build around that Razorleaf Decidueye. Like if that's what you want to do, then you have to like really have that secure up there, some all-rounder standing in the front line to make sure you can set up some of those shots. Like I don't know what you do with it, but I feel like the Sweet Kiss Comfey comp and the A9 is just not it.
yeah.
That
Kind of
was
one
a
of the things
set.
with Comfey too is that it's quite literally taking a member off of the battlefield, right? It latches onto someone. There's technically like 4 hit markers or 4 enemy Pokemon that you can target. And well, I mean, Decidueye, Alolan Ninetales, they don't like being targeted. So if you're quite literally just taking a Pokemon to be targeted off the battlefield, well, that just makes it a lot easier to get those 2 Pokemon down. And especially with 2 attackers too. You can maybe pull this off if it's just the Decidueye or just the Alolan Ninetales, but that Comfey needs a lot of hosts, and especially if the Absol or the Blastoise do go down, the rest of the team kind of just crumbles after that.
Mm-hmm. What'd you think of that set, Kyle?
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you, Husky. Like, you just kind of need to build. Like, if you want to do Razor Leaf, like you gotta like fully lean into it. Otherwise, it's just gonna fall flat. Like, and you called it out too, right? Like, they had no secure, and Espeon
In
just
both
walks
games,
up.
the other thing is both games they had no vision on the Talonflame and just Decidueye
Yeah,
walked right into the middle of the pit with
yeah,
no vision on
that's
with
rough.
no vision on Talonflame. Like how do you do that twice? Like I think
Yeah,
if they found Talon back there and just kind of played a little bit more patiently, they might have been able to win that team fight because once Talon flies once, Razor Leaf gets it if Decidueye doesn't go down.
true.
Mhm.
So, like, if they just had the vision and were like, "Oh yeah, I think Talon's probably back there," they might have been able to pull it out.
Yeah, I want to catch this set. This set's gonna be really exciting. I think Team
Which
Growth
one?
Was that
versus
Squirtles?
Fellas.
That's Squirtles, right?
Yeah, Squirtle, and then Fellas,
Is
Martine, and
Squirtle on Team Growth now?
yeah, Squirtle, Anbu, Charles. Who else is on that team? Um,
Let's see that one. This Goofy Goobers game is going to be a really good one too. Goofy Goobers won Underdunk, right?
yeah, they did. Yeah, they won
They're going up
Underdunk.
against V1 in round 3. That's going to be a huge
Oh,
game.
yeah, that's actually
I think it's
huge.
going to be a benchmark game for version 1, in my opinion. But up to y'all. Yes, whatever you guys want to do.
Yeah, I want to see. Well, Goobers. Yeah, that's a good one.
Kind of, I feel like whoever comes up first, right?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I think they're about timed similarly. Schmeedy says everyone but T3 is an op today. Real.
Ops down.
Ops down.
Where is Teeth? Hold on.
They're in. I
Oh,
think
they're playing Nameless. Yeah,
I think they're in the other pool.
they have a. They don't have a rough. They don't have a bad
Dang.
bracket at all. They're not gonna have a rough time until they get to maybe if Team YT shows up, then we could have a day on our hands. But sometimes Team YT just like shits the bed. They just don't.
Yeah.
Oh, look at
So we
this.
could
Team
see
Shock
them show up.
taking a game here from Rush Hour.
Ooh,
That's
okay.
Rush Hour hasn't been doing super well in the SCL. I mean, albeit it's like some of the best teams in North America in that league, but they've been kind of on the lower end of the success
oh
rate.
really?
YT
Those
up.
teams.
Team Shock up.
Bangkok? Who's on Bangkok? Would love to go to Bangkok. Oh, that's gonna be a good team. Oh, this is where Mountain View is.
Oh, where is she at?
Squilliam, Momo, Mountain Mew, Bangkok. They're going up against Team YT right now.
Oh, that could be good.
Hmm.
Oh, security's playing on I Fear Not again. The team he's been
Oh,
playing with.
okay.
They're currently in Pool 1, Winners Round 2. They just won their first game.
Hell yeah.
Oh, they got a tough bracket. If they win this game, they're going to be going up against LG next.
Oh, that's tough. That's tough.
Yeah, tough,
That's
man.
really tough.
Yeah, I mean, all right.
Ignorance 2L. That's not surprising. That's another team where I'm like, they're just like on the cusp.
Who?
Ignorance.
Ignorance has always been on the cusp. They've been on the
Yeah,
cusp for like the last 2
perennially on
years.
the cusp.
I do have a lot of heart for them. They're one of the teams that are kind of disconnected from the greater community. They kind of stay within their like circle and maybe pulling in a handful of people
Yeah.
to sub in for like fives on ladder or for scrims and stuff. But I love what their team is about. It's definitely not what NA has been for the last 2 years, and that is consistency. And they have been incredibly consistent, not just in their roster, but in their performances as well. Like I wish they were like to just move up a little bit on the success bracket, but already very successful. I think they made one top 8 question mark over the last
Yeah,
3
they
events,
did.
but
Mhm.
yeah, they've always been kind of in that lower pro bracket, in my opinion.
MKO says every time ignorance is in your pool, you lose. Oh, yeah,
Dang.
they always cook me on ladder. Since like year one, like 2021, I remember I mostly because like Protein Shake is such a memorable name.
It is a really good name.
And like when I first started playing, I'm like, God, this guy's so good. He keeps cooking me. I was also really bad back then, but who wasn't? Yeah, I'm waiting for something to pop up.
any
We do
games?
have
Any
a
games?
couple. We have a couple of games up right now.
Shock and we have Team YT.
We have the
Christian
YT.
is on Shock as well. Mountain View. Bangkok. Yeah,
Katie
I
said
mean, I'm down to
T3
wait.
went in match, but we're gonna see them later.
Yeah,
I'm down to wait for
We'll see
V1
more
or
of them.
growth.
yeah. I want to see Goofy Goobers V1 or Team Growth Fellas, whichever one pops up first. I think.
Yeah, those are gonna be some really because V1. I mean, they had such a good run last time. I would love to see them pull it back here.
Me too. They
That
were.
would
I
be
mean, they had
so
a.
cool. They were so close.
They had a tough. They had a tough run at it, right? Like they had to go against LG to qualify.
Mhm.
And then they got sent down to the lower bracket, and then on the lower side to qualify, they had to go up against Nemesis. Like that was those
They
are
took
two
a game off of
teams.
Nemesis, if I recall correctly. I may need to fact check that once again, but yeah, I think I mentioned it before, but Liko is now of age to play in UCS, which is awesome. Big congratulations. Well, I guess kind of congratulations for getting older. I
Yeah,
guess.
way to make it around the
He
sun one more
survived.
time.
Amazing
Yeah.
work.
Yeah, but they are eligible to play now. I know they've been waiting for quite some time.
Really, really good player. It's always fun watching him.
Liko was a member of my community for has been a member of my community for quite some time.
Yeah.
Since last year UCS, and he's incredibly talented attacker.
Oh, very.
I think I mentioned it. I don't remember if I mentioned it on the stream today or if it was just in our back room, but definitely rookie of the year material if they are to make it to top 8.
Oh, for
That would be
sure.
huge. I mean, Metallic was very similar. He had his birthday, I think, in March or April, and then immediately got to NAIC. So, like, I think V1 has still a lot to prove for themselves, but they have just added a big piece that has been missing for quite some time, and that piece has been missing, and they've made it to top 9. So, you know,
Here we go. V1.
We've
let's
got
get
the
it.
V1 game.
Yeah. I want to.
I'll change the thing.
I
Do
wanna
you guys
guess.
do you guys want to do this one?
Sure.
Sure.
Okay. I'll be in charge of the logos and shit.
was that Charles on growth?
Yeah, it's Charles on Crow.
V1 on purple.
V1's on purple. Goofy Goober's gonna be on your orange side. Take a look at these comp. We got Liko is gonna be pumping the Maridon, and look at that nice crystal tier hollowware. That is one of the better hollowares, I think.
You have a Green on their side of the field as well. I think that's their no, it's Scarp in the top path. I think in the central area is a new member. I think they just picked up. It's Riker. That's
yeah.
right, Riker from Umbra Vulpium. Unfortunately, Umbra Vulpium did dissolve in the last month or so. So they did end up picking up this player who has done really well with Umbra Vulpium, who's another kind of underrated team as well. unfortunate to see them kind of dissolve over the last couple of months, but excited to see they find a new home here.
They've been playing pretty well. Florgato able to get online with that contested bit of experience there. Chansey not quite able to get it. Yeah, I know, we got a meow for Husky. We have a little bit of a scuffle going up here. This Dragonair is going to have to Dragon Dance away just to stay a little bit healthy.
Yes, I mean, taking a look at Team Growth, they have a much stronger kind of rip and flip composition. They have the auto attack pressure from Dragonite, obviously the Secure from Dragonite, Hyper Beam always so strong as well. But this Meowscarada does really well at ripping objectives against the enemy team, but you gotta worry about a couple of members of version 1, especially this green running at your back line consistently. Already level 5 on the green is exactly what you want to see from this Pokemon in the top half.
Yeah, it is Goofy Goobers on your right side, so Husky, if you don't mind updating that. The GG for Goofy Goobers. Riker already level 5. Liko looks like it's going pretty well for him. It is a Charge Beam Miraidon.
Yeah, Charge Beam Miraidon. I mean, this is such a cool Holowear, especially when they go into that enhanced variation. Just everything about these gold tier, orange tier Holowears, just love to see it. But I think we're going to see the enhanced variation in just a second. There it is. I mean, take a look at that. It looks so cool. Oh my gosh.
I have a trial license for it. I'm not spending the $100 million that it costs, unfortunately. I'm not that rich. A lot of the Altaria family going over to the side of V1, so they're eating pretty well here. Level 7 on that Miraidon already, but looks like Goofy Goobers is gonna get a little bit of points in on this bottom path. Liko is gonna be forced to defend here, try to force this Drizzile back to the pad. Rustic is doing their job, but the curse from the Trevenant able to take them down. It's Drizzile that gets a KO.
Yeah, level 7 on Liko, 30 seconds before the first major objective spawn on the field. Pretty conservative start from either side. I mean, I think it's a little bit to be expected because these teams kind of struggle in the early game, so it's really just a race to get their second and third tier evolution, especially for this Meowscarada. Doesn't get online until really level 6, and then that second ability at level 7, but this Greedent is becoming massive. They are almost level 9 in the top half carry position.
And they gotta be almost, if not already, fully stacked. I believe they were kind of prioritizing those, so pretty good job so far. Looks like Glaceon is gonna try to go ahead and rip this Regieleki to shreds. Should be relatively uncontested by the Goobers. Bottom path, it is a Registeel Dragonite online. Snipe Shot connects onto Rustic. Dragonite Hyper Beam connects as well. Takes them down. Regieleki does go over to V1. Oh man, I just griefed the observer feed, but didn't grief the Greedent. Able to take the Registeel in the bottom pad.
I mean, lots of Secure on the side of Goofy Goobers. You have Snipe Shot, you have Hyper Beam. Yeah, you can never underestimate the Greedent, who is currently running at the back line. I mean, trying to find a gift for themselves. They do have the Christmas Holowear. I mean, I would say it's the Santa, but right now it's the Grinch for Goofy Goobers.
187-24. First sets of objectives have pretty much all gone over V1's way, and this Greedent is being what Greedent, year 1 of Greedent does, just completely taking over the central area, staying on the opponent's side, ensuring that they're keeping their levels up and continuously putting pressure on the map.
Goofy Goobers wants to find a fight here. You can see them kind of navigating to this bottom path. You can probably expect this Glaceon and the Greedent to start navigating to the bottom path, either the manual way through the central area or back through the home path. They have a lot of vision on the enemy team. You can see the Glaceon start to move back to the bottom path. Look at this damage coming in from Liko. The enhanced variation of that Charge Beam just slices through the enemy team like butter.
Ooh, here we go. There's that enhanced variation one more time, taking out the Psyduck. That's going to force the Goobers to at least scatter back to their T2 pad. I think V1 does not want to stop this fight. The pressure is coming on from Liko. Double KO, and right now, version 1 is fully controlling this map, 217-24.
They're quite literally in the driver's seat. Of course, they have a kind of a motorized type Pokemon, right? The Miraidon in the driver's seat, pun intended a little bit. But this Greedent is the Pokemon definitely I'm going to be watching for the next 4.5 minutes or so. They are at level 11 as a defender. They are out leveling the entire enemy team. And for any defender, that is a really good place to be. But especially for a Greedent, you have so much hindrance. You demand attention from the enemy team, because if you don't, they will quite literally run over your backline, as we saw there.
Draco, I want to know from you, how does version 1 get not only Blissey, but they get Blissey, they get Umbreon, and what most people consider the best attacker in this Miraidon.
I mean, it's hard to say. I mean, we'll see at the end of this game here. I mean, we can maybe try to guesstimate some of the bans here. I mean, Psyduck is still on the field too. So
Yeah, like what happened?
Maybe Darkrai, question mark. But I mean, these two teams are very, very strong in their own respective rights. Goofy Goober winning Underdog a couple of days ago. Version 1, we've talked about them so much. They're in the Stellar Champions League. I'm interested to see what the bans were. Quite
Me
literally.
too. Dragonite is peeling towards this Regice. Should be a quick work of it. I'm not sure if V1's going to get here in time, but as I say that, Liko does have a Charge Beam lined up. Looks like they're going to throw the Thunder as well, hoping to get it, but the Hyper Beam is a little too strong, able to secure that Regice for Goofy Goobers.
Yeah, Miraidon still has pretty decent secure, but against the tried and true best beam, one of the best beams in the game, at least for securing, it's always going to be going over to that Hyper Beam, fully charged up by the Dragon Dance stacks that they get. AG Dragon trying to get some vision for the team. I mean, version 1 really doesn't have to do anything. All they need to do is insulate their tier 1 goal zones, and they've been doing a really great job, a spectacular job, if you may, at pivoting to wherever Goofy Goobers decides to push. And there, as you can see here, they are taking risks when they can, but when they want to, they can very simply, with that helping hand Blissey, retreat back over to the left side of the field.
Yeah, they're just putting so much pressure. I mean, Scarf is really just playing their own game. They're getting all that experience on the side of Goofy Goobers, and Goofy Goobers is really annoyed with them. They just continuously chase that thing around the map, and on the opposite sides, it seems like version 1, you know, Liko and company, able to secure all the safe experience for themselves.
Yeah, one of the things about this type of video game is that you don't get to see where the enemy team is unless you have a literal line of sight towards them, and they disappear off of your minimap. Obviously, we are in the observer feed. We can see all 10 players, but they do not. And one of the things that Greedent does so well is that it gets vision for your team, and information in a war is always so valuable.
They're looking to try to do exactly that, waiting for their abilities to pop right back up. Dragonite is in the fray. Rustic might have gotten caught out there. That's the first KO of this Rayquaza fight. Unite moves are hitting the map. We have the Psyduck popping their ultimate Sai. Are they going to be able to stay healthy? Whaley doing a great job of keeping the helping hand along with the safeguard out, but this fight is going to be raging on. I don't know what's going to be happening here. Both teams going to have to refight.
Yeah, I love to see it. Rustic is down. They are the captain of this team with the shot caller. I think Whaley is also making some calls as well. The Dragonite is down. Here comes the Secure going over in the way of Goofy Goobers. I think it was the Inteleon, but unfortunately they are caught on an island of their own. Unfortunately, Whaley doesn't go down, but they are put in a bubble, even if they have a bubble around them. But they do get 2 knockouts. We'll have to rotate through the team. I don't think they have any shields left. Maybe the Strevenant, they have the 1 shield. This is the player they need to insulate. 50 points going in double time, make that 100. It is now a 1-score game.
I think, like you said, that is the only person with a shield. Trevenant is going to have to reload their Eos energy. They're trying to find it. Psyduck actually goes and grabs some for themselves. They might be looking for a score, but version 1 continually looking at the map exactly where they are. Get a little bit of a fight here. Dragonite popping their Unite move, trying to go in. Whaley trying to run away. Going to be able to get back to the safety of this T1 pad. There's still going to be plenty of time for a push here.
This is a very dangerous scenario here for version 1. They don't get as much healing here. It is a score going in for Goofy Goobers. You hate to see this thing happen. 2 members down for version 1 with 30 seconds left. The green going down as well. This is going to be a game 1 victory for Goofy Goobers.
Oh my gosh, the heroic play by Salt on the Inteleon with multiple members of their team off the map, able to take that snipe shot, secure Rayquaza. I don't know, that's a rough play for V1. Very unfortunate game 1 here for them.
Yeah, we couldn't see what the Secure was, but they have a very proficient Inteleon player on their side of the field. There is Liko. I can only imagine that the Secure from the Inteleon was from a boosted auto. That's not the best securing tool, but with a the critical hitting diamond that you get with this Pokemon, it might be that might be the reason why. But definitely an MVP play. That's the reason why they won. They are one of the damage leaders of the game, but a huge game for Scarf. I mean, fully stacked probably by 7 minutes. Level ahead. Just unfortunate that they lost Rustic kind of early on. I think that's kind of where the pieces fell. Greedent is one of those Pokemon that doesn't really frontline very well. It does really well at disrupting the enemy team by getting to the back line. But that formal defender, that's where Rustic kind of fills in that space. And they lost that Pokemon, kind of left the rest of their team kind of scattering.
It was a really great engage by IMAX, honestly, like to be able to Horn Leech Rustic into danger. And I think that was just kind of the catalyst of that fight. It seemed like from that moment on, V1 wasn't able to play their game and fortunately just couldn't get the secure on Ray. That's they're gonna go back to the drawing board, but look at the draft here, like we said. Very interesting bands all across the board.
Yeah, lots of all-rounders. Kind of surprised by the
Yeah.
Leafeon ban, but Leafeon is just really good in the right hands. Maybe it might be a counterpick to Adam Minja, who's the Space Caesar player on the side of Goofy Goobers. They are now on your purple side, by the way. But
Oh yeah.
yeah, I mean, I think it's I think they definitely do need to recalibrate. I wouldn't say even recalibrate, but just try to calm themselves down, because version 1, they had this game in the bag, quite literally. All they need to do is just get the secure, maybe try to out secure an auto attack from the Inteleon. Because I can't imagine a snipe shot going through this team specifically.
True. Yeah, the I couldn't freaking change the like I couldn't pan. Like it locked me out.
Yeah.
So I wasn't able
Do you
to
know
pan.
how to do you know how to fix that?
Not in no, how do you fix it?
So if you ever get locked onto a Pokemon, you have to wait for another Pokemon to get knocked out, switch to that icon, have them respawn while you're locked onto the KO'd Pokemon, and then it should fix itself once they respawn again.
Oh, okay. So okay. Very neat. Thank you.
So you'll have to wait for another Pokemon to get KO'd, but if it happens in like a kind of a
Ugh.
larger team fight like that, it should be pretty easy.
Yeah. That was so
You'll just be away from the action for like a hot second.
grief. Let's see what we got. See if we get to game 2 here. If it's just yet. What I'm curious what happened game 1, team growth. And
I
Bella,
think they're still in their game.
Oh, they're
we
still
saw like
in it.
they're like 8 minutes in, so they're just about done.
Oh, LB Gaming, they won their first. Way to go, Slasher. But this is also a good matchup. Yoshi and Raptor. They're able to take down Simply Surreal, Simply Orange Juicers. They still, I like your idea. It has to be have to get sponsored by like Tropicana or
We're sick.
That'd be,
It'd be so sick.
just start sending some emails. Figure out what they could do.
Sunny D.
Brouhaha won. That makes
That's gonna be a good game right there.
Oh, Banana Ballers and
That's a good
Brouhaha.
game.
Yeah.
They're, I think, right about in level, skill wise.
Oh yeah, completely agree there.
Yeah.
Orange Julius.
Completely agree mentioned.
Completely, yeah, and mark it on the bingo board. Okay. Rush Hour, they did even it up against Team Shock.
Orange Julius. I don't think I have any more Orange Juliuses around me, unfortunately.
Is that the smoothie shop?
Yeah, it's like the mall smoothie shop.
Wasn't it Jamba Juice? Is that
Jamba
the same
Juice is
place?
more like no, Jamba Juice is more franchised, I think. They have their actual like storefronts, whereas I think I've only seen Orange Julius as like a mall storefront. I don't know if that like has any inclination on the success of the franchise, but I usually see I usually see Jamba Juices like outside of a mall. It's like in like a shopping center.
Oh, fair.
An outdoor shopping center.
What's your favorite smoothie? Go.
Favorite smoothie? I'm pretty classic. I like strawberry smoothies, like anything strawberry.
Okay. Respectable. Penis is pineapple. I'm shocked.
I
What did
like strawberry banana.
strawberry banana?
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
a good one. I'm
Yeah,
a I'm
yeah.
a chocolate peanut butter banana guy.
That's weird as fuck.
Yeah.
I was gonna say peanut butter, yeah. Yes, Ribbon, the peanut butter mood. That one's crazy good. What do you mean chocolate
Hoshras.
peanut butter banana is weird? What do you mean?
Hoshras take a early round 1 loss. Let's see. TM gets a round 1 win.
Oop,
Nice.
looks like we got game 2 on deck. Oop, not that one. Rustic. There we go.
Rustic.
A little bit different.
Oh,
Got Liko on the
Cinder.
Intellion. I love that. Rustic sticking with the Umbreon and Whaley. Going with the Eldegoss here. On the opposite side, we do have a Blissey, though.
Cinder. Take a look at that.
Yeah,
Two
what?
ADCs. Two ADCs. See, this is a good rip and flip comp. I like it. I like it. This is
I do too.
a lot better.
This is scary,
Double
though.
speedster is really scary, though.
Husky loves double speedster. Husky, how much do you love double speedster? Tell the chat.
Oh, it's my favorite double speedster. Yeah, it's great. Great.
We
great,
saw
great,
we saw a lot of double speedster in Underdunk.
We did.
At least for the games that I was casting. Yeah.
Once again, Scarf on the Greedent, looking to get off to an early lead. Whaley able
nice.
to take a KO on Florigato there. That's a pretty nice little K opener for V1.
Yeah, and Scarf already getting pretty good lead. Got to be very careful as this Darkrai has a pretty fast clear coming out of the central area. Definitely the impact in this early game is going to be in Darkrai's favor relative to a reboot, unfortunately. You can see this pretty aggressive positioning. Got to be very careful if you're Riker. Got to be very wary of Pokemon in the tall grass, as Kyle loves to say. But Saotami is going to run directly to that back line. They already have one mark. They're going to be put to sleep. It's going to be a nice score here by Scarf right behind the enemy team. They may be KO'd here. Can they make it away? They do.
That's crazy. That is a character, a player that knows exactly the limits on that character. Pop the eject button, shielding from the berries, the orange berries. So I don't know. That seemed risky. I was like, "There's no way he gets out," but somehow Scarf does it.
I don't recall the interaction between Covet and Sleep. I know Sleep is a type of hindrance. It's a type of like soft hindrance. It's different than like say Blastoise or the Unite move from Umbreon. We'll have to see how that interaction goes, but I think Greedent and Covet is unsleepable.
Ooh.
I think.
We'll have to keep our eyes out on that because that could be a very good counter to Darkrai if we start seeing a lot of these things. But a nice little Blaze Kick connects onto the Darkrai, gonna try to hit this A button. That's gonna send Darkrai packing to the Pokemon Center. V1 looking to push forward on this T1 pad. Scarf able to get a nice another stack on in. Whaley's gonna have to retreat because Meowscarada is there for the response.
Yeah, V1's looking pretty good here. I would say in game number 1, they had a better look at this point in the game. Scarf was, I think, level 8 at this point. Looks like Liko in the bottom path, right next to their captain, Rustic. They are going to take a Blissey, scramble them for lunch. Same thing for this Kaz, going to be heading back to the Pokemon Center as well. And take a look at all of that points, all those points for this Greedent. It's going to be exactly what you want to see. Get that Greedent stacked up. It's belly full. And it's going to be doing a lot of damage in this late game, especially against two speedsters.
Able to close out that T1 goal zone, and now Riker on the Cinderace should be able to make quick work of this Regieleki by themselves. V1 migrating down to the bottom path for the winner. Snipe Shot connects onto Mew. That's going to force them back on their T1 pad. Regirock is the Reggie in the basement path. Version 1 able to start doing it, but on the top path, it looks like that was stolen away from Riker.
Yeah, unfortunate there, but it looks like the objective doesn't go onto the tier 1 goal zone. I think that was a smaller break. I think it was maybe a 6 or 7 point overcap, but Liko is going to be moving the pack forward, able to break this goal zone with a really nice overcap. I think that was a 40 followed by a 30, so one of the best overcaps you can get in the early game.
looking pretty good so far. We have a little bit of a scuffle in the central area. Blissful assistance onto the Meowscarada. Unable to do anything. Rustic's gonna go ahead and steal some of the shields. Greedent now stealing the show. Meowscarada is gonna be hiding in the tall grass, looking for an engage. Passive is broken. They're gonna be forced back to their T2. Musted Auto does not connect for the KO, and Greedent takes another.
Yeah, Rustic does go down. I think they went into that Unite move, but I don't think that's the most optimal character to land the Nightmare ability for the Darkrai. I think in the end game, this is going to be a little bit scary for version 1. Again, 2 speedsters, very devastating Unite moves in their own right, and that Darkrai, if they're able to land on either the Cinderace or the Inteleon, that should be a very easy KO for Saotami.
205.87 nearing the halfway mark. Version 1 still in pretty good control here. Not only just score-wise, but also pretty decent on the levels.
Yeah, halfway point of the game, like we were saying before, a really good lead for version 1. Again, they kind of lost that in the end game, so we're going to see how well this continues to develop. Sai is going to be the tool of choice to make some room for their team. Unfortunately, Wailord is going to be caught out on their own, but I think this is still a very good fight here for version 1. If they're able to take a couple of KOs, Psyduck is able to get away with that headache gauge, pushing Rustic and the Cinderace back just a little bit. Liko here to defend that tier 1 goal zone. This is exactly what you want to be for version 1. Make Goofy Goobers push forward and get those. Oh my gosh. A start, a KO streak of 3, a massive amount of experience going over to the Greedent. Now level 12 is one of your experienced leaders of the game.
That was massive by Scarf. Just fully harassing the side of Goofy Goobers. And like you said, already level 12. That's going to be a force to deal with. Liko, along with Riker, are able to take that basement Reggie for themselves pretty handily. With the zoning that Scarf has been able to do, similar to what they were able to accomplish in game 1, these objectives are going their way.
Yeah, they just got to make sure they protect Riker as best as they can. Really good eject button and appeal by Rustic, able to save Riker as they retreat back over to the bottom side of the field. Another fight breaking out here, and Scarf definitely having their MVP moment in game number 2. Liko is going to put their foot on the gas with this Azure Spy vision, but that vision is going to be put in a Nightmare. It's going to be a 1v1 scenario, and it's going to go in the way of Saotami. They are going to trade both of their carries, but like I was saying before, if any of these 2 attackers head to that Dark Dimension, should be a very easy KO for this Darkrai player.
And it ended up paying for it, right? They go down, they find the KO on the even level Inteleon, but they unfortunately go back down. Greedent able to secure that Regieleki. That's going to put a little bit more pressure on the side of Goofy Goobers on that T2 pad. Going to enable a little bit of experience farming for the side of version 1.
Got about a minute left, and both teams are about to disengage. Like we were talking about before, vision is always your friend. Scarf right now is getting a ton of vision on the top part of the map. Liko should be able to get to level 13, as you can see there in the left corner of your screen. We got about 40 seconds, Kyle. Let's go ahead and talk about endgame stuff. We already talked about Darkrai onto the 2 attackers. It's going to be Scarf's job to harass this Darkrai, to force that Unite move out onto maybe an unoptimal character. If they get it on these 2 attackers, that might be the game for version 1.
Rustic able to grab a little bit of vision. They are going to see this Darkrai here. Might try to put them in a mean look. Solar Beam is a little bit wide right, but Darkrai does find Rustic, going to try to chase them down. Doesn't quite get the KO. Musted Auto connects, but with some shields, that's going to keep them pretty healthy. But this Darkrai might be found out. This might be the fight here a little bit early. No KOs found just yet. We have the Infinite Belly Flop looking to go. Darkrai does fall in the fray. So does Meowscarada. Mew now down. This might be time for version 1 to go. Liko with a double KO.
This is exactly the situation they want to be. One thing they got to be very careful of is the Blissey. They have the Blissful Assistance. They need a target. So we can see here Max is heading into the central area, and they're going to go for the rip and flip. Exactly what you want to see with 3 members of Goofy Goobers having to watch as their team lose that secure against version 1. And this is going to be a game 3 scenario, version 1 striking back.
Huge plays, big comeback for them after losing that heartbreaking game number 1. They get the job done. They find those huge KOs right before Rayquaza and just take that momentum to, like you said, rip and flip. And You know, they had it this time. No heartbreaking Inteleon steal.
1 minute left. This is this is definitely high stakes Pokemon Unite here. Whoever wins this game, wins this set, I think is going to have a very difficult matchup going forward as they're in the upper part of the bracket. But they're going to try one more time. This has become the point of no return at this point. They need to score 50s on hundreds in double time from every single member, and version 1 has a lot of pads to give at this point.
KO's not going to help Goofy Goobers. A KO from Inteleon now make it 2, 3, 4, and just like that, dreams are dashed for Goofy Goobers here in game number 2. They're going to be going on to game 3, where winner's going to go on, loser's going to be going on to the lower side bracket. Another hundo burger flipped from version 1. That should just about do it here for game 2.
One thing that I've loved to see, especially in this last game here, is the development of leaders on their team. Right, when you see Rustic kind of going down in game number 1, Whaley picked up the slack with the Blissey, getting some vision, pushing that Dragonite in game number 1, and we saw it here as well. Rustic was kind of recalling back to the central area, or back to their home base. They recognized that Scarf was going in and decided to push the tempo with them. I love to see Whaley making these calls to help their team when their other leader is either recalling or they're down for the count at that point.
Huge. Look at these KO numbers. It's a little bit lopsided on this for the side of V1. 9, 8, 9, 2, 1, and then the highest KO or on the side of Goofy Goobers, the 5 from the Darkrai. Not a single KO from Masquerada. And take a look at the bands. I think they're pretty similar outside of that Miraidon.
Yeah, Miraidon's just the best attacker in the game, right next to his Inteleon, and I'm gonna say this: I think Liko is one of the best Inteleon players in the world.
Yeah,
like Liko. This is his UCS debut, but Liko's Inteleon is something what dreams are made on. Like he is the ability of this player to hit those snipe shots in key moments has been so critical for the success of version 1.
Yeah, I'd probably put Liko, Flareons. You got to put, Yeet Fan or Relics, I guess is the new name for them. Kind of up there with, the top Inteleon players, right? Like, I think Liko's right up there. I think, just might be a little bit of bias because I do love V1, but I think Liko's got to be at least in the conversation. And I think you're going to start seeing people talk about it.
I think so too.
97K on the Greedent is insane.
I mean, they were being so mean. They were so mean.
Like I put it in chat, but it literally looks like the way you play Rapidash.
Yeah.
The way that Scarf is playing it. I was like, just run in, belch, run away, come back, belch, like do half their health, leave. Like I was like, wow, yeah, Rapidash's ban doesn't matter. Just play Cup of Belch Greedent. Ask Siri.
Asking Siri, is Greedent
horse?
Is Greedent horse?
Squirrel and
Are squirrels horses?
Are squirrels horses in Pokemon Unite?
Josh,
I made that comment in
so true.
Sorry, go ahead, Husky.
I saw that Josh said Ribbon was playing Snipe before anyone. Before it was cool. So true.
I just remember Spraggles. What was it? A year 2. Been telling in North America, stop playing Snipe Shot.
Because they couldn't hit their shots, man.
Yeah, I know.
And it was when Liquidation was so strong, too. It was just more consistent. It was at a point where Liquidation was doing as much as Snipe Shot, but it was doing more damage because it was simply more consistent. So even at parity and damage, the more consistent ability would just reign supreme. Kind of going back to our the Greedent and Rapidash conversation, I think I brought this up in Underdunk, but one of the, I guess, unfortunate things about Rapidash is that it takes up the space of Greedent just a lot better. And we've seen a pretty keen example in these last 2 games of what a fully enabled Greedent looks like, and it looks like a Rapidash at level 5.
Yeah.
It gets online a lot faster. It doesn't require as much, I guess, effort, would say. You wouldn't put Greedent in the central area, whereas you can do that with Rapidash. And it does all the same things. I think Rapidash right now, it is a speedster categorically, but it was an all-rounder for a
Yeah.
long time, for at least all of its inception in the PTS. And I think all they did was change that color in the background, didn't change its damage, didn't change its HP reserves. It is just an all-rounder cosplaying as a speedster.
Seriously. And its stats were always speedster. Yeah. Yeah, that was weird. So I wonder if like I don't know, they thought about doing it as speedster.
Yeah.
Comparable to the other specials.
I'm just not like a huge fan of I guess that like archetypes, they can eventually run out of archetypes, right? I just don't like that certain archetypes eventually supersede others because that leads to less variety overall.
True.
This is very much similar of like how Lapras and Blastoise are always handing off the reins of like a top path carry defender. They occupy the same space very much. I think Blastoise is a little bit better as the more traditional support defender, whereas Lapras is more of an attack defender.
True.
But this is very similar for like Rapidash and Greedent, which is odd to say because they are very different categories. Like speedsters and defenders are more different than any other category.
Oh yeah. I'm trying to think if there's anything. I mean, maybe no. Yeah.
Like an attack defender would be kind of like
Yeah.
on that same parallel,
Yeah.
but like even some attackers can be bulky, like Armarouge, for example.
True.
You can kind of play that in the pseudo defender position. It doesn't have like crowd control hindrance like a defender, but it occupies space. Sylveon kind of occupies that space as like a defender attacker as well.
Yeah, with the mystical fire.
Bulky attacker.
Yeah. Pedal Dance, Giga Drain, Binu.
Tank Decidueye, let's go.
Tank Decidueye.
Bro.
I'm looking at the bracket. We got Team Growth did take game number 1 against Fellows. I think they're in game 2 right now.
Security's playing against LG.
Oh no.
Good luck.
Good luck, Security.
Yeah, TM got a game off of ignorance. It's huge.
Did they really?
Tagang moves forward.
That's great.
Team Shock Rush Hour wins over Team Shock. This bottom side of bracket or pool number 1 is
Yeah.
I'm curious to see who comes out here. I think most would say that this should be an easy qualification for Team YT. But
I'm not so sure.
let me see this nameless 7C. I could see this nameless team making a deep run.
Done this.
This is
Oh, Sosa and Blush.
Yeah.
Game Zone, Curtin. Yeah. Yeah, I could see them making a run.
I can
too.
see this nameless team and Team YT in a qualification game, but
that's how
let's
you
see.
pronounce T-Gang.
Of the
Yeah.
4, T-Gang.
T-Gang. Alrighty, we got game 3.
This is a huge game for both of these teams.
Game 3, version 1. Ooh, I kind of like this composition for version 1. I am a little bit worried here for Goofy Goobers if they don't get this Tinkaton online in time, you know?
Wow.
Yeah, that's a
What is this comp? They have Charizard, Tinkaton, Sableye? Holy.
What EV is this? Umbreon. Okay, so they take
And
away
they're sending-
Umbreon from Rustic. Ooh, and
And wait, this is a carry Umbreon.
it's a carry
What is
Umbreon, yeah.
happening?
What is going
Carry
on?
Umbreon top, Sableye to support, Tinkaton bottom path against an intel. Oh boy.
K opener for Scarf taking out the Sableye. I was about to talk about how I like how Sableye can kind of counter this Zacian to kind of take away their cash. But, you know, when they're in the Pokemon Center, can't really do much about it.
Yeah, Scarf doesn't really mind losing their Eos energy because I think they're stacking.
Yeah.
And stacking Zacian isn't super out of unordinary. I think there are some Asian teams that have been playing stacking Zacian because they want to lean into the secure that Zacian has. And they have some pretty decent secure on their team already. They have Inteleon, Miraidon, kind of decent, not the best, but still can in some situations. But this Tinkaton is Tinkaton has been struggling, in my opinion, both in top and bottom path.
Ooh, what's struggling right now is Goofy Goobers is version 1 able to basically just leave crumbs, and they even grab those from those Altaria family. Sableye is going to engage on Scarf, but might have been a bad choice because they're going back to the Pokemon Center to carry Umbreon next on the chopping block from the Sword Doggo.
Oh, Blissey Zacian, Comfey Zacian, you put anything next to a Zacian, it's scary.
Yeah.
And I think Scarf, very much like in every game so far, Goofy Goobers has lost this pad, or lost this lane kind of tremendously.
Yeah, early on, too. Tink able to push in, keep Liko at least at bay for the time being, but they're able to grab the secure on that contested experience. Zacian gonna take all of the central area Altaria family for themselves. And man, yeah, version 1 putting the pedal to the metal early on.
Have two formerly known EX Pokemon, Zacian. Oh man, this Tinkatuff is not looking very tough at the moment right now. They're being chased out of their own speed flux zone. They have enough points. They actually don't have enough points to break this year. They're going to score with Scarf to get maybe their last stack. But yeah, this is not looking good for Goofy Goobers. I don't know what their plan was in draft. Let's take a look. Let's try to peel it away here. Let's try to find some silver lining, like Charizard. Maybe if they can land on any of the attackers, but the attackers have some pretty decent mobility tools across themselves. They have Slowbro, who is most likely just going to be locking in on this Charizard. That is the ideal choice for that. So,
yeah, I was gonna say Charizard unites. Rustic just shoots them with the slow beam and puts a stop to that, I think. Regirock in the basement path. Liko is gonna start tapping that, try to take this down. Version 1 in full control of this basement path, but here comes this Trevenant. Might be looking for an engage point. Slowbro is able to chunk some down, but Sableye does hit them, and now it's Goofy Goobers. There's that Unite move from Charizard, takes down Liko. Not only that, but it's Inteleon! Inteleon's able to take that for themselves. Holy cow.
Massive play by Liko, using that Azure Spy Vision to get a little bit of shield, ejects onto the objective, and quite literally shotguns the Regirock in their favor. Now they're getting a couple of KOs here in the bottom path. Sableye is the first to fall. Saotami does not have their Unite move, but they're kind of caught out here. They got to retreat back over to the right side of the field, but here comes the rest of the team. Slow Beam, in the nick of time, stops this Charizard from retreating.
We're going to look to push this T1 pad. Sableye is going to put a stop to that, steal some of the money. So good response here from Goofy Goobers. Haven't lost anybody yet, but Riker on this Miraidon. It's this time. Blissful Assistance right on. We're going to get maybe a KO here. Tinkaton now is looking to put a stop to it. Another Unite move coming up from Riker on this Miraidon. Pushing forward to the goal zone. Able to break it, and that's the first goal zone down for V1.
This Bright Future Meteor Storm might allude to a bright future for version 1 if they're able to win this game. They are looking so strong in game number 3. Level 11 on the Zacian. Currently your level leader of the game. Well on their way to level 13. They haven't even closed out this goal zone. So not only are they just denying the enemy team from getting levels, they are giving all of these neutral farm over to Scarf, who is now about to be level 12 on the battlefield.
Oh, 4-person push here for Goofy Goobers. Does pull Whaley into the danger of the center of the path. She's going to be going back to the Pokemon Center. There's another Unite move from Charizard. They're looking to burninate the countryside. They're able to take down the Zacian. Azure Spy Vision out from Liko. On this Inteleon, going to have to burn their eject to keep away from the Tinkaton. Charizard might be caught here. There's that slow beam. They're going back to the Pokemon Center. Great response here. Version 1 going to clean up it. Riker with the double KO.
I'll be honest, like this goal zone break by Goofy Goobers, great for positioning, but honestly, this is net positive for version 1. They were able to get a lot of KOs. That Charizard Tinkaton went down, really high value experience from those two Pokemon specifically, but now as you can see, top left corner of your screen, you got those Indeedys, even more experience for Riker.
We have another basement Regirock here for version 1. They're going to start lining this up. Should be relatively free for them. No contest from the Goobers. So Regirock going in the handbag for version 1. Unite move, it's Chaos Glower, but it does not send the Zacian to base. They're able to cleanse it and stay protected.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Sableye tried to light up the Zacian. Unfortunately, they get lit up on their own. Really good positioning for Goofy Goobers to take this Regieleki off of the field. It's not going to give them a whole lot of advantage here, but take a look at this play from Max. Is going to pull the Zacian back over to the right side of the field, force out both the enhanced variations of agility, followed by an eject button as well. Right feature Meteor Storm. Last hit, able to land onto the Charizard, and really good engagement here by Goofy Goobers, but version 1 staying composed in the pocket, is able to stay alive and also get a bunch of knockouts too.
Oh, they're gonna try to maybe close out this goal zone because getting the Lucky won't do a whole lot. So good response here from the Goobers. Try to prevent that, but unfortunately a 6-point dunk here is gonna allow this T2 pad push from this Regieleki that version 1 was just awarded after that huge team fight.
We have 1 minute left. Very high stakes game for either team. Charizard's going to try to make some room, maybe get some vision as the rest of the team takes the Regieleki off of the field. 1 minute left. And I feel like we know what the end game situation is for either of these teams, but let's just go ahead and review it once again. Charizard needs to land on either of these two attackers. Rustic, best Unite move. One of the best Unite moves in the game is the perfect counter to that Charizard Unite move. But one thing that Rustic has maybe kind of struggled in this last minute before the final stretch is losing their life here before the final stretch begins. So they got to be very careful, especially if the Charizard decides to use that Unite move even on the Slowbro itself.
Sableye looking for a 40-point cap. They are found by this Miraidon. Gonna maybe X-speed around and try to stay out of dodge. Because like you said, there's still this Rayquaza that's looming in the next 10 seconds. A basement Regispawn, but neither team interested in it.
There's a really interesting opportunity here. The Sableye goes for a back cap, and version 1 just flips it on them. They will essentially make this a 3v5. The slow beam lands on the correct targets here, and here we go. The Zacian starting to work onto the Rayquaza. They're kind of slow to start on this flip. Sableye able to get an 80 point. That does give them the lead. Charge beam going into the back line. Both teams are going to reset.
Slowbro looking for an engage point. Tinkaton now coming in for a flank on the backside. We have a KO, and Teleon's able to take it out. There goes Charizard, taken to the skies, looking to take him down. There's that slow beam. 2 members down for Goofy Goobers. Blissey goes down. Unite move from Miraidon. There are 4 members down. It's just this Trevenant. Rayquaza getting super low. Are they going to be able to take out this last one? The Rayquaza is now about 4th half. Sableye just spawning, but that's not going to be it. It's going to be version 1. Riker able to get it done. They just need to get their points in.
Yeah, that's exactly what we kind of pictured here for an endgame team fight. Charizard lands onto the Zacian. Rustic just waiting in the tall grass in that pixel bush. Slow beams them down. Blissful assistance into the mosh pit, and it exploded after that. 1 minute left, and version 1 is going to win a very decisive Game 3 win. Is going to move them on to the winners quarterfinals now.
This is a great win for them. You kind of got a little bit spooked there at the beginning, you know, losing game number 1, but they maintained composure throughout. And this is a good Goofy Goobers team. They just won the Underdunk competition a couple of nights ago. So definitely no slouches in their own regard. So this is a fantastic win at the really, you know, I think this is the second match of the day for them. So they got to feel good. But depending on who wins out of that side, you know, might be orange juicers on the block next for them.
Yeah, there's last formalities here, but a huge win, like we've been saying, for version 1. Probably a little bit biased on the side of the casters, just a little bit, but I think unbiasedly, let's talk about this draft, Goobers. What's going on? What happened
I want to
here?
know what the bans were. I mean, maybe Leafeon once again or Shifu likely, right?
Yeah, but they're just. I think one of the Greeded, love it.
They banned the Greeded.
I love it.
I mean,
love it. Respect.
fair,
Super
fair. But then you just have to deal with Scarf on the Zacian.
But just like, what were your options here, right? Let's take a look at this, right? Hoopa on the field, Eldegoss on the field, I mean, Psyduck is down, but like where does the Sableye come into play?
I think
Like their early game is horrendous. Like
Yeah.
across all 5 members of Goofy Goobers, their early game is atrocious.
I think in like
Charmander,
Char.
Tinkatink,
If you can pick
Umbreon,
anything
Phantom.
yeah, that's tough. I think in theory, Sableye is okay against like the double EX because, you know,
Thanks.
that interaction with Eos Energy, but at the same time, like it just, I don't know, it didn't work out.
Like even with that though, it takes away one of the 4 abilities that Zacian gets. Like even if you don't have enhanced, like Zacian is still a very scary character without Eos
it's
Energy.
very.
You take away some of the energy and then you get slashed 50 times because you had like a really fast auto attack speed.
Right. Oh, that's tough. That's tough.
I
Like
don't
let's
know
think
how
about
you
like
pick
some of the
Char at all, ever.
Yeah.
It doesn't do any damage.
The Tinkaton actually did the most damage across their team, but like Liko, 104,000 damage. Like
Yeah, Liko was hitting.
That player is
like Liko was
uncontested.
hitting.
Like what would have been really good is like instead of like if they wanted to keep this core, right? Their core is double defender plus all rounder, right? Buzzwole instead of Charizard.
Let's see if we could get game 3 of
Buzzwole,
Team Growth.
Blaziken. You saw like a hint of Blaziken there, like Blaziken instead of Tinkaton. It's a poor early game. Instead of Sableye, you can maybe do Leafeon. It kind of does very similar things. Like it gets a lot of vision. It's the burst damage you need into the attackers. Yeah, I don't know, man.
I do want to see
we-
that game, Kyle.
What's
we
that?
should pull that up.
Team, yeah,
let's
game
do the
Pull
growth.
that up,
Yeah, let's do that.
Growth and fellas. You two want to
Yeah.
take it?
Yeah, sure.
Or
Sure.
Draco, do you need a break? Because I think
No, I'll do this one. I'll do this one, and then I'll take a break. So
Alright,
we'll have
okay.
2 new casters for a fresh set. What's up, Fu? I saw you joined.
All right.
Woo!
This is 1-1 right now, heading into game number 3 of this set, and we've got Squirtle on the Espeon, and we've got the Dodrio now coming in somehow. So, and they're going 3 top. What is this?
What is it? What is this?
All right, fellas. What are we doing with their comp 2? We have like triple defenders. Basically, it's triple defenders. I mean, Wigglytuff is another one of those Pokemon that's categorically fluid. It's a term that I've coined ever since the metagame really started to develop into these not categorically concrete Pokemon. Wigglytuff is kind of one of those defender supporter like Pokemon, kind of like Psyduck is.
So we're just going rotate comp, I guess. We do have this Greedent in the bottom path. It's going to be the Greedent versus Dodrio for most annoying player on the field, I feel like. Looking for that level 5 as Ego is not able to get it there. But Greedent is just about to grab their level 5 here because they have an EXP share on that Mew. We've got 3 defenders, and one of them's not wearing the EXP share. 2 of them aren't wearing the EXP share. Instead, we've got Mew on the support role.
Got a couple of rotations from either side. Mew coming back down to the bottom path once again. Egoist is going to take a bunch of damage as they make their way back to the left side of the field. Another Greedent coming out to play again. I think that is Cacao making some sweet plays as they make their way down to the bottom path. But a double defender composition in the top path supported by, I think this is Martine's ace. I don't recall a lot of Dragonite players, but I recall Martine playing a ton of Dragonite, having a lot of success for this team, I think, in last year's UCS events.
This Wigglytuff with the Dragonite, just kind of following it around, making sure the Dragonite can get those Dragon Dances off is going to be absolutely huge for them. Focus Band is popped on that Wigglytuff. Ripto going to have to head toward the central area now, but 2 members of Team Growth are also moving toward there. I mean, they're just going to kind of let the Greedent do what the Greedent wants, right?
Yeah, anytime the Green does what it wants, it kind of runs you over, as we saw Scarf do in that last set, but another big team fight here in the central area. Wigglytuff the first to go down, Snorlax just respawning back onto the field. Blastoise is going to get cooked in its shell. Yoru is kind of caught on their own, and we got a level 7 Greedent on the field, Husky. This is not a good look here for Team Growth in this early game. They are at level parity, but like I was saying before, a Greedent at level parity is not the same as a level 7 Dodrio.
Yeah, I mean, this Dragonite is going to need to get that level 8 as soon as possible for them to really start doing work, but it doesn't look like Martine's going to have any trouble with that as they tick into it right here. And now we just have Momo down in this bottom path looking for anything to contest probably won't be able to do it, but Team Growth is going to take their duties elsewhere. Just go ahead and break this top path. They figure, Greedent's down there, we're gonna head up here and see what we can do.
This is an Assurance special. Team Assurance was the team that Squirtle's Den was on for the Indigo League a couple of months ago. And one of the strategies they did very often was break this tier 1 goal zone on the top path very, very early on and try to lean in to an early score lead, especially when they have a Dragonite on the other side of the field. Like it makes the end game scenario a lot easier if you have a level lead going into the Rayquaza, or a score lead going into the Rayquaza fight. But still very close game between the two teams. 4 points. Ripto might be the first to fall here in the central area, but they are able to make it back to the left side of the field.
Yeah, this is an interesting play here. We have the eject button now on top of Ripto. They will end up going down to the stored power on that Espeon, but I do like the play for Team Growth. Just try to lead into the score here, but instead they are going to just leave that Alecki up in the top path to be dealt with by the Blastoise, while Buzzwole makes quick work of that Dragonite. Looks like they want to push onto this tier 1 pad.
Now, as the tier 1 goal zones go down, head into the middle portion of the game, 111 to 120. Let's take a look at our field state. Level 10 on our dojo is the highest on the field. I would say the impact, though, of this dojo, kind of like I was saying in the earlier part of this game, probably not as impactful as a Greedent at level parity. Is about to be level 11 very quickly here. Blastoise going to kick up a couple of members, but they are kind of caught out on their own. Not really anyone with significant damage to follow up on that. They're going to put the, I think that is the dojo to sleep. The Blastoise is going to be the first to fall in this top path. Mew is going to go into the Mystical Mirage to maybe cleanse some of that damage on Buyoru, followed by the Dragonite is going to get that knockout.
They're just kind of walking around the map, honestly. Like, they're going to try to match where Greedent's at walking around the map, and Team Growth trying to do the same thing. Like, just have presence everywhere you can at any possible moment. Right now, Psyduck in a little bit of trouble popping their Unite move, but they did buy some time. Snorlax is going to be able to get in to stop that Dragonite score, but let's see if they can actually hold the defense against 5 players of Fellas, and it looks like they will. Buzzwole catching Greedent for a moment in that superpower, forcing them to back away.
Love the Snorlax pick, by the way. It does really good at stopping auto attack Pokemon like Dragonite, like Decidueye, Cinderace. It kind of prevents them from doing what they want to do. And it's exactly this, right? As soon as Martine gets all of those auto attacks into an objectives, those Dragonite stacks up, you can do massive amounts of damage into objectives. As you can saw there, Regieleki going down with almost 25% HP left in his HP reserves. It looks like the Green's going onto the tier 1 goal zone with that belly flop, trying to get some damage, trying to make some space for this Regieleki to crash in. This is going to be a really nice overcap if they get this in, but Snorlax is going to take a nap on 3 members on their side of the field.
They're going to try to stop this Regieleki, and they won't. They will just let it go ahead and walk in. Fellas United definitely has a little bit of a lead now. They can be comfortable with their score lead, so the strategy of the early break into the Regieleki push did not really work out for Team Growth the way that they would have liked to at this point, but they are holding on. I mean, level disparity is not huge, score disparity is not huge, and everyone's going to start pivoting down for this Regirock in the bottom path.
Couple of Unite moves on either side. Mystical Mirage, the Wigglytuff Unite move, Starlit Recital, still available to them as well. I think Team Growth is going to opt for just to get their experience on their side of the field. Psyduck is going to try to make a valiant effort to get a steal on that Regirock. Fortunately, it's going to go on over to Fellas United. It's a pretty quiet game as we head into the last quarter of this game. 32 points separates these two teams. Dodrio doing what they do so well, getting vision, but they are going to be hounded by Fellas United. Electro Ball is going to find its mark here, but they are going to find a green in the tall grass. Can they make it back home? I think the green might continue to move on forward, but really nice effort by Egoist, able to make it back to their side of the field without losing their life.
Yeah, the Greedent just sitting there in the tall grass with a belch prepared is absolutely terrifying. They're able to take away that blue buff as well. They are level 12 at this point. We don't have yet a level 13 on this Espeon, and not even a level 12 yet on this Buzzwole, which is very, very needed for Team Growth heading into this final fight. They have some time to look for some farm, but right now Anbu trying to 1v1 this Greedent might not be the best situation, because here comes this Wigglytuff.
Yeah, Wigglytuff does so well in this early game against Buzzwole. I mean, you can see this Buzzwole only level 11, and it's been this picture all throughout the game. Wigglytuff just does so well. It's a Pokemon that loves to stack, and this Buzzwole is one of those Pokemon that get a lot of value in that superpower damage when it has fully weighted attack weight stacks. Egoist is level 14. It's definitely a Pokemon that you're going to want to watch in this end game, but I think if there's a Pokemon that I'm going to be continuously watching and seeing what it does, it's going to be Martine on this Dragonite.
And here they go. They are going to move forward. Momo's already getting very, very low. Huge catch right there. Nobody going down quite yet. The Starlight Recital is out. Here comes the Hydro Typhoon. Buzzwole. Quick work made of them. They are just not high enough level to sustain any of the damage coming out from Fellas. And Dragonite is already in the pit looking to chip down at Rayquaza.
Yeah, they can very easily pivot onto the central area objective. Triple Trample is going to find its way onto the Mew, able to get a knockout there. Martine continuously building up those Dragon Dance stacks, but also just using it on enemy team members. I think the Rayquaza is getting really low. Charles is really the only one here in the central area. Greedent able to pull that one away from Fellas United. Another really strong securing tool. Dragonite is going to make an impact with the Draco impact on the tier 2. Is going to crash that goal zone down.
That Wigglytuff just made it so difficult for Team Growth to do what they wanted to do. I mean, great pick of the stored power into this team composition, but unfortunately, the Dodrio could not make the impact it wanted. The Buzzwole could not make the impact it wanted. It barely got to level 12 by the end of that match, and that is just not what you want to see. I mean, something like a Buzzwole that really depends on hitting every single one of its combination moves going into something like a Wiggly Greedent, just not the best draft choice, in my opinion. There could have been some better options for them with more consistency because Greedent in the hindrance resistance, you've got Wigglytuff that just puts you right to sleep, and unfortunately the Buzzwole could just not do that much.
A lot of crowd control on the side of Fellas United. They have Sleep, which is just such a really strong ability to have, a really strong status condition to provide to your team. Blastoise did really well in that kind of more traditional defender category. And Greedent, another game, seeing it do so well if they get an early game lead. Excuse me.
Yeah. Greedent just looking really solid. I feel like a lot of players just kind of have this in their back pocket. And at this point, bringing this Pokemon out in such a meta where being tanky and just kind of the dive and run ends up working out, you can just play it kind of in that more speedster-ish role. Like, honestly, like as a dive speedster harasser type of role and just kind of outlast a lot of the squishy side of the enemy team. And it's been looking really good. I kind of really like these Greedent picks.
That was game 3 between these two. So Fellas United making a pretty deep bracket run. They are now in the winners quarterfinal. They need 2 more set wins to qualify for tomorrow. And if you want to take a look at the bracket, I think we do have the bracket pinned, Kyle, correct? Cool thing I like to see here. I mean, version 1, Fellas United, Brouhaha, all teams that were part of the various leagues that we've been hosting, making it very far in today's event. So as an organizer, love to see it.
Yeah, I'm looking. It looks like we were talking about the Brouhaha match. It would have been cool to see that one because that also went 2-1.
Oh, yeah.
And they came out on
Yeah.
top there. So Banana Baller still did take a game off them. Might not be the last that we see of that team. Right now, what's going on? OJ is going to go up against LB Gaming. Winner of that will play V1, which should be good. We have Sanguine Pocket Rockets currently in a 1-1 as well. And also continuing to wait on the Nemesis game. It looks like they dropped a match to Ratatouille. Who's on that team?
Ratatouille?
Who's on that team? It's
It should be Rattata
Artryu. It's Sneaky Seal's team.
Oh, nice.
And Reggie, Sneaky Seal,
Is
Artryu,
Artillery playing?
Mac.
Oh my god, Art's playing.
Yeah.
I don't know
Yeah,
if you
so they
guys, I don't
dropped a
know if
game
either
for
of you
them.
two were in the Unite scene in like year 1, year 2, but Artillery was the best Greedent in the world.
Yeah, I remember. I was
Like the
like not like in the community, but I was like familiar. And
yeah,
I remember the Greedent.
it was, I forget the team they were on. I think it was maybe like Team Shine. They could have been on Muck's old team. I forget the name. We were just talking about their name of their team, but Arteriu was the only player to successfully play Greedent top in remote stadium. Like when it was 1-1-3, it was like Lucario Greedent.
Yeah. And you only played Lucario,
Lucario
and
top,
archery you played Greedent.
green top. Yeah,
That's
yeah.
it. Yeah, it's interesting to see Nemesis drop there, but that's like Nemesis is one of those teams that just does so well when they're on. I feel like that's so much of NA, but like
Oh
it's
yeah.
if there's the competition, if they get out drafted, if they get out rotated, like they can really lose their composure and drop games, and like sometimes it happens. Even though like these top teams are the top teams, like there's so much competition still.
Mhm. A couple other games to watch. We have our first winners quarterfinal game. I think Ignorance and Tigang.
Ooh,
Tigang
that'd be a good
is
one.
that's a good one too. I think two very close in level teams.
Do I have that game? Let's check. Not
And then
yet.
Team YT and War Legion is also
Ooh,
Yeah,
that's a
nice,
good
feeling they're
one.
starting.
nice to
That's
see
also
War Legion making a deep run. This is
Yeah,
a team from Puerto
Chunti.
Rico.
Hell yeah, Chunti.
yeah, they
Yeah.
2-0'd standing on business.
They stood on business.
They stood all the way on
They
business.
stood on standing on business.
Dang.
They stood
Yeah.
on losers bracket instead.
Yeah, Slasher, believe in yourself. You can take down the orange juicers.
Whoa, T3 is in the losers bracket already.
No way. Oh, but they. I thought that said Nemesis, Nameless. That I mean, we thought Nameless was gonna do pretty well in that side of the bracket. So
Yeah,
that's a tough seeding matchup for T3.
Mm-hmm.
eh, eh, eh.
Who's on Nameless?
That's like Sosa, Blush,
Game Zone.
Game Zone, yeah,
Ian.
Kurtan.
Okay. Familiar
Ooh, I do have
people, but,
I do
T3
have
shouldn't be
Ignorance
struggling there.
in T Gang if we wanted to watch that. That one is up right
Yeah,
now.
yeah, let's look at that one.
And then I think is Foo here? Yeah, Foo's here. Welcome, Foo.
Hey, Foo.
Hello. I will take this one as a break.
Sick.
Let me
Sick.
me-
Husky, do you and I want to take this one?
Yeah.
Since we haven't gotten a cast
Yeah.
together today. And
Yeah,
then
let's
we'll do
Yeah,
Draku
we'll let
and
Foo do.
Draku and Drake Foo. Drake Foo?
Drake Fu. Fuson.
Foo is the ship name.
The ship name. All right, so we got Ignorance is going to be on the
Okay,
left
I have
side.
it set up.
Teeing
Drafu.
Drafu.
Miku. Yeah.
It's
Hatsune
me,
Draku.
Draku.
Miku.
It's me.
All right. We've got the Darkrai coming in.
All right, have fun, y'all.
Routine on the Aegislash. That's a fun one to see. I kind of like this composition for Ignorance right now. It's looking nice.
They always like doing some different things. I was wondering if it was going
Wait,
to be.
that's an EXP share Darkrai.
I was wondering. I was like, that's gotta be something funny. XP share Darkrai, the Rex special.
That is, I'm interested to see how this goes. I mean, honestly, Darkrai being a Pokemon that doesn't evolve, has a lot of CC, it just kind of is the perfect Pokemon to throw an EXP share on early game. The problem is it still needs a lot of EXP late game, so I wonder how they're going to be able to balance that here. But so far, Gibble able to grab a lot of that experience in the bottom path, but against a Snorlax and a Mewtwo Y, that is going to be quite rough.
Yeah, XP share on the Mewtwo Y as well, as Gibble is able to take away that.
Wait, hold on. Top path Snorlax, we're going to see Flail Snorlax?
It might be. I don't know.
What's happening in the club?
This is wild. The only thing that's not wild is this Ceruledge along with this Doublade in the central area. I actually really like Protein Shake on this Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, this is a player that has a wide Pokemon pool, but their Aegislash is something I always like to see. 850s and 3 members of each side in the top path making quick work of those birds, but nobody going down, nobody really even getting low.
Urshifu, along with this Wigglytuff in the bottom path. It is a Wicked Blow Urshifu, and it got a little bit of a Mage Pika going as the Wicked Blow is able to secure that.
I like the Mage Pika here a lot. There's not really much range on that side, and you need something to counter the range of the Mewtwo Y. It doesn't have to be anything crazy for range, like an Inteleon or a Spirit Shackle, but just having a little bit of range is definitely helpful. So I do like seeing that here.
8-minute birds about to spawn in the central area. Mewtwo Y is Mega Evolve, found out by the Darkrai. Able to cleanse that. Birds are here. All 5 members of T-Gang
Wow.
make quick work of that. Gone before it even hits the map, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, they saw that everybody on T-Gang, literally all 5 members, were heading toward that central area, so I like the play of Ignorance to just kind of leave it alone. Like, get your vision, but just prioritize scoring, at least get some value. But now they might be overstaying their welcome just a little bit. 12 points trying to go in for that Darkrai, not able to get it because there is that Snorlax there, as well as the Cerulege. They will go down, though, to the Darkrai.
Darkrai, XP share Darkrai making quick work of that. However, I do think that T-Gang was able to get a ton of value. And look at this Husky. We have a rollout Wiggly.
Wow, that is an interesting pick. I mean, if you hit your rollouts, this could be good here. I see a lot of scenarios in which grabbing that Pikachu, since it doesn't have Unstoppable on a Volt Tackle, could be very good, but I really do feel like Sig's just always better. But you know what? Trust the process. Seeing a Wiggly at all is exciting.
Regieleki going over to the side for Ignorance. Wicked Blow is starting to line up this Regirock, able to take it down for T-Gang. So they trade objectives here.
Yeah, I don't mind that play at all. I think I like breaking top path and going for that Regieleki. Me and Draku talked a little bit about it in the previous set that we watched, but I don't know how much value Ignorance is actually going to be able to get out of it. They used the eject button on Jupiter there, looking for the Cerulege, but they did back up instead, so no value was gotten out of the Regieleki, but besides a little bit of map pressure, I guess, and a little bit of a score lead, but Ignorance has not been able to pull away quite yet.
Wigglytuff just rolling out between some walls. Nice little wood hammer there from Trevenant. It's going to force T-Gang to retreat back to the safety of their pad. Mewtwo Y Scythe strikes the support Darkrai, but doesn't quite get the KO. 2 abnormal supports duking it out.
I mean, I guess now that I'm thinking about it, the rollout Wiggly with the Unstoppable into a Darkrai seems pretty good. You can just kind of avoid some of the stuff that Darkrai wants to do, as well as the Trevenant with a ton of CC there. So I don't mind it here. I am going to be watching it very closely, but so far it hasn't really done too much. We do have Mewtwo Y, though, looking for a little bit of a stun on that Darkrai, but neither team wants to commit quite yet. We do have Jupiter in the back line, Kyle.
Power Nap from Snorlax. All the Unite moves getting expended. The Revenant Rend is out from the Cerulege. They're looking to continue pressing onwards. Scribblenaught might be getting caught between a rock and a hard place. Pikachu pops their Unite. Great block from Snorlax pushes them into danger as Pikachu is set back into the Pokemon Center. This fight is raging on. Kuz de Grass able to come out from this Aegislash. That's going to push on forward. Wide Guard blocks the Wicked Blow, and they take a double KO as this Garchomp is hitting their A button. They're taking more names, more numbers, and points going in for Ignorance.
Now that I'm watching this right now, Darkrai taking down Mewtwo Y inside the worst nightmare, I feel like the actual worst nightmare of the EXP share Darkrai is just taking somebody out of the fight as a complete distraction.
Yeah.
Like, they can just be like, well, you know, if I go down, I go down. I just have to stall for enough time for my team to do something. Because even if Darkrai goes down there, whoever they've got in their Unite move comes back, and everybody on Ignorance is ready to take them down. So you could kind of, like, in that way, with the communications that a 5-stack has, use it as a distraction tool, more like a supporter Unite move, which I kind of love. I kind of love this EXP share Darkrai.
I do too. We have a Regieleki fight, and that's going to go ahead and be taken by T-Gang. Another Pikachu Thunderstorm is going to hit the map, but no Thunderstorm warning as they're going to be going back to the Pokemon Center at the hands of this Cerulege. Ignorance going to be forced to deal with the Regieleki. It is at half. They should be able to defend this just fine. Good zoning here from the rest of the squad to keep them T-Gang at bay, but it's kind of going in this Flail Snorlax way.
Yeah, the Flail Snorlax, I mean, as it gets lower, it does just more and more damage. And the Garchomp is great for that exact reason because as it does more damage, it hits more basic attacks, it heals up. But the Snorlax can kind of counter that because it can just contest it at the same time because it's dealing more damage to the Garchomp with its basic attacks than it can heal. So in a 1v1, it could come out on top in that situation, which is what we saw.
U2Y gonna lock onto this Trevenant,
Ooh,
but
ooh.
Pikachu flips that Uno reverse card and makes Mewtwo pay for their crimes. 261 to 62, 3 minutes left in the match, a minute until the final stretch.
That is a great pick there for that Pikachu, and they're going to want to try to grab their level 13, but it seems like they should be able to with a little bit more farm. Noticeably, there's 2 level 13s on T-Gang right now, and that is not the case for Ignorance. So in terms of levels, Ignorance has to prioritize grabbing some level 13s, and Snorlax is one of those level 13s, so they've got all their upgraded moves. That could be scary.
That's going to be pretty helpful to take out that Wigglytuff. It is not too bad because there's still plenty of time. 20 seconds left till the final stretch now. Basement Reggie spawn, it's a Reg Ice, but I think both teams are going to just go ahead and ignore that.
Yeah, just prioritizing instead, positioning, and look at the Garchomp standing up there in that tall grass, but they may have just gotten caught out. Their disguise was not enough. They are not a Mimikyu, so they're going to have to back up for a little while, but they do have vision now on pretty much everybody on T-Gang's side, and now Snorlax getting into the pit, Kyle.
Oh, double KO for this support Darkrai. Mewtwo-Y goes down. Wigglytuff just going to be forced to utilize their Unite move to survive. They're going to be going down as 3 members down. Ignorance in full control here. Pikachu pops their Unite move. Revenant runs out. A coup de grace! Able to take the Rayquaza. Ignorance making their way to the goal zones.
Wow, and a triple KO by Neon on the Pikachu. They're going to move in looking for the Mewtwo-Y, but 2 members of Ignorance coming in there with some shields. Garchomp is going to be able to break that goal zone, and Pikachu does grab the Mewtwo-Y. Rollout finally finding some targets, which we did not see throughout this match, but it does not matter. Ignorance likely going to be taking your game number 1 here. I just do not see a world in which T-Gang could come back.
It's a hope and a prayer that they'll have to try to grab, but like you said, it's over 500 points at this point in the match. You're gonna need full pockets and then some, and with still some shields left on the side of Ignorance, they could even, fill their pockets back up and go for a sneaky score if they don't feel like defending some of their goal zones.
Yeah, they could. I mean, I don't think regardless T-Gang has enough points, even if they just completely abandoned all their goal zones, but they're going to stay back and defend anyway. The power nap will come out. Protein Shake is getting caught by a little bit of a Psy Strike, using their full heal right there to avoid anything else. And Neon will go down, but I doubt it's going to matter. Here comes the Darkrai, also going down finally. But they will not still have enough points. Here comes the Livid Outrage from the Garchomp. This is pretty much going to seal it.
This should seal it. Some A presses for good measures, taking 2, maybe 3 down as Aegislash is able to make quick work of the rest of them. And just like that, Ignorance taking game number 1 here in your winners quarterfinals.
Yeah, this is a really good set, honestly, because T-Gang was a team that made it to top 8 previously.
Yeah.
And Ignorance is a team that's always just kind of right there. It depends on the month whether or not they get in, and they're looking really, really strong. I love the strategies that they've brought to the table, and they just, at the end of the day, they had that extra range, and I feel like with Mewtwo-Y, it does really well when it has something specifically to do with it. Like I don't know what I'm talking about. The Mewtwo-Y, if it was like a Sing Wiggly, and it was just pocketing that Mewtwo-Y, then Mewtwo-Y does really well. If they have a Blissey, Safeguard Helping Hand with the Mewtwo-Y, it does super well. But it didn't really have anything that was just standing there, making sure the Mewtwo-Y got its auto attacks out. So Neon with the Pikachu could just keep firing Thunderbolts at it. Scrubblenut, the EXP share Darkrai, could just keep throwing Dark Voids at the Mewtwo-Y, and it just could not get enough done. So great playing by Ignorance to keep that in mind, and this team composition, that's a fun one.
Yeah, that support Darkrai, 63k damage is insane. We've seen Scrubble play a lot of oddball supports before, but this is the first time I'm seeing them play the Darkrai. You know, I've seen like Zeraora, seen them play. I've seen them play Aegislash support, so they definitely like playing those unorthodox things. And man, that really
Yeah,
worked
a
out for them.
support is like people. This is a conversation that I love having because a lot of times, like people will jump to Unite being something that's solved, and honestly, roles in this game are so flexible compared to other MOBAs. Like it's so flexible what you can throw Pokemon in, regardless of the role that they are given on screen. And I feel like competitively, we're starting to realize that. Like,
Yeah.
this is the first real season where I'm seeing these picks that teams are trying out different Pokemon in different roles more than just throwing a defender in the top path slot. Like, this time we're seeing things like Darkrai support, which, like, when you think about what a support is supposed to do, it makes total sense.
Oh,
Like, a
for
support
sure.
isn't necessarily supposed to frontline. It's just supposed to build up your carries. It's supposed to
Hmm.
have some form of CC or healing or something to make sure you set up your carries. And Darkrai has so much of that. So it just makes perfect sense if you know how to play around something like a support Darkrai.
Love it. I love it.
I don't
I
like
love that.
support on things that evolve 2 times though. So
Support Cinder, says mine.
yeah, I don't like the support Cinder because it has to evolve twice, so it just kind of siphons EXP that you could be funneling into your carries. Same with like Aegislash.
It's
And like I've seen it on like Garchomp or something like that, but I don't think it works as much with the the
yeah.
2 Evo Pokemon. Like, I don't know. I'm a big proponent of put EXP share on the thing
Yeah, if
at
your team
all,
doesn't have
but
one, like, might as well.
like just put it on the thing
Just
and go. But it's
just
just
play XP
harder when
share.
you have to take away farm, like you're forced to, because of needing those extra evolutions. And I also think that's why like we see defenders with those 2 Evos thrown into the top pass slot because of Blastoise that needs so much experience to actually get there is so much more difficult if it's wearing that EXP share. So like I get it.
Yeah.
I still hate Top Path Blastoise, but I get it.
Same. I mean, I like it. I like it a little bit better now, but I feel like Blastoise is so in like such a good spot right now in whatever it wants to do. Like
Mhm.
you can play it in the top path. You can play it as a bot defender. You can play it even as I've seen teams use it as like a bot attacker. And I think even
Mhm.
that tends to work. It just depends on like the player. I think like the Pokemon
Yeah.
is good at everything. It's just
Mhm.
it's crazy.
Because it also has range to it. So
Yeah.
you can throw it in there as an attacker because you can just kind of play it a little bit more from range, whether you want to use your rapid spin, which I always think surf is better, but
Yeah.
it plays kind of like pedal dance Venusaur, where like, yeah, you're playing, you're brawling, you're getting in there, but you also have some range to you where you can back
Mm.
up, regroup, and like fight kind of from mid range when you need to. So I think it does work if teams know how to use it properly. And I just really, really like that teams are experimenting more with different types of supports. Like we know we have to wear 2 EXP shares. We know this, but I like that it's more fluid with which 2 Pokemon are wearing the EXP shares.
I think teams are like like you said, they're more willing to experiment because some of the best teams in the East are willing to experiment, see how it
Yeah.
works, how it like synergizes with the rest of your squad. You know, who needs to scale into the late game a little bit more, who can, lag a
Are we
little
about to
bit
see
behind.
EXP share Mewtwo X?
I think we might. I like no doubt, right? Like Scribblenauts totally
Yeah.
running that, right?
Which is another Pokemon that's kind of just made for the EXP share, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Doesn't evolve, ton of CC. You can frontline, but you don't have to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there it is. The EXP share on Mewtwo X. And we've got Soup Chef this time on the Crustle, which is a Pokemon that has kind of fallen off in the defender slot, but can still be really strong in many situations.
I still love Crustle. Like you said, yeah, it's still very viable because it offers a lot of utility. You know, you can set up those walls with those Rock Tomb, it can really like section off a fight and really put a team in a bad position. Like if you're not mobile, like it's just so fun.
Yeah, I like it with this comp too, because Alola Ninetales is something that just kind of stands there. You got Mewtwo X and Garchomp, which both brawl, so they don't, like, once they get in, they don't really need to be moving around, so you're not really griefing those Pokemon with the walls, but you could really set them up to do some cool things, so I do like that here, but Jupiter in a lot of trouble. Here comes Pursuit Absol. They will grab one KO, potentially looking for Scribblenop. They will grab those berries and stay safe for now.
Yeah, I think they're running Potion too, so that's going to be another tool to try to stay alive in these long fights. 850 birds about to hit the map. We're going to have 4 members of Ignorance here. Trevenant trying to get up there. Small legs, so it's going to be a little bit late. A lot of this experience is going to go over to the side of Ignorance as Crustle is able to get alive, or get online. Eject button is burned on the side of T-Gang. They're going to just retreat, and I think Ignorance is happy to take the win there.
I thought you said that, like, Phantom has little feet, but it doesn't
It has
have
no feet
at all, actually. He's just floating
It's
around.
just Ghost.
But I mean, we saw this 4-man rotation to the top path. We don't see it all the time, but I feel like I noticed when teams do use the 4-man rotation to the top, they both do it. Like, both teams realize that's what the other team's gonna be doing, so then they go for that. But at the end of the day, nothing too insane. Nothing really crazy happened. No KOs, but we do have the level 7 now on the Absol, so they are going to go for these 8-minute birds in the center. And we do now have the Mewtwo X ready to start brawling. They will pick up 2 easily.
The fighting type Mewtwo utilizing them hands to get a couple KOs. Ninetales also taking down the Absol. So Ignorance fully pushing their advantage down here in the basement path. Get a ton of points in, leaving that gold zone at 11. They're going to section off this Espeon. Man, pretty great plays here for Ignorance early on.
I'm just glad we're seeing the Blizzard Avalanche Alolan Ninetales.
Yeah.
I feel like I don't know what I'd do if we saw that Aurora Veil again. Like, I know that it's good. I know it's, like, fine to use it, but just the CC that the Blizzard Avalanche combo provides for an attacker is, first of all, should not exist, and second of all, is so valuable, especially, like, with a Crustle, you can combo off with the walls, and Neon is just an incredible attacker player at that, so he really set up some cool plays.
Basement Reggie is going to be a Registeel. Espeon is going to chunk down this Alolan Ninetales who started to push forward. But just before we could even see it, it looks like Absol T-Gang is able to take out this Regieleki. It's going to push towards this T1 pad. We have Aegislash looking to respond, try to keep this thing from going in, maybe do some damage to T-Gang. But T-Gang, they're just going to walk away from this, allow Ignorance to go ahead and rip that thing down.
I mean, you see the Aegislash show up, they have a Unite move available, and you really don't have anything available yet on T-Gang, so not even a level 8 on the Espeon. Cinderace doesn't yet have their level 9, and the Espeon might be getting caught out here. They're looking for the Alolan Ninetales to try to get something before they go down, but they will not. Mewtwo X, support Mewtwo X, taking out that character.
Yeah, it might have been maybe a little bit too far forward. I didn't think that many characters would be moving down to the basement path that soon, so very unfortunate for Espeon. However, they're wearing the light bulb, so not a huge deal. Basement Registeel still up, and now we have this Gabite looking to take this down, able to do so along with the Alolan Ninetales, but still need this level 9 for this Gabite.
Yeah, I mean, from the minimal games that we've seen so far today, I feel like it's just a rotating game. Like, you gotta play all over the map if you want to have control over it, and that's what we're seeing with both of these teams. And though we do have a little bit of a score lead for Ignorance, no goal zones have gone down yet, Kyle.
Mewtwo X now getting Mega Evolved. We have Absol looking to Pursuit on in. Unite move is out for Mewtwo. Response here from Ignorance.
Wow.
Aegislash has joined the fray. They're looking to take down the Absol. Shadow Claw is able to do it along with the coup de grace for good measure. So fantastic response here from Ignorance. And they're looking to push this T1 pad as looks like it's going swimmingly in the basement as well.
How broken is support Mewtwo Y? And finally, we do have our first goal zone going down. Mewtwo X, that's my bad. I can't, mislettering them. But they are going to break both of those pads. right after the 5-minute mark hits. So now halfway through the match, and Ignorance is starting to cement a little bit of their lead. Here comes Absol with the big Midnight Slash X attack popped, and they will steal that away and just kind of walk away.
Yeah, he just moonwalked out of there for free, full health too. Like they're just like, I did my job, I'm good. But we do have a little bit of a scuffle here. Unite move is out from this Garchomp. They're able to take out Cinderace. They're going to look for another one, but a great Horn Leech combo from this Trevenant, putting them in danger. Espeon takes out the Garchomp. T-Gang is going to look to press forward, but they do see the writing on the wall. They're going to try to be a little bit more cautious.
We just saw Ignorance kind of walk in one by one there for a minute, and I think there's like there's an instinct to try to go in and protect somebody on your team, try to make sure the person with the lower health is able to get out, and unfortunately for that Garchomp, that just led to them getting picked off there. But I mean, not too much experience given over, but look at this Trevenant. They do grab the Mewtwo X again, and it doesn't matter, Kyle. The Alolan Ninetales with the huge Unite move, just taking both of those characters down.
Yeah, taking some names right there. Espeon's going to utilize their Unite move, but a good response from Crustle is able to do some additional damage. Mewtwo X now taking them out, and this is going to be a free Reg Ice for the side of Ignorance, and it seems like they can do no wrong in this match right now.
Yeah, I mean, if it was solo queue, this is about the time where I'd be asking, how does my team figure out a way to lose this game? And we always do, but in this case, this is definitely Ignorance's game to lose. They have the map advantage with 2 goal zones broken. They are all over the map right now. They have score lead, and they have a bit of a level advantage. But that being said, T-Gang can definitely pull back. Actually, they don't really have a level advantage now that we're seeing them kind of even up here, so they could get a couple picks and really come back in this game. But that being said, that Alolan Ninetales with the Blizzard Avalanche combo just chunks them, Kyle.
And they're going to find a KO here, probably on this Trevenant, along with the Cinderace. So another great response here for this Aegislash as Mewtwo X is able to close out that additional Psychic Pokemon of Espeon. And there's a top Regieleki here. Garchomp should make quick work of this. This is going to put a lot of pressure on T-Gang to respond to it or just go for Ray.
Yeah, I mean, you have the mobility of something like Garchomp, Aegislash, where you know they can fight on their own. If they let that go in, one of them can peel off and score. They have enough of a lead to where, as long as there's communication, they should be able to hold off T-Gang while that happens, and that is exactly what we see. So now T-Gang's on their back foot, watching both that top tier 2 as well as the pit right now, and they do try to send Absol down for a back cap, but the Aegislash just has full control right there. They know what they're expecting.
Soup Chef frontlining. We have Scribblenaught trying to put some damage on some of these attackers. We have the Unite move pop from Soup Chef. Snorlax going to take a little quick nap in the tall grass. They're going to get chunked down by this Psystrike on the Mewtwo. We have more damage coming onto the Snorlax. They fall down. The Trevenant might be next on the chopping block. They're going to try to Horn Leech to get some shields, but they do go down to the Mewtwo X.
So much time distracting like 3 people, and I don't know why T-Gang doesn't capitalize on that there. You have Cinderace and Espeon just kind of standing around when they really could have gone for that Garchomp, and Espeon, after a good Unite move, they will end up going down, and there's no reason for Ignorance to even touch this Rayquaza right now. It heals back up on its own, and T-Gang has to come up with another plan.
Still a Unite move for this Mewtwo if they want to try to grab Vision, but they are in a little bit of a dangerous spot here as they are found by Cinderace. They're getting chunked down. There's that Unite move. Gets them out of dodge. Rayquaza now. It is at half. Snorlax looking to try to do some damage. We have the Shadow Claw out. Rayquaza almost down. Coup de grace a little early. It doesn't matter. They get it. No, it's actually T-Gang that takes it.
Away, the Absol came in with a huge X attack right into the Midnight Slash, and it just chunked everybody on Ignorance. I don't know how you end up letting that happen. You just let the Snorlax walk in, rip down Ray enough for Ignorance to panic. And that's exactly what we saw. I wish we could see that again. The way that the Absol just walked in, Midnight Slash with an X attack popped. They weren't even trying to go for a secure. They just went to go for chunking them down. And that's exactly what happened. So, I mean, like we said, it was Ignorance's game to lose, and they figured out a way to do it.
Yeah, very unfortunate. I thought for sure that Aegislash was going to get it with the boosted basic. The coup de grace was a touch early, and then they had a boosted basic lined up. It fired, but Blueberry able to get the job done with Absol.
Yeah, I mean, did the Absol end up getting the secure in the
Yeah.
end?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it must have been their pursuit then.
Yeah, it must have been.
The Unite move was early, but I don't think they were even going for the secure. They put Ignorance in a position to panic. They did panic, and T-Gang was able to capitalize on it. It was just a great way to try to find your win condition and use it.
Very unfortunate. Very unfortunate. That was a fun match though. I like that. I like that Mewtwo X. I thought that was a very. It worked until it didn't at the very end, but I don't know if it was the character or just being in an unfortunate position there at the end, getting caught out by the Cinder and then forcing to scramble and use your Knight. Yeah, tough one.
Yeah. Yeah. It was a good game. So now this one goes to a game 3. It's going to be interesting to see what the strategy ends up being. And I feel like for Ignorance, they have their strategy locked down. You can't panic like that in the pit. You have to have a plan for a refight. If you're not going to take Ray, you have to know what you're going to do when the other team tries to do that.
True. Look at the bracket while we wait for the next match to load on up for us. Looks like Luminosity and Tempo Tantrum just about getting started. Yeah, this one will be 1-1. YT took game 1 from War Legion. Nameless and Rush Hour about to get their match started. Looks like T3 was able to take down Temporary Moniker, and they have LF Machamp Girlfriend. I love that name. I love that. That's such a fun team name.
Real.
What's going on this other side? Still waiting for OJ and LB to figure out if version 1's taking on the OJs. Fellas United and Sanguine. Sanguine taking game 1. Ace of Cards. Who's on Ace of Cards right now? It's still oh man, yeah, Waddlechew and Falcon. They took down a really strong team there. That's very impressive.
Wait, who did that? I didn't see that. Who did they?
They took down where is it? Don't Sleep. That's MQL's team. So that's a crazy win there for Ace of Cards. Or at least that's what MQL, the team they were on. I don't know if they still are. Yeah.
How we doing, gamers?
We got a game 3 for T-Gang and Ignorance coming up. And then I'm thinking after that, game 3, we pivot to maybe Tempo Tantrum and LG.
Oh, I would go one.
Sanguine beat Pocket Rockets 2-1.
Oh, dang.
The orange juice V1 just getting put in the orange juicers bracket every time. Like
That's tough.
Orange juicers or LG bracket is just so tough for them. I want them to get in so bad.
Me too. Midos. Man, if Fellas United could take down Sanguine, that would be pretty crazy. See what's going on the lower side. Well, it looks like El Yoshi Arms, after losing their first match, is coming through. I think if there's like any like big surprises here.
Draco, are you munching on something?
Oh yeah, yeah, those are pretty close.
You're giving the ASMR
the
lunch.
ASMR.
I'm eating some cereal.
Some cereal.
Mm-hmm.
Is that your breakfast?
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Do you put the milk in first or second?
If you put the milk in first, you're a psychopath.
I agree. Do you want to hear what I do? I don't put milk. I don't like milk in cereal.
I'm with you. I that's the only way I can eat cereal is dry.
Yeah, I don't like it. I don't know.
The
I don't really eat
texture.
cereal anymore anyway because
Yeah.
it's a ton of carbs and it just spikes my sugar. But
Yeah.
You're a ton of carbs.
Dang.
yeah,
Got her.
is that
Oh,
a fat joke?
oh.
No, she's making that bread, Dr.
I am
Husky.
because I'm making that bread. I'm going after Smash's job.
Take Smash's job. Take it.
I know where he works. I'll find him.
Do you have a particular set of skills?
Yeah, locking in.
Locking in.
No, my degree is completely different from his. He's in like psych communications, I think is his PhD. And I don't do that.
He's a professional yapper.
Yeah, I don't
That's what
do that. I'm an
communications means, right?
engineer. I get my professional yapping from Pokemon Unite casting
Same.
and being a Gemini. That is the professional yapper sign.
Is it?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, okay.
Gemini.
Sick.
Okay, let me be autistic. Gemini is ruled by the planet Mercury, and Mercury is the planet of communication. Which means that Geminis just channel all of their energy into yapping. We will just talk.
Who makes up these things? Mercury is a planet of communication. What does that even mean?
That's the energy of Mercury. The astrological science made it up. As I got deeper into astrology, I just realized it's calculus. It's literally just calculus. It's so cool.
I don't pay attention to it.
I love calculus. Y'all like math?
I'm a Unite player. I don't like math. No.
You know,
I love
scoring to United players is just as hard as calculus.
It's basically the same thing.
They're like doing a complex integral.
Like, you know
Trying to
that
figure it out.
meme where like it's Zach Galifianakis like doing all those calculating numbers? That's that every time
Yeah,
we're going to try to like have multicap, that's what's going on in my head.
yeah. I loved calc in college. Calc 2 though, not calc 3.
It's made up. Where is this game? Where is game 3?
Sokotoa, baby.
Give me
Yeah.
game tree.
So good Toadies.
Sokotoa teas. What?
Team YT is undefeated today.
Are they really? Yeah,
They're locked
2-0.
in.
2-0, 2-0. That's
They
impressive.
are our
I mean,
first
I
semifinals.
like that they got Celestial. That's a big pickup for them.
Yeah, they are locked in.
I mean, yeah, they're one win away from qualing. Or I guess one set away. Right?
You know which team is a team of yappers in their comms? Team YT.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
And Celestial is probably a good pickup for that chemistry.
It is Celestial Yapper.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Their comms is chaotic.
Yeah, I feel like I've like watched I've watched like a ton of like Phil's stream when they have like comms on or like Fwee, and it's just it's
Madness.
it is madness. I'm like, oh, do these people even like each other? I don't know. All right, we got it, and we have Darkrai again for Screwball.
Yay.
What are we doing? Game 3? Oh,
Game
CJ, so.
Tree.
Let's go,
Ignite,
Blueberry.
and T-Gang. T-Gang. Toxic Synergy is what you call you do. We got game 3 on deck. pretty standard basement path. Well, I guess maybe not standard since that is your supporter. But that Darkrai, once again, XP share. We have a Machop going in the top path.
Yeah, I mean, the Darkrai XP share is what worked in the game that they won, so may as well bring it back here. The Machop is definitely interesting, though. I wonder if we saw the Garchomp banned this time, because they have liked it these past couple games, but not able to come back out this time.
Ooh. Did I just see a fluffy tail? What? Was that a fluffy tail?
They'd just be having fun and...
That's a Dwebble with a fluffy tail. Okay.
Yeah. That's one of the plays that you can do. That's a strategy that you can have in Pokemon Unite. That is an item you are allowed to equip. So they're gonna use that. I mean, you could go for some interesting rip objectives plays with it.
Oh,
with
true.
The Cinderace, especially. You've got Auto Attacker. You've got a Ceruledge. Like, you could just go for it.
We have 850 birds coming to the map. Ceruledge looking to try to stop some of the onslaught from Ignorance. However, it does go over to their side. You have Machop getting online as now a Machoke. So, pretty good first little gank, but not a whole lot of action so far.
Yeah, not quite yet. We have the Absol at level 5. Bit's not quite able to get anything done just yet. They get trapped in the Electro Wave, able to get out of it. Nobody going down, though, and it looks like the rotation has gone into the bottom path for Ignorance. Machamp is very deep right now. Safeguard will save them from the Wigglytuff sleep. That is a huge counter for Ignorance to have Blissey on their side.
And you have a Wigglytuff along with the Crustle, so a Crab and a Wiggly, so that's the H-Box comp, is I'm calling it that right now. For those that know. But Crustle going back to the Pokemon Center. 8-minute birds are out. Absol able to clean a lot of that up, and they're just going to walk away and be happy with their experience they gained.
Yeah, not able to make it out there with that fluffy tail, unfortunately, for the Crustle. Pikachu will take down that Wigglytuff, and I just feel like this Wigglytuff is devastated into a Safeguard Blissey. Like, this is just so strong into this composition. Absol will go in with another pursuit, but here comes Ceruledge. They do find the KO. Cinderace now being level 7 is what T-Gang needs to hold on right now, and there's 4 members now in the bottom path.
Looking to push. Pikachu is a Thunder, so... This is going to prevent at least some scoring, and oh, wait. Is that a Pyro Ball on Cinder?
Yeah, that is a Pyro Ball.
Huh.
A ball of Pyro.
That is...
That's
I
a
don't see it a ton, but I can kind of see what they're going with here. They definitely needed some sort of good secure.
To, like, throw some stuff and stand there. You've got a Snorlax to stand in front of you. Like, you want to go for Mage Cinderace. I mean, I'm all for it. There comes the Fluffy Tail coming out here. Crustle will grab that secure. T-Gang going to grab that first Registeel.
Yeah, fantastic plays here for T-Gang. They're looking for a score, but they see that it's Blissey along with the Machamp here, so they don't want to push in too far. With 3 versus 2 on the bot side. They see how that's going to go, but, Crustle getting caught between a rock and a hard place.
I feel like I'm just devastated seeing this Wigglytuff get so hard countered by the Safeguard. Like, Sing is just not able to do anything. Those 2 supports right now down there in the bottom path just kind of duking it out. While it looks like they want to go for the secure. The Absol finds it. Really great Midnight Splash right there to secure that. And now Bits is going to try to make their defense here on this Tier 1 goal zone.
Cinder does take out the Absol before that Regieleki is able to break that goal zone. So maybe a little bit of a consolation prize for T-Gang as they do find some positives out of that engagement. So unfortunate for Absol, that did give Cinderace that level 11.
Yeah, that's not the position you want to be in. Highest level in the game right now with Cinderace having one of their plus moves. And unfortunately for Ignorance, Machamp does not yet even have their level 9. Finally, a Sing... No, it does not hit. Actually, it was the Wigglytuff who fell asleep because Darkrai is also there. And that also makes Wigglytuff's life very, very difficult. I feel so... I'm actually, like, so upset seeing this Wiggly. Like,
poor
he's
Wiggly.
so, like, evilly hard countered right now.
See how it plays out in some of these bigger team engages. Scribblenauts looking for a target. Does have their Unite move available for this next objective. Machamp's going to go on in, but they're going to get slept by the Wigglytuff. Darkrai also getting slept for a little bit. They're going to have to peel back and try to get back to safety, but no, they turn right back around, force the Unite move from this Wigglytuff, and they're just going to go ahead and retreat, but here comes Absol. They're looking to take down that Crustle, able to do so, and there is another Registeel.
That was a really great setup there by Ignorance, just getting a little bit low, but you know that Absol's about to come down, so you make sure that they're baited out far enough for Absol to pick up a KO, and one of those Registeels as well.
We're gonna push on in. There we go. Barrage blowout from the Machamp. Combating that is the Revenant Ren. Unite move from the Darkrai puts Wigglytuff in that nightmare, but 3 members of T-Gang going back to the Pokemon Center. Darkrai doing a great job of zoning for the team. That's enabling all of these points to fly in on this T1 pad, and that's down.
Wow, Ignorance had a little bit of a struggle in those first couple fights, but they are definitely coming back right here. 220 now to 51 at the 4-minute mark, and this Absol being level 12 is just now level 13 it's not what you want to see if you're T-Gang. You do not want to let this Absol start running away with this match.
220 to 57, 330 mark, so you might start to see some Unite moves fly out here. We have the Volt Tackle into the Unite moves, eject button from Cinderace, but it doesn't matter. They're going back to the Pokemon Center. Absol picking up 2 pair, or at least 2 Pokemon in the top path along with it. Yeah, there is the 2 pair. Pika and Absol both clearing it out, and look at that goal zone. Now at 6 points remaining.
Wow, anybody can just kind of roll up into that goal zone, grab a quick score. It could be anybody you're not really worried about losing as well, just to break it and try to get that Regieleki moving toward that base goal zone. But look at Ignorance right now. They're all over the map, sending the Bliss Assistants right into the champ. They will look for Wiggly. They will find them, Kyle.
That's a Blissey difference of that buff that it received, right? Like, that's a late Unite move, but with some of the buffs, it should be able to get it back, yeah?
Yeah, and with the helping hand as well, Blissey doesn't farm as horribly as it could, and it's just, look at it. What is he? Oh, no. No, 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 no. No, no.
That's illegal.
That's evil. You're just walking 23 points into the main base for the Blissey. They will get KO'd, but it doesn't really matter. They're the support. They're the lowest level on the team. That's kind of not, you don't mind that there.
I think they probably wanted to get KO to recharge their Unite move a little bit faster. So.
Honestly, yeah.
Yeah, I think they'll have it back. And look at this, Basement Reggie, another Registeel down here in the basement path. This Absol is making quick work of it. I don't know if T-Gang is any of the wiser, or even if they care about it.
Yeah, they probably don't, because their chances right now depend on this Rayquaza. They have a fluffy tail Crustle, remember?
Yeah.
And they now know that Absol is down there, so they can really try to position to get a pick here that looks like what they want to go for, but it's them being picked off, guys.
Oh my gosh, that's a huge KO right there. Wigglytuff next on the chopping block. 2 members down for T-Gang. They're going to lose a lot of Pokemon here. Are they going to have it? Darkrai's going to put the Crustle in the Nightmare. We're going to have it secure. No, it is T-Gang or T-Gang.
Oh my
It's
God.
Saralage. They take the Rayquaza, but they don't have enough shields here, Husky.
You can easily just win that fight. You do not have to do that, Ignorance. Don't jump the gun, but they did. That being said, I mean, T-Gang has a shield on Cinderace. They have a shield on Crustle. And I think that might be it for them. So they're going to have to mount a push here. Every goal zone is up, which is kind of good for T-Gang at this point, because those goal zones don't feel as much as the second tier goal zones. That's kind of what you want to see, but it is gonna be a rough ride for them.
That's gonna be a tall task. They're gonna need to find some way in. They're gonna need to, as Draku says, insulate these 2 Pokemon that have their shields up. And they're gonna need to find a few scores, right? Because 200 is not gonna do the trick. Top path
you gotta,
is
like, sack Wiggly, sack Cerulege, and try to get this Cinder in, but they do pick off the Blissey. That could be big for them, but look at the Machamp moving in for a back cap at the same time. Cinder has to peel back off, and they're the one with the shield, Kyle. So that is not good for T-Gang, because now they don't have one of the Pokemon with a shield, but 3 members are moving now into the second tier goal zone. Darkrai is able to avoid the Revenant Rend right there, but still, members of Ignorance are now dropping, giving the opportunity for T-Gang to get some scores in.
Oh, here comes another 100 points. Cinder is able to get it. That brings them within 30. This is going to be it. Crustle has some points. That's not going to be enough, though. They're going to be down by 4 points. Are they going to be able to get anything else in? We have no
Cinder
points
has
there.
50.
Cinderace has got the 50. There's 5 seconds. 4, 3. Cinderace is gonna get it. T-Gang hit the buzzer.
Oh my god!
Nah, no way.
No way they let that happen. No way. They just stood there, knowing the Cinderace still has a shield. The Machamp would have known the Cinderace still has a shield. That's crazy. That's insane. The clutch right there from the 50 cap from Cinder. How broken is Pyro Ball Cinder, by the way?
Holy cow. That's insane. That's insane.
That's unreal.
At the
Unreal.
buzzer. Oh my gosh.
Honestly, the throw began when Ignorance went for the full rip on Ray. I feel like this is the tournament of ripping Ray when you shouldn't, and Ignorance went for it. They ripped Ray, missed the secure because there's a Pyro Ball Cinder sitting there. They missed the secure because Pyro Ball Cinder's there, and Ceruledge was the one that secured it, actually.
Mm-hmm.
And then the second throw was when they just left bottom open?
Yeah.
Free? Just free bottom?
For free.
That's wild.
They
can
try
see
to
those
put a
crazy
lot of their
finishes.
resources and try to score on T-Gang's goals, and shoutouts to T-Gang for defending that still.
Yeah,
Because
wow.
it could have been easy for them to just go ahead and score their 200, and it wouldn't have mattered. But they defended both. I believe it was Absol tried to score and Machamp.
So,
OJ versus
Luminosity
yeah.
Yeah, Luminosity now heading into the winter semis. They beat Tempo Tantrum, and they
2-0.
will be up against T-Gang for that first spot.
I was gonna say, do you want to Draco and Fu? Do you want to cast V1 and OJ?
Sure. I wanted to point something out too, but the Cinderace retained its shield, defending both its home base and tier 2 from Machamp and Absol. Like,
Yeah.
I was like, oh, there's no way the Cinderace is gonna come back to tier 1 and have a shield. Had a shield. Like, what?
Yeah.
So that's the thing. Like, Ignorance would have known that Cinder has a shield because they were fighting it.
Yeah.
So why aren't you yelling like Cinder still has a shield? Like, get down to tier 1 right now.
Yeah.
What were they doing?
I don't know.
Just vibing?
I guess.
Crazy.
It's
But
a hard
the
call to
Cinder
make because
crazy.
their
Cinder's
entire
insane.
team, T-Gang's entire team was in the jungle.
Yeah.
So
Wow.
That is a wild finish for that game.
All right.
Yeah, Joy Boy, I think we are gonna watch OJ versus V1.
Version 1
look
gonna
that over.
be on your left side.
All right, GG's Draco and Fu.
who you here?
Yep, let's go.
What's
I'm
up, Fu?
so overwhelmed by the bracket. There are so many teams.
Yeah. Oh,
I'm not used to that.
Sorry. Yeah, we
trying to
got
follow
what was it?
along.
70 something teams? I don't know how many. 76 teams.
teams. Yeah.
76 teams today. All right, where am I looking? Oh, Discord. All right, central area looks like Orange Juicers is on our orange side. Thank you so much, Kyle. Version 1 is on our purple side. This is not a qualification game, right? This is going into the semifinals round, so this is our quarterfinals. So two teams that I have a lot of experience casting. Obviously, a lot of us know Orange Juicers, but Fu, you weren't here in the earlier part of the broadcast, but Version 1 is a team narrowly on the cusp of making top 8 in January. They were literally number 9, and they recently got one of their key pieces. It's Liko, the attacker for Version 1, who's currently the Miraidon. He just turned of age to play in UCS, and clearly they are making a pretty deep run already.
That's really good to see. I mean, if there's any way to get a deeper performance and qualify for tomorrow, I'm sure both these teams want. But Version 1 has a tall mountain to climb to take down Orange Juicers. They're going to start by having 3 members on top. They soak up all of those Altarias and Schwablus.
Yeah, no one on the side of Orange Juicers in the top path. They're, I guess, the late going for those central area, Swablu and Altaria. I don't normally see, this is OG was taken, by the way. It was on G last year, made it to Worlds, a Worlds qualifying player. They had kind of an MVP moment in the final stretch against, I forget the name of the other team they were going up against, but they had a really clutch moment with eSpeed Lucario against Phalanx. It's crazy to think that was how long that was ago that it seems like, but this is one of the premier eSpeed Lucario players in North America. I'm happy to see it playing once again.
Oh, that's awesome to hear. I was going to say as well, from spectating all these regions, seems like some teams are now prioritizing the bottom path instead of always ambushing the top, which is quite interesting, especially with the way the camera has been working for the ACL. But teams are going to be collapsing in the middle for the last bit of a neutral farm. And I love the fact that the Hooper portals are always just so on time, Draku, to save this Leafeon.
Yeah, Whaley has done spectacular work as a supporter player for V1, has been on V1 for as long as I think V1 was called V1. So happy to see these two still doing really, really well. That is Whaler on support and now Rustic, the captain, on defender. Lots of members in that bottom path. Greedent and the Lucario going into a dog v squirrel fight in the top path. I mean, take a look at this. We're talking about this hollow from Liko, the Miraidon. Such a really cool hollow. Even gets a little bit of an animation when they get a knockout. You can see the knockout on the Absol there. First objectives on the field in about 10 seconds. This charge beam, enhanced version of it, slicing through the enemy team, but pretty good early game lead by the Orange Juicers.
Yeah, I feel like HoloWares gives this placebo buff. I always feel like I play a bit better if I have rocking a better skin. But we're going to focus on this Reggie Steel for our first basement Reggie of this game. And check both teams all are sending 4 members there. It's leashed a little bit, Draco. But Kratos is on the Absol, which has an immense shred potential.
Immense shred potential. It can also use that ability into, for example, this Speedster would do really, really well. Rustic is actually looking pretty good on levels. They are level 7 at this point in the game. Leafeon also has a Unite move as well. Trevenant, the first to fall in the bottom path. Registeel getting really low. The Psyduck is going to be the one to get the capture on the Registeel.
Psyduck doing really well there. And just looking at the team count that our users have put up, it's not the conventional one, is it? But as I say this, we have a Greedent going crazy, Slowbro picking off Psyduck for their team, but Lucario wins that top part, so able to get a 40 Duncan is at least a consolation prize.
Yeah, Greedent, the Scarf, we've seen a couple of sets for V1 already today. They've had a 3-game series against another team, obviously winning to move on to play the Orange Juicers, but a pivotal player for their team has been Scarf in this top path. They have played 2 games of Greedent that have been relentless for version 1 in those game wins. Fortunately, they did lose one of those, but literally this Pokemon, this player on Greedent has been unstoppable anytime it's been selected.
Yeah, Greedent is one of those Pokemons I feel like actually takes a bit of skill to play properly. I've never gotten the idea of how to actually play it to a competitive level, but we do have Absol going down there, and they get traded off for the Leafeon. Bit of a skirmish going on, and Psyduck picks off the Slowbro as a Chaos Trick of 2, and maybe this is an opportunity to get some scores, and we have Sableye initiating for them. Chaos Glow will go through, but the Greedent doesn't care about that, as the cover will send them flying once again.
It's really interesting composition from both sides. We have like 3 of what I would call like the premier disruptor type Pokemon. I would like toss in Mr. Mime in that category as well. We got Sableye on one side with a Psyduck, and on the other side we have a Greedent. This is really interesting to see, but a huge fight breaking out here in the top path where this tier 1 goal zone used to be. Aura Cannon is going to send the Leafeon and the Miraidon blasting off again. Slowbeam is going to land onto the Absol, but with that tier 2 goal zone, actually able to get away here. Kratos is going to escape on 1 HP. Rustic is going to close on in. Unfortunately, that buff that gives them that little bit of speed boost is just not fast enough for the Slowbro.
I don't know how Kratos got out of there. That was fantastic. And sometimes when you slow beam a target and your team doesn't follow up, it feels like the duty's on you to run it down. Unfortunately, just not fast enough. We do have Wailord at the bottom. They have the Unite move ready to go to call on any time, but we have Rustic trying to get in a 28 as the Belly Flop will go through. They actually take down Leafeon here as the Midnight Slash able to connect on 1, but the charging is going to be a little bit too strong. It's going to be a tough ask for Kratos to actually defend this pad.
Yeah, Especially when that ability only locks in on one Pokemon. It's really hard to defend when the team starts to stand apart on that tier 1 goal zone. Another fight breaking out here in the bottom path. Unbound state for the Hoopa disengages here. Rustic is gonna go for another score in the tier 1 goal zone. Riker gonna start to work on this Regirock, but is going to recall back to its spawning point. Regieleki, though, captured by the Orange Juicers, is gonna make its way to the tier 2 goal zone. Currently a really close game between the two teams. Slowbro is gonna be the first to fall. Liko is going to be here to defend against this Typhlosion or this Lucario.
Oh, the Aura Cannon doesn't actually connect, but I think the power-up punch enhanced by the Unite move will be able to secure that KO, and they get something more as well. They break that tier 2 pad as well, Draku, and scores are also going on the bottom. This is a great position for Orange Juicers to be in.
Yeah, they're winning on both fronts at this moment. I think the Hoopa sent a few members to the top path, but immediately got KO'd by OG and Kratos with the Absol. There's going to be one more Southern Reggie spawn. It's not looking good for version 1, our purple side team, 321 to 103. I think it's pretty clear the end game scenario. They need to KO this Absol maybe before it goes into that Unite move. They have a couple of different tools to do so. That Slow Beam, really good tool for locking down the speedsters, but Typhlosion, OG was taken, is massive on the Lucario, level 14 on the power-up punch Pokemon.
Level 14 is fantastic. I do want to see the Miraidon get a few more levels as well, but seems like OJ Roland already in position to get those double points once the final stretch will begin. And look at the positioning now from the side of version 1. They know that even though they can't get this basement Reggie, it is better to secure some sort of control over the Rayquaza pit, because that's what they might need. But looking at the minimap, it seems like Orange Juicers, they're going for a score instead.
Yeah, and this is going to pave the way for version 1 to take this off of the field. Unite move from the Miraidon is going to make that really easy to go on down. Hoopa's going to be the tool to get that Rayquaza captured for their team, but take a look at the scoreline, Fu. It is becoming astronomically in favor of the Orange Juicers. Even though they were able to get the Rayquaza, they only get 15 points per member of the team on the field, so they don't even score with full pockets. And take a look, Orange Juicers, left side of the field, are continuing to score on that main goal zone.
Yeah, we've got 90 seconds to go, and as long as Orange Juicers don't go down and get some silly knockouts from themselves, they're not going to be many points on the map for version 1 to pick up. Still more than 200 points, more than 250 points rather, the disparity between these teams. And we do have Typhlosion running away. They know how important their own life is there. And look at this, as soon as you get a KO, there's some more points getting spawned out, Draku, but they need a whole lot more to come back into this game.
Yeah, Leafeon still has that shield available to them. That might be, no, the Hoopa also has a shielding, but take a look at their pockets, Fu. Very, very shallow, another 15 points, 30 in double time, and they have basically empty pockets at this point. I don't think they even have enough points, but it is about a 1.5 score game. They need to maybe get a team fight here because there's quite literally not enough Eos energy on the map, and this is the point where this Sableye, rolling it down, takes over the map. Even if they are able to get a couple of smaller scores on that main goal zone, the Sableye is going to continue to push that lead even further.
Yeah, double points is quite important. We have the Rings Unbound coming out for Wailord there, but, you know, there's no point of taking the portal if you've got no points, and you've got 19 seconds to go. This is a fantastic play by Orange Juicers to demonstrate that, you know, even if you get the Ray, is not always a guaranteed win, right? There's a Ray, there's a way, but not in this case.
I don't ever see this, very rarely see this happening, but quite literally, I mean, we do see the Absol go down there. Another 40 points, another 20 from OG on the main goal zone of version 1, but you don't see it all too often where quite literally all Kratos and the Psyduck had to do was watch in their main goal zone as version 1 scores on that main goal zone, and they still win the game. I mean, that's how just dominant of a win this game was for Orange Juicers. Version 1, they got the Rayquaza. They didn't have enough in their pockets to continue scoring. And this is exactly the position you want to be to play this game. Make Rayquaza not a win condition for your team. Make a win condition for scoring, because that is ultimately the thing that wins you the game.
It definitely is. I think this draft that Orange Juicers have put out in this game it's kind of like a version 2 of the original score comp. But they are so mobile in the way that they can be. It's seemingly at any single pad that's unchecked. And once you start racking up those scores in the early game, and especially after the 8-minute mark, you see the lead was like over 300 or something like that. It was like 391 to 40 or something like that. And it doesn't matter, like you said, whether they actually get the Ray in the end, because the double points help out so much and really escalate their score lead, and it's just really stonks going up at the end.
Yeah, it's part of the reason why SteelAgentKy is not maybe as valuable as, say, the experience in the way of the Southern Regispawn, but it does pave the way of you scoring quite a lot of points. They were able to break both Tier 1 and Tier 2 goal zones. I think by the 3:30 mark or so on the timer, they weren't able to get another SteelAgentKy, but it propelled their lead so far ahead that, like I was saying before, Rayquaza wasn't a win condition for version 1. And part of the reason why Rayquaza is so strong is, I mean, you get a couple of different things, right? You get the shield, you get faster scoring animation, but quite often in that 5v5 Rayquaza fight, whoever gets the Rayquaza also KOs the entire enemy team, which fills the pocket of the team that gets the Rayquaza shield. So those are like a couple of things that I think about of why Rayquaza is such a good thing. Well, Orange Juicers didn't even take a Rayquaza fight. So they're, even though they were able to get the Rayquaza that was version 1, their pockets were not as full as Orange Juicers winning the previous 2 or 3 fights.
Point. And I think it also goes on the way to counter Slowbro, right? If Kratos doesn't even enter the fight to go up against the Slowbro, Rustic can't really unite anybody. And then you've just got 5 members that they're ready to team fight, but the team doesn't show up. So it is definitely a great way to ensure that at least you get your dunks in before you go down.
I mean, look at that scoring margin. It was like 2-3 members on the side of Orange Juicers with 200 or more points. It's incredible.
It is a strategy that they played very, very well in, but they need one more, and version 1 has one last chance, J-Crew, to maybe take it to game 3, which is what I always like to see. But just having a look at the bracket now, seems like Sanguine has taken down Fellas United. They'll be meeting the winner of our set in the semifinals.
Yeah, looks like Nemesis was able to come out over Ratatouille. They did have an early loss, just a map loss against that one team earlier on today. But got a couple of teams that are in or waiting for their qualification game in the winner's semifinals. So, like you were saying, Sanguine waiting for the winner of this set that we're watching. Still waiting on the bottom side of Pool 2. Pool number 1, we have Luminosity and Tigang, and Team YT and Rush Hour. So these two teams making a pretty deep bracket run. Team YT and Rush Hour. I think of the 4 sides of the brackets of each various pool, I think this bracket was probably the easiest. The biggest hitters were Team YT, Rush Hour, and T3. And T3 actually had a pretty early exit to the winner's side of the bracket. They're still in the lower side of the bracket, having to make a deep bracket run. But with T3 out, it definitely paves the way for Team YT to run and Rush Hour to make a pretty deep run, and they obviously have.
T3 is one up against LF Machamp GF in the losers round 4. You just have to play so many sets to qualify, right? It is top 8. That's my understanding for tomorrow. So
yeah,
Luminosity Tigan also off
4 sets. I think it's a total of 4, 5, 6, 7. Winning 7 sets wins you a cup. 7 sets wins you a cup. Because there's 4 today, and then tomorrow there will be a winners quarterfinals, semifinals, and then
finals and then grand.
Yeah, finals and grand finals. I guess it's 8.
So 8 is the magic number. Well,
yeah,
it is a stark contrast to what I'm used to, but I do have to say though, credit to the OC region for having double-digit teams.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, we got double digits tonight.
And because we did the broadcast yesterday for day 1, and we had so many more sets because of the way it's still top 4, right? It's not top 8. So we played for full 4 hours in terms of the getting to broadcast all the games. So shout out, hopefully it keeps growing. But we're gonna get into game number 2, Draco, as we have a similar draft. I think Adro has put up.
Yeah, so version 1 on our purple side, Orange Juicers, orange side. Rustic is actually going to pull the Sableye away from Roland. I don't think I've ever seen Rustic play Sableye before. So that does mean who's in the top path? Is that Hoopa and an Eevee? I don't know which Eevee that is. We'll see. Oh, it's Scarf on a Carry Umbreon. Take a look at that.
Yeah, Carry Umbreon. Don't see that too often, but them not being in the top half allows Typhlosion to get at least their 3 stacks in. They'll be moving away now. I just wanted to point out, OJ having a very similar strategy, I think, with the members that they've brought out. I mean, Dodrio, Lucario, Psyduck, and Mew, they're very good at doing the exact same thing, which is getting some scores in the pad. Very mobile, a lot of moves used to dash as well. But Rollins now going up against this carry Umbreon, trying to secure this Bunnelby.
Yeah, I'm sure Flareons loves to play, loves to see themselves play Mew in this set. I know ever since Stockings kind of exited the Unite community, I think Flareons has taken the mantle as one of, if not the best Mew player in North America. I think Otter was another person in that conversation, but has since moved to the supporter category. Still plays supporter Mew, but at least in the attacker position, I think Flareons is definitely the one that takes the cake.
Yeah, it's definitely really different in attack Mew compared to a support Mew. We'll have a Citrus Berry relief for Scarf there, but they're going to be letting in some scores as the portal will be coming out. I mean, Psyduck is just such an annoying Pokemon, but we do have Rustic trying to be contest in that conversation, but they will end up going down, and it's going to be Orange Juices in the points lead.
Yeah, level 6 on the Dodrio. So you're currently your highest. So we have a Leafeon ticking over to level 6 as well on the left side of the field. Pokemon that we haven't talked about today on this roster is this Aegislash. Aegislash was probably one of the biggest winners of I think is now the most recent balance patch, getting a higher percentage damage on its auto attacks. I think it's cooldown on a couple of its abilities as well, so it can actually rotate between the shield and sword form quite frequently. So excited to see this Pokemon come out to play. We don't normally see Liko on an all-rounder, so we'll see how well he's able to play this Pokemon.
Yeah, Aegislash is very strong right now. We do have Flareons taking down Whale Lord there, as we have more damage and more fight in the middle. Mew getting a K streak of 2. I just think the ability to pull people into your team and then create your serve crowd control just actually stuns them for a very long time, not to be underestimated, especially if you have high burst damage carries on your side, such as that Dodrio. They're going to soak up that Altaria as well, but we have a fully fledged Aegislash now. They popped a full heal, trying to get out of there, and so is Zugrog, going back to the safety of that Citrus Berry.
Yeah, Aegislash actually does pretty decently well into highly mobile characters like Lucario and this Dodrio on the other side of the field. Those boosted autos able to hone in, quite literally like the name of its stage 1 evolution. Level 9 on Kratos. They are a tri-attack Dodrio, mind you. Lots of damage in that mid to short range, and the 1v1 between the two speedsters goes in the way of the Dodrio. It's going to pull back, but as they retreat back over to the right side of the field, they are going to see 2 members of their team fall. Kratos is going to get another KOs. The Aegislash going to be melted before they make it back to the goal zone. Practicing their combos as Kratos, diving, ducking, weaving is the Sableye, but is unable to get away.
Oh, probably a little bit too optimistic going for a score to finish the flourish off, but that sets up an opportunity for I think the Leafeon to start this Regice, but not before Zugrog hiding in the bush with Flareons. They have a favored secure. I do anticipate maybe a switch of the move depending on how low this Regice is going to get. Have the E-Ball going in a little bit early, but it's okay. Zugrog is there to pocket that Regice for their team. They have the wide guard coming in. They just don't have enough HP now to go up against the mammoth of a Trevenant right now. And both of these teams just looking to back away now as more farm will be spawned on the map, Goku.
Yeah, it's definitely a conservative game for Orange Juicers, but they're proceeding with this game with all the advantages they can, quite slowly. I mean, they took that bottom objective very slowly, able to get the secure with the Trevenant. They kind of slowly took this southern or this northern Regieleki, and they're just insulating their goal zones really, really well. 44 points now, finally 30 points from both the Leafeon and that Sableye in the top path. It's going to bring this to a close game in Unite turns, but they're going to start to lean into this bottom path as we head to the halfway point of this game. Both teams now completely scaled to their final evolutions. Leafeon just kind of struggling to stay alive in this bottom path. Level 9 on the Aegislash is a Pokemon that I'm still waiting to see come to fruition here. Regieleki really close of breaking into the tier 2 goal zone, and they do. Hoopa late to the party, but they should have enough points to lean this in. Unite move from the Leafeon is going to land on a couple of members of the Orange Juicers. 40 points in the pocket of Rollin there, leaving this at 3. I think Typhlosion is going to close this down with a small overcap, but it's going to make this vulnerable for Regieleki in the late game.
Oh, fantastic play. Seems like there were 2 fights going on this map. just before, and I think the massive 3-person surf by Rolling was really the ice on the cake there, just to make sure that that top pad breaks. And it's the exact same story, right, as last game, Draco. We have an opportunity created by their team, and suddenly they're now, creating that lead, 208 to 81, with 4 minutes to go still on the map. I mean, and another 40 coming through. This looks exactly like kind of bit of deja vu, I think, for version 1, as they try to defend this pad now and maybe get some value off taking off Zugrak here. But Trevenant with the Horn Leech says something else. They might be able to take off Riker before then. No, we do have finally a KO onto Zugrak as the response now going onto that tier 1 pad.
Macro is definitely turning into success here for the Orange Juicers. Not only are they winning these smaller team fight engagements, even they're just winning 1v1s between members of the two teams. They are winning Macro quite significantly. And it's kind of interesting to say because Hoopa is on the other side of the field. And they're winning quite significantly, 282 to 81. It's a 2-score game plus 1 point for Orange Juicers. And it shows you the maturity of Orange Juicers in approaching or how to approach this game. They are quite literally at a macro deficit because the other team has a Hoopa. It doesn't even matter. They are winning the team fights on not only one front, but 2 fronts, splitting up their team sometimes in 2 to 3 different pods.
You're always playing for the strategy that Rayquaza won't matter. It creates more of a consistent result, right? Because there's no flip of the Rayquaza, but a 50 will go through before the double points will come through, and the final stretch will be with us in about 40 seconds. However, the close combat finally taken down by the Emerald 2-step as Rolling tries to get themselves out of danger. So the Psychic will not be able to land, but it's okay. The damage is already done, right? 332 now to the side of Orange Juicers. And, in that time and space, there's only been 20 points upwards for version 1. So yet again, they will meet themselves in the Rayquaza pit. And not sure whether Orange Juicers will turn up again.
Yeah, they're going to defend this tier 1 gold zone rather well. Roland and I can't see who's right next to them. Trevenant, Zugrug right next to them, getting vision on the central air. I think the Dodrio has found the Sableye. They're going to be sending them back to their Pokeball. Unfortunately, this ghost-type Pokemon is going to disappear for at least the next 5 or so seconds. Orange Juicers, they might take this objective off the field rather quickly. They have really good secure with the Aura Cannon, but maybe just trying to bait version 1 to be approaching the Rayquaza pit.
Oh, but you take down the insurance policy of Secure from version 1, though, so there is a rip potential available, but they're so far ahead that it seems like a score is probably going to be the strategy, and it looks like we have Dodrio going in for more. Hoopa's actually taken down without uniting either. This is a disaster set of events for version 1, and they really need this if they want to stay in to the winner's side of things, but Leafeon going down as well. And this is just a little bit of a sad moment for Scarf, I think, because they know that they can't really get out of this engagement. Has to use the Moonlight Prance, but does it even delay the inevitable? Because we're now 490 points, Draco, to the good, and Waylord trying the best out. The final rings are bound to come out. Only 3 members available to come through the portal, and it's either rip now or suffer the consequences.
Yeah, it's a dire position here for version 1. They are going to try to flip this Rayquaza with only 2 members. They've used all of their cooldowns at this point. Trevenant doing a really good job. Liko able to get the secure with the coup de grace. Unfortunately, most likely will not be able to retain that shield. So with everyone going down or lacking a shield at this point, Leafeon just can't score enough points in time to surmount this lead that Orange Juicers have put together.
Yeah, just I guess the experience in macro and just a fantastic strategy. It asked a question that version 1 couldn't really answer in both these games, and that will send Orange Juicers into the semi-finals today. We have a last bit of fighting here just to pad up the stats for both these teams. But as we saw in the last game, probably won't be very high damage numbers because I guess Orange Juicers, right? They always look to have these little fights, create an opportunity, but at the end of the day, it's all about that scoring and getting the lead before the Rayquaza.
Yeah, this was a really fun game to observe, like as an observer in the sky, because this was a game won on chess, quite literally. I feel like Orange Juicers, they weren't aggressive when when they needed to be, but when they had those opportunities to have vision of what version 1 was deciding to do, they countered that perfectly. When they recognized that version 1 was prioritizing maybe that top path, they would go down to the bottom path. When they had vision on version 1 starting to work their way down to the southern portion of the map, they would start to lean into the tier 1 goal zone, break that, get that Regieleki into the tier 2. And then it really left version 1 kind of spinning on their heels, not really knowing what to do and where to be. And it was a really cool thing to see that Orange Juicers put together in this game.
It was all about, I guess, that the only thing version 1 could do was react to the plays made by Orange Juicers, but when you're only reacting throughout the entire game, it's just going to be the other team in control. And Orange Juicers played that very, very well. Which one are we going to be spectating next, Kyle?
Waiting to see
Yeah,
what we
Ski,
have
Kyle.
available. I can't remember if I have anybody on T Gang. I thought I had bats, so we may
Can
be able to watch
we-
them versus
Can we check for T3 War Legion?
T3.
That's a good
Oh
one.
yeah, I have Chunti. I don't have Pure. Is Chunti on War Legion still?
I don't
Guess
think so.
Oh,
War
I
Legion
would
is-
suggest we do a qualification game since we're
Yeah.
here. Do you
YT
have
against Rush Hour?
LG is up 1-0 now.
do you have any of the players? We'll just start there.
on which
I
team?
think
LG doesn't
I
have
think-
any spectate, so
Juicers are the same. So
Sanguine versus Orange Juicers.
I
You
don't
have people on
think
Sanguine, right, Kyle?
I have people on YT. I don't have anybody on Rush Hour.
okay. I think we're kind of out of options then. So who do you
Wanna
have on
say I
YT?
have- I
have
have
a Kilo?
Celestial and a Kilo, yeah.
Okay. Have you seen? Oh, yeah, I've seen Celestial show up.
Yep,
So I guess
Celestial and a-
we don't
yeah.
really have many options.
I want to say I have bats on T Gang. Let me double check.
They might have just finished the game and it's just in that limbo period between draft and spectate.
Yeah, I do have bats, so if they have it on, then we can watch the game
Bats
too.
is Bats on to gang?
Yeah. Are they not? Am I making that up?
No,
I could be
look at
making
the
that
roster.
up.
They're signed
It's
up
Bits.
as T-Gan.
It's
Oh.
Oh,
Bits.
there's Bats
Bits,
as well.
not bad.
Bats
Bats
as well.
hasn't played today. I
Oh.
don't think.
Oh,
Bats
Oh,
is
okay.
sub.
I mean,
Unless they're
on it?
they're on the roster, but I don't know if they're have played. We've only seen them play. We've only seen Tigang play. I guess what, once today against Ignorance. So
I think
they
you're
could have
only
played
allowed to
earlier.
be on one roster.
What are you talking about?
I don't think you could be on two rosters.
No. We've only
Register.
seen one game of Tigang today.
Oh yeah,
So
yeah.
they could have subbed in Bats earlier on today.
Gotcha.
But for just the game that we saw,
I see what you're saying.
Bats is not playing.
I see what you're saying. I saw them in like the casual at one point, like you said. So that's is their alt, says Jade.
Alt as in like an alternate account or a sub?
They're
Because
sub.
alternate
I think
could be
they
okay.
meant sub.
Yeah. Looks like we don't really have much options except for Team YT when that shows up. We could do something like super scuffed and like if I have them, I might be able to like stream onto Discord and you stream that. But I think on LG I have Otter is the only one I have. And that's if they even have spectate on.
Yeah. When I asked Slash about it, they said Slash said that they're just not leaving spectate on.
That's right. Yeah. Just do YT then.
Yeah.
I mean, if we can't, we can't. So or we can do a losers bracket game.
Sing.
But I think for posterity, we should try to do at least one. Have you seen Nemesis today?
Yeah.
Have you seen their players pop up?
Oh wait, no, because who did I have? I had Machisel, and Machisel's on. Wait, are they still on Nemesis?
No,
I'm making that up. I'm making it up.
the Chisel is not on Nemesis anymore. They
They moved to
have
Kiss Kiss.
Machisel did? No, Machisel is not playing this month. Let's see, but
Are
they
you sure? Because
Nemesis.
they've showed up on casual. So I don't know if
Yes, because they're probably just playing.
Okay.
They're also under a new name. They're also playing on their another account. Their primary account name is _ mock.
Yeah.
Let me
Yeah,
see.
it's Maklov Lisa, and I've seen them pop up, so I think they're
Yeah.
playing.
I have Metallic and Heat Fan on mine, but I don't know how we would do that.
I'd be able to do it a couple of ways. I can
Without just setting up a YouTube private stream and
Right. No, I could. I mean, if you streamed it to Discord, I think I'd be able to. Yeah, I would just have to.
It'd be a little scuffed, but I
Finagle.
think we got a second to do it. Let's just try.
Yeah, I could finagle it. It'll be a little. I'll make sure that I don't scuff the audio, but it should be doable.
I'm just gonna give you. How can I do this? Hold on, I'm figuring it out. Let's see. Video capture device. Okay. Let's see. The stream may not have audio. That's the only thing. All right. Do you see me? No. Let me change. All right. Okay, I'm looking at yours. I'm looking at.
Okay, I see you. Okay.
All right. Can you hear it?
Yeah.
Okay. Give it a go. See what happens.
I need to do a thing.
So you would need to make a source for a
I got
screen.
it. Yeah.
Okay. And then
Trim it and stuff. So it's
yeah,
not
trim
super,
it.
so it's not super scuffed and what have you. And I need to make sure that I do not duplicate my audio on Discord. That there's no gecko. It's feeding Discord, so I need to mute that audio.
And I have YT showing up. So YT's up.
Only like
Who is Meliodas?
they are on I believe it's Simply Surreal?
Why do I have them? Who are you? You are
Who
somebody else.
are you?
You are somebody else.
A minute.
All right, how are we looking, Kyle?
I think we're chilling.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yeah.
No, you can hear the game. Husky, can you hear my game?
No. I cannot.
Can you hear my game, Kyle?
I can hear it, yeah.
Mm.
All right. Well, as long as they can see it, we'll just go with it.
Yeah.
You probably need to trim it up a little bit, make it a little skinnier so we can see the labels at the bottom.
Yeah. True.
Because I'm not giving you a trimmed feed.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Oh, I have juicers. All right, chat. What do you guys want to see? Do you guys want to see orange juicers versus sanguine? Do you want to see the potential qualification game for Team YT? What do you guys want to see? I don't think I have LG here. No, I don't have an LG game. We got one for YT, one for orange juicers.
OJ,
I'll just.
OJ, OJ.
What do you want to do, Kyle?
I mean, we've seen OJ today. I mean,
We could possibly do both if Team YT sweeps here. So we could do YT. I think that'll be interesting to see Celestial on this roster.
yeah, let's do that.
All right.
Well, I have Celestial. We could just do it off of mine.
Oh, just do it off of yours since it'll be like less scuffed.
Yeah. I need to turn Discord on. Yeah. So
Let's
YT.
do that, and then let's do that, and then we'll go. If juicers are still playing, then we'll go to juicers, and then maybe we'll finish off with Nemesis because they're still finishing up their semifinal round or their quarterfinal round.
Yeah, that sounds good. So Husky and I will take this one.
Gang.
Gang,
This is YT on purple, and then who's the other side? Rush Hour on orange.
Rush Hour. Yep.
Okay, YT.
Got a Kilo along with Fui on the Buzzwall. This is always a good, nice comfort pick for Fui. See how they go. Colin Tang, formerly Brave Birders, on the Talonflame.
Yeah, that is their pick. They do love running the Talonflame. We'll see how it goes here. Into the Buzzwall could be a little bit difficult, already getting very low, but the Buzzwall's focus band is also now pop. Nobody will end up getting any KOs, but everyone makes it home safe.
As well, very low, but yeah, Akilo doing a fantastic job of utilizing those synthesis to keep making sure that Fui is topped off. Bottom lane actually going pretty well down here. We have the Mimikyu Celestial on that. Electro Ball is able to connect for that secure on that wild experience.
Yeah, and at this point, if you're Team YT, you're just going to try to get that Umbreon up to that level 4, the Mimikyu up to the level 5, because they are not quite there yet. But who is level 5 is this Buzzwole. Big superpower comes in right into So Sad Sab's Gardevoir, the infamous Gardevoir, taking down 2 in the top.
Fantastic plays here. 50 points incoming for Team YT in this top path. And yeah, that's a nice win for them there. However, bottom lane, Rush Hour able to get a little bit of a consolation prize. Not much. They found a KO on the Mimikyu and another like 9 points. So not a whole lot, but you gotta take what you can.
Definitely not winning the bottom path, but both teams are kind of coming out even there. I feel like the Talonflame just now ticking into a Fletchender at level 5, so the top path definitely not going Rush Hour's way right now, but that means they're just gonna have to give up these 8-minute birds. Gardevoir now with the level 7 evolution, they are fully evolved, and Team YT can just kind of hang out and get back, look for some picks.
Oh, they're not hanging out. They're pressing forward. Buzzwole, Fwee is able to help take out that Aegis/Slash Psyduck. Going to be forced to retreat back to their side of the base or side of the map. And Colin Tang getting a stack in, but Fwee is able to sniff that one out. They're going back to the Pokemon Center at the hands of Aquilo. They're going to press forward a little bit more with another superpower combo. Going to land on the Psyduck, and man, Fwee is looking fantastic on this. These are a lot of comfort picks.
Team YT just, yeah, on a lot of their comfort picks. The Buzzwole of Fwee is just one of the most infamous Buzzwoles, the infamous Gardevoir as well. Like, just really solid picks for them. They just want to make sure that they take home this win. They qualify for day 2. Celestial, though, does get caught. Well, do they actually get caught? They get a good play rough right there. They finally will go down, though.
Ooh-wee, 134-23. They're able to close out this T1 pad in the top lane, so Team YT full sending this. They're going to send that Regieleki over to the T2. Basement side, it's still a Registeel down here. Rush Hour going to start tapping that with the Snorlax. Pikachu does see this happening, so going to grab some vision for the team. Going to get a mean look on it, but they're going to get sniffed out by the Aegis/Slash. They're going to try slicing on in, but here comes Team YT. Here comes Buzzwole, but no, it is Rush Hour able to secure that. It's the Aegis/Slash.
And the Aegis/Slash was able to get that secure, but it doesn't matter
man.
because the EXP just going right back over to Team YT. Huge Fairy Singularity. I feel like So Sad Sam's like the only Gardevoir player I've ever seen actually hit the Fairy Singularity in a competitive fashion, and that was definitely big for them. And they are able to do math, which just really adds insult to injury for Rush Hour, unfortunately, because that is a huge overcap. That is not what you want if you're Rush Hour.
Oh, massive overcap, and you get it to the right Pokemon. Gardevoir getting that 40-point dunk in. Uh-oh. We have a Fly. Talonflame's going to fly into trouble, utilize their Flame Sweep, get it on top of Fwee, but Fwee's going to use their Unite move. Pikachu immediately responds with this thunderstorm of their own. That's going to take them down. 2 members of Team YT in the Pokemon Center now. Make it 3 as Umbreon's heading back there. Celestial's going to try to respond, but another Electro Ball right on target. Triple KO for Pikachu. Well, Gardevoir is going to turn that one right around. Another Fairy Singularity, Husky. That's 2 for 2.
I was like, wow, why is Team YT just walking one by one? And I saw the Gardevoir start to move up towards the top path, and I was like, no, Sam's just gonna walk in onto this Aegis/Slash. But no, they just threw a Fairy Singularity and left.
Yep.
That's a strat. Just throw Unite move, walk away. Able to pick up 2 there, but still, Rush Hour was able to break that top pad. So it's enough for them, I think, to feel a little bit comfortable with coming back into this game, but they are still down by over 100.
Ooh, Gardevoir is able to take out the Psyduck. We have another Fly coming in for Talonflame, lands on Fwee. Fwee's going to superpower this Snorlax. Aegis/Slash is going to get sent into the mean look, going to try to get on top of the Gardevoir, able to do so. Coup de grace out. We have a KO, multiple being found by Team YT. It's Fwee on the Buzzwole a couple of times. Now we're going to get this Regieleki once again. That one's going to push towards this T2 for Team YT.
Yeah, and it looks like they might attempt a push here, but every single member of Rush Hour is there to meet them, and Mimikyu going down. This Mimikyu just not able to get much done. Rush Hour has done a great job of shutting them down, but unfortunately they have not been able to shut down this Buzzwole or this Gardevoir, and finally Buzzwole does get caught, but they are still able to keep throwing moves out, Kyle.
Yeah, 2 members of Rush Hour heading back to the Pokemon Center. Fwee once again looking for Psyduck, but they're going to surf away pretty smoothly. But in the fray, you have 3 members of Rush Hour falling. And there's a basement Reggie that's just kind of been hanging out here. It's a Registeel looking to maybe try to get that. It is going to be Team YT, but they're not before they get some KOs here.
Yeah, Psyduck has been able to hit their Psychics pretty well, which allows them to reposition an enemy, but unfortunately, Rush Hour's just not been able to follow up on it the way it was. Wow, what a beautiful mean look on that Aegis/Slash to protect the Gardevoir. Unfortunately, the Talonflame does fly in, but they're not able to pick up any KOs. Instead, it is Snorlax going down, Kyle.
Snorlax down in the Pokemon Center. Another Fly out from Talonflame. There's the Pikachu Unite move. 2 members of Team YT going down. Now this Aegis/Slash is looking to take the Registeel, able to do so, and they clean it up. So huge KOs here for Rush Hour. Not only that, but they get that objective. So a lot of experience going in their pockets. So Sad Sam going to be retreating back towards this energy flux zone and try to stay healthy, but Rush Hour might be overstaying their welcome.
Yeah, I mean, they really did win that fight, and that was really off the back of that Pikachu Unite move. The Buzzwole went in, and Pikachu responded immediately, which was really valuable. I mean, at that point, it might have been like a little bit late for most of the Unite moves to be popped, but a Pikachu isn't too worried about that. They can just grab some extra pieces of experience to make sure that they're able to charge it back up because of the low Unite move cooldown, so they're not too worried. But that was a huge experience gain for them. I mean, that being said, we do have Snorlax once again going down, and still Team YT in full control of this game, in full control of the pit, and it's going to be up to Rush Hour to make a move.
He's going to go ahead and try to check some bushes, make sure to try to scope out where this Talonflame is. They are heading in the tall grass above Rayquaza. Trying to grab some vision for the team is the Psyduck along with this Aegislash. Both teams just kind of dancing around here.
Yeah, I mean, they saw the Talonflame, which is big. They didn't let them get into the back line, but what is in the back line is Pikadiff on the Umbreon. They do get out, though, but Buzzwole and Aegislash now in a bit of a scuffle. Looks like this fight's starting to break out.
Ooh, Big Fairy Singularity hits the mark. 2 members of Rush Hour going down. Buzzwole is the one that's able to grab the 2. They're looking for another. Pikachu's going to pop their Unite move. That's going to turn the cards right around. Electro Ball able to connect, and now we have 3 members of Rush Hour down. Talonflame's gonna flame sweep, but they get trapped in a mean look, looking to maybe grab a KO on the Eldegoss, able to do so, and they get out somehow.
Whoa, and off the back of a beautiful mean look by that Umbreon, and Talonflame still able to get out of that. I feel like that's just the one trick diff. You just get a little bit of extra HP when you have a gold ribbon on a Pokemon or something like that, because there's no way he should have lived that.
There we go. Snorlax is going to get caught in another mean look. Rayquaza getting chipped now, a little bit more than half. Psyduck's going to throw a Surf in there. Talonflame's going to have to take to the skies, otherwise they're going to be KO'd. We have Celestial going down once again. Colin Tang living on 1 HP in a dream. Rayquaza getting super low. We got an Electro Ball, but no! It's a Kalo! Eldegoss taking the Rayquaza!
It's the Eldegoss, Kyle, and a triple KO by So Sad Sam on the Gardevoir. Eldegoss finishing off that Pikachu, and wow, Team YT looked like they were struggling for a second there in that pit, but able to bring it home with us secure by that Eldegoss. I really thought that Colin Tang might get in there with a fly, but of course, broken secure. Basic attack Eldegoss.
Did you know that supports do more damage to wild Pokemon?
Did you know that Eldegoss basic attack is broken?
How broken is LD basic attack?
Broken.
That's crazy.
LD basic attack secure. Best secure in the game. I thought for a second, though, the Talonflame might have been able to get in there, but Team YT bringing home game number 1, and look at that damage line for So Sad Sam. I mean, there's a reason why this player is commonly target banned on that Gardevoir, because look at that.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
105, only taken 20 as well. I mean, you'd think when you have a Talonflame, you'd be able to get on top of that. Gardevoir, relatively easy, but I like the buffs to Gardevoir. They seem really good. I was able to play it the other night, and just that small change of getting evolved at level 7 opposed to 8 seems to at least make it semi-viable and competitive, and obviously So Sad Sam probably the best one in North America, so there's some glimmer of hope for this Pokemon.
Gardevoir is a Pokemon that's always been good. It's definitely really solid regardless, but with a player like Sam on it, like, it just is even more ridiculous. So,
and big shout out, thanks for the raid, Pikadiff. GG's on that one. That was huge. You caught us right when we were watching you.
You're glazing the shit out of you. Guys, it wasn't a plan.
It wasn't a plan. There was no plan. There was no plan. Let's see what we got. We got still have. I mean, I'm sure they're probably getting close to.
I have Nemesis and Juicers right now, by the way.
You have Nem and Juicers? We could watch that one. I'll switch the thing.
Yeah. Team YT is your first team to qualify for
Yeah.
That
That's awesome. Congrats, YT.
I am live in
moves?
Discord.
Okay.
So.
I'll watch
Got
on
that.
Draco's,
Mute.
I guess.
3, look at that.
What
Who and
achievement did you
Draco,
get?
do you want to take that? Because
Oh,
I really
sure.
need to go to the bathroom.
Can yeah.
Do we watch
Histronic
on Draco's side or your side, Kyle?
Whatever's easier for you.
Draco.
Is there a delay if we? That's my main concern.
Yeah, I think regardless, we're gonna be a little bit scuffed.
Oh yeah, there is a delay. I'll just watch on Kyle's then. If not,
Yeah,
like,
let's watch.
not in sync.
Let's watch Kyle's.
Okay.
Might be
We're
difficult
gonna.
for you though, Draco, because you're spec as well, right?
Yeah, it's like a tiny delay.
Hey, thanks, Kay.
What I
Oh,
could
it's
do.
alright.
What
It's
I
not
could
that bad.
do is I could second, I guess it'd be like a triple, like tertiary observe Kyle's feed. So I would be a little bit
It's
off.
9 minutes,
but
so grab that game before it goes away.
yeah, let's just do this one.
It's
Oh,
alright.
that
I'll
one was
just
kidding.
the delay's
Oh.
tiny, Draco. I'll just watch yours.
You can't see
It's
it.
Foo's fault.
What?
It's
Foo's fault. We don't have
okay.
this game.
It's okay.
Sorry, this is game 1.
That was game
All right,
1.
but we will see. Nemesis will be moving on to the semifinal round. So
Yeah, blame Foo. It's Foo's fault.
yeah, it's Foo's fault.
Uh,
Let's see, Luminosity. Do we get an update on that? They may be in a game 3. They have a pretty long timer. What does chat want to see? You guys want to see game 2 of Juicers or Nemesis and Kiss Kiss? I think storyline, like a narrative wise, I think Nemesis and Kiss Kiss is really interesting because
Yeah.
I didn't know Machisel was playing this month, and it looks like he is playing on Kiss Kiss.
Yeah.
So that's a really interesting storyline. Just previous teammates, they won a cup together for December, and now he's on another team.
Yeah, I agree on Neb versus Kiss Kiss. That's a fun
It's
one.
all Drake. It's all. Oh man. It's not his fault.
Because I feel like that one's just like one that can really go either way.
Yeah, sure, we'll do that one then.
For it.
So Juicers did not have spectate off. Kyle just doesn't have them
I
friended.
have Flareons, and maybe Flareons just was the only one that had it off.
Yeah, I saw Kratos. I saw Roland. Well, okay.
Blame Flareons. Blame Flareons.
Let's see. They just started to, so it's gonna take some time. Got Spiker.
Who's that?
He's one of my mods. He's a member of my community.
Is he playing?
I don't know what team he's playing on, but possibly.
They playing with security?
No. Let's see. Bruhaha's down on the loser side. V1. Fellas. AG.
Oof. Yeah. And that'll be tough for sure. Meliodas is on this team, on Raptor and Yoshi's BTP's team. Oh, and Kiersey. Nameless, yeah. Oh, yeah. That could be a pretty good one. You have Berry. Oh, that's a good emote. I like the Berry Lax and the Mew. Detective Mew dancing. That's good. Ooh, Tempo Tantrum and Team Shock. That could be a good matchup too. Look at all the dancing. Love me out. Oh. I think it was, yeah. First, yeah. Yeah.
Now they're one game away from losers round 6. They need to win 2 more rounds to qualify for tomorrow. Nothing else really. I guess more recent development. Juicer's going down 0-1 to Sanguine. Are
Here's
we
the-
supposed to only hear Kyle?
Wait, you can't hear Draco? Draco's talking.
Don't hear me?
It
You don't
should
hear
work.
Drago?
You hear Husky? Okay.
I can as of though.
OJ down.
OJ's down.
Okay, here we go.
1-0.
We have the juicers here. You guys want to watch that?
Yeah, if that's what's up.
Yeah.
That's you know, if OJ loses here, that's big.
Yeah, sure. We'll see this. Did you go to the bathroom yet, Kyle?
Not yet. I need to.
Over.
Bam.
And just I think you can just stretch it.
So OJ's Sanguine. Can I do this one? Because I gotta go.
Sure.
Cool.
Fu, Husky, you haven't casted together, right? You guys want to
Yeah,
cast
we
together?
have it.
Yeah, let's go.
All right, I'll just observe this one.
All right.
Everybody can
So,
hear everybody, hopefully.
OJ
Okay. I think we're good.
OJ is down 1-0.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I was checking though. They're down. So if they lose this one, Sanguine qualifies, correct?
Yep.
Okay.
Are we able to stretch out the thing, or is this as big as it gets?
It's a Kyle thing.
Oh, well, that's okay. All right. let's look at the draft because we didn't get a chance to see it. We do have Flareons on the Miraidon, but they're already getting very low. The Umbreon actually ejecting over there to make sure that they can pick up that KO. So, I mean, they do grab the Gardevoir on Sanguine's side, but they will lose the Miraidon as well. So already a very aggressive early game for these teams.
Yeah, Ralts for Miraidon, but the benefit of Miraidon is they don't need to evolve twice to have access to all of their moves. I think Ralt's bottom path is always a little bit weak, but we do have the Glaceon here to just help out. Maybe create an ambush. Kratos will be getting their Icicle Spear stacks, Husky, and they look to take down
Wow.
your Umbreon.
Nice. That's actually big. The Glaceon being able to come down, and then with a Glaceon, the best thing you can do is catch your opponents off guard because it gives you time to charge up the Icicle Spears. You have a lot of shred damage prepared and ready, so you just catch anything. You can shred a tank, you can shred anything, as long as they're caught out of position, and that's exactly what we saw there, taking down that Umbreon. I think that's kind of the name of the game for OJ here, just making sure you get that Glaceon in a good position, just like they are right now.
Yeah, speaking of Glaceon, the Kratos Chaos Trick offer 2 then. Chansey still looking for their Blissey, but doesn't matter as long as we have a level 7 Glaceon on your side before the 8 minutes mark, Husky. That's just good news for Orange Juices.
Yeah, that's honestly great for. I mean, and look at Kratos just like hanging out in the central area of the enemy team. Who needs a tank? They have their Icicle Spears. They will throw a Unite move down. They'll grab Mimikyu. They'll grab Umbreon in one single Icicle Spear move. That is huge. Double KO in the enemy central area. And there's only a little baby Ralts over there while the Glaceon is level 9.
Yeah, we've got a 5-level difference between those two attackers. How in the world did Kratos even get level 8 before the 8-minute mark? That's just quite the achievement. And we have an Electric Drift Miraidon coming out from Flareons here, so they're not going to be too scared about the Mimikyus or the Garchomp going in, but a nice little iframe. Unfortunately, still punished there is the Curlia, but at least they've evolved one stage there, Husky.
Yeah, at least the Curlia is a Curlia now and still not a Ralts. 7:20 on the clock. It does not look good to continue to be a Ralts at that point in the game. We do have the Safeguard coming onto the Zacian, making sure Mimikyu does not take them down. And right now, Sanguine definitely playing on their back foot. We have a level 10 on Kratos' Glaceon, which is very dangerous for the tanky team composition of Sanguine.
And we have a nice little Hornlets to isolate. But we have the Zacian to secure that for Orange Juices, so they come on top up yet again, and Mimikyu not able to take down the Zacian. However, might be punished there, so we do have a KO for them at least. Psyduck picking up 2 for their team, and we pan to the bottom path. It seems like there's a bit of defense going on for the Umbreon. Regieleki gets shredded by Garchomp, and I think the good news for Sanguine is their comp is largely going to be that late game, right? If they can somehow hold on, not lose too many pads, get the levels back up, I think the teamfight potential is better than Orange Juices.
Yeah, we've got an Eevee, which noticeably does very well in the early game. Miraidon, very strong early game. Same with Zacian. But not to say Orange Juicer's team comp doesn't not do well in the late game. It definitely still has a strong late game chance here. But something like a Garchomp, Gardevoir, those are very late game heavy Pokemon. And it could be starting early this late game because that Glaceon going down is a huge EXP game.
Yeah, but it actually went on to the Umbreon, so we have a level 9 Umbreon on top of their Gardevoir, still level 8, nearly has access to Fairy Singularity, the Bliss Assistance to keep the Zacian in play as they look to defend this pad, but the pressure is just mounting from the Moonlight Prance of Aqua, and they look to get a KO streak of 2, maybe some dunks in to break this top pad. Oh, Sanguine crawling their way back into this game, Husky.
Yeah, and this, like I said, I mean, maybe the late game's starting early because they are not looking too bad. But right now, their Umbreon seems to be the one that's carrying 4 KOs for them. And the Psyduck also with 3. Nobody else able to pick up a single KO, just the EXP share. Havers and Flareons is ready to capitalize on that. The Bright Future Meteor Storm comes down on top of that Gardevoir, and they're going to continue to chase onto the Psyduck. They will get them. Double KO for Flareons.
And as soon as the Psyduck goes down, we have everyone on side Orange Juices collapsing onto this tier 1 and absolutely eviscerates the Mimikyu and the Psyduck. So that's going to be that top pad broken, but gives, I guess, Sanguine an opportunity to get this Regirock uncontested. And as soon as they do so, they need to go back that tier 2 because there might be an opportunity for Orange Juices to break that tier 2 if They have that Bliss Unite into the Trevenant Unite as well. There's a lot of Unites available, but the Play With Me might shut one down first.
Yeah, but the Blitz Assistance comes onto the Glaceon, trying to prevent them from going down here. The
Oh.
eject button,
Oh.
huge eject button timing right there. They're able to get the Icicle Spears off, and the Mimikyu will go
Oh,
down
wow.
to the Miraidon. Really great response there from OJ to make sure that Glaceon does not go down again, because that is a huge level 12 Pokemon that you do not want to lose at this point in the match.
Fantastic display of the knowledge there from Kratos. They just were outside of the Shadow Claw range, so there was no damage dealt by the Mimikyu, but still able to lock through with their spears as well. And level 13 now for that Glaceon, and still struggling to hit that level 12 is Sanguine.
Yeah, and look at this, the current KOs, Miraidon with 7 KOs right now, and still not a single KO on any of the carries on Sanguine. I mean, we talked about it earlier, late game composition, so it's getting to that late game, and they need to figure out where to capitalize. They need to grab a couple picks, they need to grab Glaceon, they need to pick Miraidon, like, they need to do something to try to make sure they come back in this game, but their score differential is not big. Sanguine with a couple back caps or something like that could take the lead.
Absolutely. I think they've done really well to keep their levels in check. I mean, late game orientated is my copium when I play ranked, and hopefully this will be for Sanguine as well. They have a Shadow Sneak, maybe locking onto someone, or just a scare tactic, as we have Zagorod just lurking in those bushes, trying to get some sort of vision for their team as we look to have maybe one final fight. It's getting a little bit risky now with 10 seconds to go before this basement Reggie to come out. If they commit here, they might be committing a bit too late, but we might see an early Rayquaza fight, Husky.
It is a Regirock, and Trevenant's going to go right in here. The mean look goes on to them, and that's an early pickup on that Mimikyu. We do have the Psychic landing on Flareon's Miraidon, but it doesn't matter. Not enough damage to take them down, and an easy pickup on that Regirock. And that, like you said, could have ended up being the fight if the team's committed, but Sanguine decided to back off. They want to save their Unite moves. They got good positioning on this Garchomp. Could look for a pick here from this Miraidon, exactly what they're going to do, but they miss the Shadow Claw combo. Dragon Claw is what it's called. They missed the Dragon combo.
Sorrow, just not too happy with that one, but that might be an early engage there. As the Safeguard will go through by fast Phantom Forest to start off this Rayquaza fight. We'll have the Moonlight Price to also jump through to grab some shields. Zayayai trying to zone out, but they have to look at Kratos, because Kratos is in a great position. No one's locking onto it, but as I say this, we have a Mimikyu trying the best. They do take down the Glaceon. Somehow the Psyduck survives that ordeal, and we only have now Flareons with the Trevenant Zacian in play. They know they're going to be ahead, but they need to somehow make it back to the home pad for a refight. Umbreon goes down, Husky. One now at a numbers advantage for Orange Juices.
That's so rough. Sanguine needed to capitalize as quickly as they could, but instead the Mimikyu did not have enough health to turn onto the Rayquaza, so they just couldn't go for it. And now they're in a position where there's still a Bliss Assistance on Orange Juicers. That is so dangerous for Sanguine to have to deal with. No Unite moves over there. They've got a Zacian Unite move as well now on Orange Juicers. This is going to be a rough refight for Sanguine.
I definitely agree. Having a Bliss Unite is a huge advantage, especially if you have the Zacian for that secure potential as well. But here comes the Livid Outrage from the Garchomp. They're trying to pick off anybody. They do manage to stun up Kratos, though, and Kratos now trapped in the Mean Look will get taken down, but not before Flareon comes to clean up the party. And Yard now not really able to do anything as the last remaining member standing. Not for long, though, as Zacian will be able to take that out as well. That's going to be a team wipe. Orange Juices standing on top, and what a relief, I think, to their team, because they were one game down, and now they finally are able to even out the board.
Yeah, I mean, the Gardevoir are trying to be so sad Sam, and unfortunately they are just not. So no KOs on that Pokemon. They were just not able to get to that late game spike that they needed to get to. And Orange Juicers coming away with the win in game number 2, even after such a scuffed fight where the Blissey ends up getting picked off. Sanguine just could not capitalize. Like, I really feel like it was just Flareons with those Electro Drifts just constantly chunking them down where they couldn't really make a move.
I think just Kratos hitting the Unite move so early on really set the tone and the bar for the for this game, and they kind of ran away with it. There was no real opportunity until maybe the Rayquaza fight that saw Sanguine really come back into that game, and look at the damage difference between the carry attackers on the side of Orange Juicers compared to your Gardevoirs on the side of Sanguine. And I guess maybe it's just back to drawing board, right? There's one final game to contest for to qualify for tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean the safeguards from Roland. I mean, like when you look at the stat line with a safeguard Blissey, you can't really tell. But the
No.
way that those shields were coming in clutch to save something as squishy as a Glaceon, just over and over again, Bliss assistance going onto Kratos multiple times, just looked absolutely fantastic. And Orange Juicers, I don't know what happened in that first game, but it was I don't know. Oh, is this the what is this? This
It's
is
the Nemesis game. I'm gonna kind of
Nem.
speed through towards the end. This is close to the
Just to see what ended
Yeah.
up happening.
Phalanx. Phalanx.
Phalanx.
T-Tar. Look at that. Phalanx T-Tar.
So
I
have it up right now.
Nemesis, This is
Oh, you got it? Okay.
Yep.
Yep. I have Machisel.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
Nem versus
I mean, we can speed it up if we want to see what
Yeah,
happens.
speed through this. Yeah, speed through this so we can see the game
This is-
3 of
How the heck
OJ.
did
yeah, this is game 1, right, of Nem?
Yeah.
We don't
So
have to really
fast.
cast
So
it, we can just
fast.
Kinda look.
Absol's
Look at his
going.
little legs.
Insane clear.
Yeah,
at
they're
his
like
little
legs.
basically
Going.
done with this game.
The Absol's little legs.
Look at
The
this
OO.
production, chat. You guys got 2 observers in getting games for y'all.
Yeah,
See, we won't miss the Orange Juicers game now because I'll just join in and pause.
I don't understand the Ho-Oh, but you know, I've been wrong many times.
I don't understand the Phalanx.
Yeah,
How does
the
Phalanx
Phalanx
work,
is probably the one that
Where's the
takes
matchup advantage?
Ooh, big secure. Yeah, I'm kinda gonna go running over it right now.
Yeah, Kiss
Armor
Kiss
cannon,
looking.
Oh, T-Tar.
Oh,
Why do they
man.
keep letting
Oh,
Blissey?
brother.
Oh,
This is looking kind of cooked. For who's on the other side?
Nemesis.
That's Kiss. Oh no,
Yeah.
Nem is the
Nem is
yeah,
orange.
No.
Kiss is kind of
Yeah, Nem is orange. Kiss Kiss is on purple.
T-Tar. Why T-Tar?
I'm freaking them. Not gonna lie.
in OC, Blissey was banned every single game. Like every single
Yeah,
game. No
I'm
one gets to
so
play it. But there were
surprised
so
that,
many
like-
Blisseys to them.
I'm so surprised NA's letting it in. It's dumb. But
Anything to help out the team.
it's cooking them a
There's
little bit.
13. Alright, we can slow down here.
Let's watch the
Wait,
fight.
331.
Ooh, that's the time.
Slowing it down.
Wow. Production.
Oh, everything's like slow motion.
Imagine if Unite had to be
Fly
played
forward.
in that speed.
Oh.
Come on, Nem.
Ooh,
Oh,
Phalanx
Bliss
gets
assistance.
caught.
Onto Psyduck. Maybe not the target they want.
Live here?
This is just Phalanx?
Oh, they revive. Nice.
Oh, no.
Oh, it's just so bad.
They-
Now T-Tar's down. Kuba's
Oh,
down.
kiss, kiss.
Stop
Oh.
fucking T-Tar, bro.
Phalanx.
Absol says Unite.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're still fine. I mean, they have a huge lead.
That's a
Yeah.
massive lead.
Yeah, they don't have to. Why are they
Maybe
chipping
that
it so
rip-
much?
I think they're maybe just trying to bait them in.
For what?
Intel's not on
I don't know
HP,
why.
think Fly just gets
Yeah,
out.
this is, oh no, Rayquaza
Oh,
gets
no.
the kill. That's a bad look.
Jeez.
Oh, okay. GG.
They cooked them. They cooked them
Yeah.
bad. Why? I hate T-Tar. Stop running
I
T-Tar.
hate T-Tar. Husky hates
Like
many
It
things.
can be good, but like it's like it can, I guess. But like they used the Bliss assistance just for the Phalanx in the last fight.
Yeah.
Was this
Like, they
qualifier?
popped T-Tar ult right away.
No,
and
that's game
walked
1.
away from them.
Yeah, that was game 1.
That's game 1.
Oh.
So then Kiss Kiss up 1-0.
Then pick stuff that counters. I don't know. I don't know.
Still waiting
They,
for
that was
Juicer Sangling game
Weirdest
3.
thing, like they pop ult, T-Tar pops ult, and everybody just walks away. And then they use everything on Phalanx.
Yeah.
It's
That's interesting.
Let's see. So pool number 1 is complete. On the winner side, LG moves forward undefeated. YT also moves forward undefeated.
GG.
pop
Wow.
off.
Let's see, still okay. We have the Orange Juicers game here, so we can switch back over to me.
Okay.
Kyle, could you switch? Can you
I mean, I can, but then it's like there's black bars. I can do that.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
Is that
That
fine?
looks good.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. And make sure that
This will be my last one.
purge,
Game.
Chef.
If me and Fu want to finish out this.
Yeah.
Yeah, finish it.
Let's go.
Let's go. All right. OJ versus Sanguine for the qual. Not to say that either of these teams couldn't come back in the losers bracket, but they're definitely gonna want to win this one now, so they don't have to do it anymore.
They don't have to play any more sets for the rest
Don't
of
have to play
the
anymore.
day. But
Can
we
you
do
guys
have
hear
a
the
bot
gameplay?
path.
Can you guys
Corvette
hear it?
going through. I have it turned off, but there might be an invade Husky as the Snorlax will be going through. Oh,
Just trying to see if I
Oh,
can
and
turn
on
it
the
up.
opposite side, the Blissey also invading. Roland looking for a secure on this red buff. It's getting very low. They will.
Oh my.
They will be able to take it. My God, that's annoying. The Blissey taking them to Pound Town. They get that secure. That's a
They see me
standoff.
rolling. They hate it.
A
But we have
standoff.
What am I watching? Actually, a Mexican standoff there. They just looked at each other deeply in the
Oh, he
eyes.
gets that one.
Able to secure that, but at least we have the blue buff going on to Snorlax. Successful, nonetheless.
That's fantastic. I mean, that's a successful invade regardless. But that's fantastic. We'll see if Kratos is able to get 5 here. They will. So still able to come out of that with the level 5, which is what you want from your central area Pokemon. But both sides kind of opting for the be annoying as possible strategy, and they are succeeding.
They're definitely succeeding in that, but entertainment for us nonetheless. Corvette trying to go for a one more score of 4. They managed to get it in. No evolution for them so far, but it does seem like we have a really nice understanding of how to starve out your opponents, because Gargrug is now window shopping in the enemy central area. They do manage to call out the Snorlax to get the blue buff once again. Yet again, just the aggression coming out of the orange juices. Very obvious.
Yeah, and with the Trevenant Zugrug at level 5, they have access to that Wood Hammer. Just try to prevent as much damage being done as possible. This Leafeon has moved forward for the central area birds, and luckily we have the Aegislash coming in there, able to pick up that KO. That is absolutely huge. Just great communication there, because the Blissey Trevenant just kind of standing there letting Aegislash know they have taken the Leafeon away from the rest of their team. Basically a free KO there for that Aegislash. Very big for them.
Nice little 10 from Zugrug. They look to run away from the surfing Psyduck. The levels are hugely in the favor of Orange Juices. They both have the level 7s ready to go. It's tough yet again, right? We only have the Leafeon that is the main early game Pokemon. Kind of drive their side for Sanguine, but they might look at for an engage. There's a nice heavy stand will go through. No KO so far, Husky, but things are a little bit low on the side of Sanguine as they look to quickly go back to their pad.
We have 4 members of Sanguine down in this bottom path right now, and they're going to be meeting up with this Blissey as Leafeon and Psyduck head up to the top path. Zacian dealing with that Metang by themselves, and like you said, that is a late game Pokemon, and right now they are getting nowhere near where they need to be for that late game. So I imagine they will, yeah, they are just going to head to the central area, pick up as much experience as possible, while Orange Juicers has once again taken an early lead, and we do have the secure on the Registeel on Flareon's the bottom path.
Grid also getting taken down there. No one has the Unite moves on the side of Sanguine. Leafeon still a little bit shy of it, but with the Aegislash Unite and also a Zacian Unite, I can't really see this top Regieleki going anywhere but Orange Juice's side, and that's going to give Typhlosion a bit of space to start ripping this Regieleki. Yard might have something to say about it, but if this Psyduck somehow secures it... Oh my gosh!
Wow.
I'm going to eat my own words, because Yard is just... the best secure in the center.
Said, I can't see this going anyway besides Orange Juicers. And Yard with the Psyduck, the Psychic just walks in, Psychic walks out.
just the aura, I think, it emitted
Yeah,
from the side of yard.
Pure aura.
So crazy, secure aura. But they look to I guess use the opportunity to maybe get some more of this farm. They're slowly trying to get their levels back here. Husky yet again. 3
Yeah.
level 10s inside Orange Juices is quite massive.
Yeah, I don't think Orange Juicers is too mad about losing that secure. I mean, it's annoying, but I feel like they're like, yeah, it happens. They're still getting a ton of points in, and Sanguine really didn't get much value out of that Alecki. So right now, Orange Juicers in a really, really solid spot.
They absolutely are. Look for more here, but not a lot of fighting now as we wait for the next objective to come onto the map. Sanguine looking at a better position now with 2 Unite moves at least, but we have 4 members of Orange Juicers having access to their Unite moves as well. We have a Sacred Sword going in, try to get Yard out if possible, wide guard, and a good time to get some stacks, and actually baits out the Sai with the Psychic not able to connect, but here comes the Sacred Sword. Oh, the Emerald 2-step might be able to take out Blissey, though, as the stage is set with the computer and crash, and Meteor Storm has to be used to defend this top pad, but the focus is on this fight right now with the coup de grace to go through as they look to slice and dice this Leafeon for their evening meal, and there's going to be a KO streak of 2 for the Trevenant. They look to push on a little bit more here, Husky, and only a Snorlax to defend this pad.
It was really great by Sanguine being able to pick up a couple KOs there, but unfortunately you still just have Flareons on the map with a ton of damage, and in the bottom path, Greedent almost taking it, but it is the Blissey with the Bliss Assistance able to get that secure down there, while the rest of the team continues to fight up top, looking for 40. Trevenant will not get it, and now with 4 members of Sanguine up to defend this pad, Orange Juicers is going to be forced away, but not before Blissey hangs out in the bottom tier 2, grabbing an extra 20.
Massive KO from the Metagross onto the Aegislash to give them that level 11. We have now the Snorlax Unite available to provide some buddy barrier, and this is going to be the flip of what we saw in that early game. It's going to be Sanguine with an uncontested, it's seen Regieleki. I'm going to stop talking here just in case we have a secure from Zagrod. Not going to make any unnecessary predictions, but we do have Orange Juicers now pushing Sanguine out of this secure, and it's going to be the Metagross that ends up pocketing it for them. So yet again, Regieleki going to side on Sanguine.
I thought for a second that the side deck was going to grab it again, but no, it was the Metagross able to grab that secure. So another Regieleki going over in favor of Sanguine, but there is the 2 defender support cores for Orange Juicers there to defend it, and here comes the Zacian as well, but that's a lot of shields and a lot of tankiness for Sanguine. They're going to try to push this in, Fu.
Yeah, a lot of AoE damage afforded by the Gyro Ball as well, with that nice Electro Drift, leaving Yard on 1 HP. They're successful, Flareon, to take them down, and it looks like Sanguine's actually the ones are running out of juice here. We have another lock-on onto the Leafeon. Chaos Trigger 2 for Flareons. They ain't playing with this Electro Drift set and just chasing down relentlessly the members of Team Sanguine, as we have another KO for them. Flareons is just on fire at the moment. And, you know, you ask yourself, what is the value that Sanguine actually got out of pushing that top pad?
Yeah, and I don't really think it's much. I mean, we can see it from the stat line right now. Flareon's at level 13 with 5 KOs, and that is the same amount of KOs that the entire team of Sanguine has in total right now. So it's not looking great for them, but they are very tanky, and they do have a Metagross, and with 15 seconds on the clock, the Unite moves are going to start popping. Zacian is able to get that secure, but the Greedent Unite move has come out already, and this could be where Orange Juicers goes for the push, looks to end this game right here.
Yeah, it's going to be an early Rayquaza fight. A nice Meteor Storm will knock out 2 members of Sanguine. No Leafeon is going to be great, especially if you're a Miraidon. But we do have Sorrow trying to hang in there, locking on to the Zacian with the Gyro Ball, but they just can't seem to get the shield they needed. Flareon picks up another one, and it's all about the scoring now for Orange Juicers. They're going to be able to take advantage of the double points, gets in a Hundo Burger without any shield required, and now it's all about just the trickle from Sanguine and isolating them for Orange Juicers and picking them one by one.
It was a great pick from that Metagross onto the Aegislash, able to stop them right in their tracks. Big Unite move on top of them, but still, there's just so much damage from that Electro Drift that kept coming down. Flareon just doing a fantastic job of making sure that they don't get too far in, and those 60 points goes in from that Greedent. still almost 200 points behind is Sanguine. They really have to figure out a way to take this Rayquaza or KO every member of Orange Juicers and go for a push.
Oh, this pick on the Zacian might be huge though for Sanguine as they now have a numbers advantage, 5v3. Heavy Slam to go through, Gyro Ball keeping Sorrow in the playing field. They need to do this Rayquaza now. They actually have a chance to bring it back. Roland trying to back with the egg. Oh, killed the Rayquaza and brings about so much relief for Orange Juicers.
Oh, it's there. I saw that the dot above Aegislash's head was still there. It still had the coup de grace available, and it used it to what it's meant for, the secure on Rayquaza. Fantastic job by Kratos. After all that, taking down Sanguine, and Orange Juicers will qualify for day 2.
Wow, that had me on the edge of my seat. I think everyone else watching as well. There was a moment in time where you saw Sanguine maybe was able to escape with that, but with the coup de grace, it's just such a great Unite move to secure the Ray.
Yeah, that looked scary for a second.
Flarion's in chat. Miraidon is such an inter.
Dude, what a way to
Oh, what a
qualify.
loser.
Oh my god.
Yeah. That's heroic by Kratos for sure.
Yeah, I can't believe that Miraidon sucked so bad and got carried so hard by that Aegislash, but you know. 7 KOs on the Miraidon only. Got it crazy.
Oh, we just got it. Okay, I'm gonna jump into it real quick because we're about to lose this NEM game. This is the qualification game.
Prep for OC, but thank you so much for having me, Kyle.
All right, me and Draku.
Nice to take over.
Game.
Thanks, Fu.
Are you
I'll see
gonna
you
cast
soon.
off of? Well, I guess you have no other choice. Well, are you looking at your stream or gonna look at mine? What are you gonna do?
I can look at yours.
Yeah, it'll just be so. Just preface, chat. We may be a little bit ahead of you, but it's not that significant. It's like maybe 2 seconds or 3 seconds at most. So this is Nemesis on purple and Kiss Kiss on orange side.
This case is up 1-0.
Yeah.
Look at that. Thank you, Husky, for updating the stuff.
Yeah, I got you.
A goat.
Machizel and JL are back together once again this season. I think they've been on like the same team like twice now, and then they were on the original Sanguine, and then they kind of separated. JL formed Kiss Kiss with Celestial and Oblivion, and then I guess Machizel's coming out to play again under a new name.
I can't quit you.
Cute.
That's what's going on in this top pack.
Yeah, I mean, his name is Mock Love Lisa, but it should be Mock Love JL.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Maybe the L in JL stands for Lisa.
Yeah, possibly. We got another Tyranitar once again. This time the Tyranitar is on the side of Kiss Kiss. This team has been running just kind of like a fun score comp. They call it the Dark Tech. They don't have an Urshifu at this point, but it's always running it always has this Tyranitar as its central Pokemon. Right? Unfortunately, Tyranitar, Larvitar at this point is going to go down. Another Absol coming out to play. We've seen a ton of Absol today, Kyle.
Yeah, Absol's been kind of running amok. It was very popular in the January Cup as well. Metallic on the Zacian is looking towards this top path. Might be looking to see where this Hoopa is setting up, but great response here from Kiss Kiss. They migrate with that Hoopa.
The big question, of course, with Tyranitar is it needs quite a bit of experience to get online. It's now just maybe getting to level 5, and in the bottom path, we do see Machizel go down into the top path to their former teammate Metallic, so might be feeling a little bit good about that knockout there. Fight about to break out here in the central area. Another team member that just recently joined Nemesis is Vin Diesel. Has been so successful in the games that I've seen them play. Level 7 on the Mimikyu is going to head down to this bottom path, score a nice 30 points. This tier 1 goal zone and a good early game lead for Nemesis.
Nemesis looking pretty hot to start out, but that's kind of be expected at this point. I mean, you do have a Larvitar on Kiss Kiss, so notoriously late scaling Pokemon, but a little bit of a fight here. Oh my gosh, 1 HP in a dream. Machizel just barely living that engage.
Yeah, one of the good things for Kiss though is Absol does have a pretty decent early game, so it may be able to mitigate some of the lack of efficiency because they are going to be down basically a character for at least the first couple minutes of the game. But level 9 on Vin Diesel is going to be massive for the first set of engagements. Ho-Oh, the kind of not really a traditional defender, is going to do their best to stay on the field, but yeah, it really does struggle in that defender category because it doesn't have the tools that a lot of other defenders have. It has a really solid HP pool. It could have a game-breaking Unite move in the right situations, but in terms of engages, really doesn't have that type of impact like something like a Blastoise or a Trevenant, Snorlax, for example.
Nemesis and Kiss both trading objectives. Nemesis get the bottom side. Kiss takes the Regieleki. And look at the score deficit. I mean, 9 points. It's about as close as it gets right now. And for Kiss, I feel like you got to be pretty happy with that, especially considering how late scaling they are with that T-Tar.
Yeah, one of the things about Tyranitar is, at least for the team that doesn't have the Tyranitar, it's really pivotal for you to, gain a pretty significant lead. So once the Tyranitar is on the field, it's not as big of an impact, but a huge fight breaking out and now spilling into the central area of Nemesis. First to go down is Machizzle on the Absol. Ho-Oh's going to try to distract the team as they retreat back over to the right side, but net positive for Nemesis, but the game only begins when this Pokemon enters the fray, and we got a Tyranitar.
They have their Unite move. They are fully online at this point. Obviously, you want those plus moves as fast as possible too, but first steps first things first. Metallic looking to try to secure some, but unable to do so. T-Tar. Aura Reach is going to be the crucial key to Kiss here in all of these team engages.
Yeah, Bora has been on a number of teams. I think the best example I've seen for a team for Bora is Exodia. It's been some time since I've said that name, but it was a really successful team in year 1 and year 2 of Unite, and they kind of tossed around, maybe not participated in every single monthly, but cool to see them really performing really well in this month's UCS. We're going to start to pivot down to this bottom path. They have a lot of Unite moves. They have the Absol Unite move. They have the Tyranitar Unite move, and it's really important in this late game for this Tyranitar to get a team fight win. Looks like Nemesis right now, though, is navigating to the top path. Hoopa does have their Unite move, so once they get vision of 5 members up here, they may use that Unite move very quickly, and there it is.
There we go. Rings are unbound. They're looking to stop the push on this T1 pad. You also have a counter push on the bottom side. All the moves are getting utilized to try to take this Lecky, and it's Zacian that comes away with it. That's going to push towards this T1 pad. Nemesis not done yet. Snipe shots coming in from the backline. Ho-Oh looking to engage with the flamethrower. We have the Regieleki starting to push on in. Blissful Assistance went on top of the Zacian. That's going to enable a little bit of a push here as Ho-Oh is trying to distract them, and mission accomplished. Kiss, able to defend the Lecky push.
Yeah, definitely net positive for Kiss, right? They were able to break that tier 1 goal zone, get the Reggie steal all the while. Nemesis just taking that Regieleki, trying to push forward, but Duskrunner, one of the newest members, maybe even subbing as the defender for the team, really doing a great job at being a distraction. You got to deal with the Ho-Oh in order to get through that front line, and, well, I mean, take a look at this. Nemesis has a level 11 Tyranitar, not the highest on the field, but it is slowly inching its way to being at level parity with the carries of Nemesis. Not only that, but Kiss has a lead of about 50 points. They need to find a win here, and they're going to try this tier 1 goal zone again.
6 points going in for Blastoise. Zacian looking to engage, but going to peel right back out because a great response from Kiss. Blastoise being caught in between a rock and a hard place. They try to unite, but it's no use. T-Tar goes right through those shields, takes them back, and Blastoise back to the Pokemon Center.
I'm sure Bora Reach is a little bit happy about that when you see that
was nice.
Unite move and that massive shield. Well, in order to get through a shield, you need a spear. That's exactly what Tyranitar is. That true damage goes through all types of shielding, and it goes directly into the main health pool of the Pokemon that it's targeting. So like I was saying before, a really good position for Kiss. They have a Tyranitar well on their way to being level 13, and once they become a Tyranitar, you can see this happening here. They are escorted by these support players, basically pocketing the Tyranitar wherever they go. Once the Unite moves for Nemesis go down, and that Ho-Oh still has that Unite move, when this Tyranitar comes back on the field, it is going to be a monster to deal with.
Or make it 5 members of Nemesis lining up this Regieleki. It's already nearly gone, and and able to take that one down. But Kiss with a good response. Ho-Oh burninating everybody on the map. The 2 members go down for each side. Kiss looking to push on forward, but Nemesis, they're pretty wise. They head back to their paths to try to get ready for Rayquaza.
Once again, this is still a net positive for Kiss because before that fight, this Tyranitar was at level 12. Going into the endgame fight, they are now at level parity with the Zacian and this Mimikyu. Pokemon to watch is going to be this Tyranitar, and whenever this Ho-Oh decides to use that Unite move, of course, it could be incredibly impactful if they're able to res 1 or 2 members and the other team has expended their Unite moves, but it's really hard to engage with this Pokemon, but they don't need to. They have a level lead, and they also have a point lead.
See where the engage point is. Blastoise, Mimikyu kind of hanging out at the bottom side of the Ray Pit. Mimikyu does tag one of the Pokemon on Kiss, but elects to not take it. Rayquaza has not quite been touched yet, just a little bit here and there, but still no full engagement yet from either side.
Really good poke damage on the side of Nemesis. Oh, the flip is going to go in. Here comes the Blissful Assistance. And the Unite move from the Zacian. Nemesis is staying alive in game number 2. But here comes the Unite move from Duskron. It's going to bring everyone back on the field. As soon as they respawn, Nemesis quickly respawns and wipes them off of the map.
Just lulling them into a false sense of security was Nemesis. They're going to tie this series up, Draku. Just a flip. That was impressive. They put all the damage on Rayquaza. They made sure to save their secures, and they, mission accomplished there. Nemesis tying it up.
Yeah.
Wow.
So they went ahead and switched sides, by the way, just to reorient our viewers. Nemesis is now on our orange side. I had Machizel on our purple side. I think you should be able to pull it up on your stream now for the 3rd game. So we'll head on over to yours. Just wanted to grab it really quickly before it disappeared. But
let's do it.
Let's head on over to yours. They should be in game 3 draft at this point. I grabbed it almost. Actually, no, they had plenty of time, so they should be in their game 3 now. So pretty short break between the 2.
You need to switch the.
Switch the feeds.
I need to change the name.
Nice.
They're swapped around a little bit.
Oh, and they're just in too. Perfect.
Yeah, it just started.
Low break between games, y'all.
Yeah,
we'd love to
fast.
see. While you're adjusting all the stuff, so Kiss is on our purple side chat, Nemesis on our orange side. Currently a game 3 scenario. Winner of this will be moving on to the top 8 on the winner side, loser side. Loser of this game will be going down to the lower side of the bracket. Of course, neither of these teams want that. Taking a look at these team compositions, we see Machizel on a Serena. This is a Pokemon that was most recently buffed. I think it was 2 or 3 patches ago, one of the Freezing Rush balance patches. It was a winner, kind of like how Aegislash was, but Serena, Aegislash, they are joining a pretty heavily saturated category. And Kiss has both of them. They have a Serena and they have an Aegislash on the field. Hopefully they can do really well with them.
Certainly trying a little bit of a push on here in the basement path with 4 members. Kiss. I mean...
By the way, you're the observer this time.
I am the observer, yeah. I know. I was trying to get everything adjusted. So we're just following Machizel until I get all that
This
stuff
is the Machizel show.
Yeah, we're watching Machizel versus Nemesis.
Pretty conservative start. Still waiting to get to level 6 as that Serena is one of the only Pokemon that get that level 6 evolution. Same thing with that Aegislash. But no KOs, I don't think, in this early game. I don't know who the central area carries are. Looks like both swords are actually in the central area. Sarah for Nemesis. It's Vin Diesel. Vin Diesel was incredible in their show match against T3 in the Stellar Champions League exhibition match. Heading into the central area now. They are level 8. Actually, no, level 7. They do get KO'd by the Serena. Was a Steenie, is now a Serena. Now has found its heels and now moving to this bottom path.
Looking to push this T1 pad is Kiss. Mission accomplished. All these points are going to start to fly on in. The goal zone is going to fly on down. Not only that, they're going to find additional KOs. Miraidon takes out the Hoopas. More damage coming in as Trevenant takes out the Umbreon. A little bit of a response here. Nemesis on the offensive. Well, I may be on the defensive right now because it's 97-39.
Yeah, love to see this aggression here on the side of Kiss Kiss. It's a small win, especially breaking this tier 1 goal zone and then revealing those southern DDs on the right side of the map. Getting some scores on that tier 2 is always very beneficial. It's a hard goal zone to score on. Serena is going to go into a 2v1, is able to narrowly escape with the grassy glide, or actually the drop kick, able to get some shielding. Again, in the balance patch that it was buffed, the shielding for those mobility tools have been increased, so that may have been the reason why Machismo was able to get away.
Regilecki starting to get chipped down. Zacian able to take that away from Kiss Kiss. And then Aegislash able to secure that Reg Ice for themselves. Regilecki gonna get very close to walking on in, but a good response there from the Trevenant to be able to stop that in its track.
Yeah, early game win for Nemesis, able to get the objective off of the field, but unfortunately not really able to get a lot of experience or value in experience that Southern Reggie always gives, that global EXP. Lots of members with Unite moves on the side of the Kiss Kiss, and they want to try to find a fight here, Kyle.
Yeah, lining up this Zacian is this Aegislash, but they're going to lock on to the Hoopa instead. Hoopa puts down a portal. Are they going to get out? No, it's Eldegoss able to send them back to the Pokemon Center the hard way.
Yeah. A couple of Unite moves, again, still available for Kiss Kiss. They are up in points by 60 to be exact. They're making their presence known here on this tier 2 goal zone. It's a really good position to be in, especially when they do not have the jump pad available to them. A little slow to bring everyone to this bottom path. They are going to use that Hoopa hyperspace portal, but it might be a portal to hell because all of Kiss Kiss is going to kiss them goodbye. A KO streak of 3 for the Aegislash. Relics is going to be here to try to defend their pad. Unfortunately, the vision might not be there because the Aegislash is on the Inteleon.
Oh no. That was rough. I think the Fell Stinger just barely nicked one of the wild Pokemon and not enabling Relics to get out of dodge. And unfortunately for them, they're going to go back to the Pokemon Center maybe the wrong way if you're Nemesis.
55 to 39. Just to remind us again, this is not an elimination game, but elimination from the winner's side of the bracket. Halfway point of the game. Let's take a look at our field state. 155 to 39, more than a one-score game in double time. But this lead-in score is also reflected in levels. 2 level 11s on the side of Kiss Kiss. Getting access to those first plus abilities are those all-arounders.
Ooh, Bora Reach is going to throw some meteors down from space to try to get the secure. Nice little block there, but no, it's Zacian cleaning up the Regilecki once again. You thought that Kiss Kiss was about to take it.
Yeah, able to get that Regilecki, but once again, just like the first one, really not able to get a whole lot of value. Oblivion, the Aegislash, able to take that Reggie. I think that's that Regirock in the bottom path. And again, they're able to get that Regilecki, but they're not getting any sort of value. I mean, looking at the mini-map, they're kind of all over the place. They have 4 Unite moves that Zacian probably will get their Unite move sometime pretty soon here. But right now, Rex needs to make a decision here, and they do. That Hoopa Unite move is going to bring everyone to the bottom path.
Hoopa rings are unbound. They're looking to push this T1 pad. Here comes the Cerulege. The Revenant Ren misses everybody and their mom, and that's going to pay them. They're going to end up paying the price dearly for that. They're going right back to the Pokemon Center with 3:30 left in this match. You know, a minute and a half until Rayquaza.
Yeah, it's definitely what you don't want to see. And Ghost-type Pokemon are ghosts, but you don't want to see them whiffing like air. Minute and a half left, and the teams are most likely going to disengage here. There is one more opportunity for a team fight here, and I think this is Nemesis's opportunity to maybe push for a team fight, but they're kind of lacking in Unite moves, and maybe Kiss Kiss has vision of that.
You're going to try to push this T1 pad. 9 points go in. A little bit more about to drop on this goal zone. Miraidon doing a great job throwing those thunders down along with the charge beams. Going to throw the enhanced version as Hoopa is going to try to get back, and they do, just barely, but the goal zone is pretty threatened here. All the Unite moves starting to come on out. 2 members of Nemesis back in the Pokemon Center. That's going to enable a significant overdunk of 47 points, Draku.
That is definitely a half-pound burger on that tier 1 goal zone, and that was a massive one. It's going to propel their lead quite significantly, 267 to 91. There's going to be one more Southern Reggie spawn. They can take this off of the map very quickly. Regirock at least one Southern Reggie is going to go over to the side of Nemesis. It's going to bring their level a little closer to parity to level 13s for those all-rounders that we were saying before. For Kiss Kiss, Vin Diesel well on their way to level 13. I think Pokemon to watch here in the final stretch fight. Cerulege, an incredible Unite move if they're able to land it on more than one character. Another Pokemon to watch is going to be that Unite move from the Hoopa can really push the tempo if played correctly.
You have Eldegoss going to continually grab some shields for the team with that Cotton Guard. Miraidon's going to start chunking them down with that enhanced charge beam. They're going to try to find the angle, find which way they want to go. The engage point is on this Trevenant. Huge snipe shot does chunk them down. That's going to force the Trevenant to peel back. I believe their focus band was popped.
Kiss right now doing a splendid job at keeping Nemesis from out of the central area. Metallic's trying to make some room in the top path. They're still holding onto this wall that is Kiss. Ooh. Again, Nemesis needs to make the first move here. Rex is forced to use their Unite move. Aegislash going in deep. Gets a KO streak of 1 on that Hoopa, but they are going to trade Oblivion for that one. Can the wall hold on? Nemesis needs to find a way in.
They haven't been able to just yet. Umbreon has found at least an entrance for the time being. They are low. Zacian is able to help peel away the Serena from getting that KO. This Trevenant's doing a really good job of identifying the engage point as well, preventing any of them from walking on in. Another Hoopa portal. Now we're gonna have Rayquaza starting to get chipped. It's less than half. We have the secure, and it's going to be Nemesis that gets it.
No, I think that was Kiss that got it. Yeah, I saw a small shield for JL, but what that means, there it is. There's the notification. Oblivion, the last one with the shield, but this may not be over just yet. 3 members still on that tier 1 goal zone. They have no Unite moves, but a very large shield to break through, and I don't think they have the sword or the spear or the verge to break through Oblivion. He's going to hold on to this tier 1 goal zone, and Kiss is qualifying in the top 8 for the winner's side for this pool.
That was an incredible play. All of the chaos that was going on in that Rayquaza pit and 3 members of Kiss down. You got to give it to Duskrunner for that secure. Just an incredible heroic play. Otherwise, I really think Nemesis takes this game.
Nemesis, unfortunately, is going to be heading down to the loser side of the bracket where they're going to have to wait for the remainder of the loser side team to catch on up. But what a huge game for Kiss. And another team that Machisel has been able to will to the top 8 once again.
Incredible plays. I mean, that got really scary there for Kiss. I thought for certain that it was Nemesis that came out ahead in that Rayquaza. I thought Relics was able to get at least like a boosted on it, but very unfortunate for Nemesis. But they're not done, right? Like they still have plenty of opportunity to go down through that lower side bracket and come out for that day 2 action tomorrow.
Yeah.
Wow.
So we do have our winner side of the bracket, our picture complete. LGYT from pool 1, Orange Juicers, Nemesis from Kiss from pool 2. Nothing super out of the ordinary. I think Team YT making a deep bracket run like they are doing today, and also in quite dominating fashion, is pretty huge for them. I would say their bracket run has been, I would say, rather easy, I think, relative to some others. T3, like we were talking about before, losing out rather early on the winner side of the bracket was the other team. I would have expected them to be on the other side of Team YT on their qualification game. But again, Rush Hour, no slack on their own, but that was a 2-0 victory for them.
Wow. Just wow. I mean, and look at this. Version 1 getting taken down by the Banana Ballers.
Mm-hmm.
That's oof.
Yeah,
that's
unfortunate
rough.
turnout for them. So they are going to be heading home, I think, a little earlier than they expected. There's a T2 team.
Yeah, there's a T2. They played in Underdunk. They played in Underdunk this week.
I was like, oh, God, T3 just got knocked out. I was like, oh, wait, not T3.
Yeah.
So let's see what else we got here. Goofy Goobers is out. Team Growth is out as well.
Fellas still trucking on. Let's go, Ripto. Let's go, Martine.
Fellas United, they make some surprising runs, especially when they have Martine on that Dragonite. Oh. I remember it was the Indigo League mid-season showdown. I think Fellas United got like a round 1 or round 2 on the winner side knocked down to the loser side, and they made it all the way through to the losers final, I think. So they're not unfamiliar with making deep loser bracket runs.
I mean, this is and I'm trying to remember. Was it the Indigo League?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Indigo League mid-season showdown.
That's right. That's right. I remember that. It was like they lost first round and then it was like just short. I was like, dang.
See, pool 1, T3 is going up against Redlock. Nameless, the team that knocked down T3 was knocked out by Redlock. This Redlock team is Don's Edge, Ray, AW, what's his name? Mithra, and Rinkaku.
Okay.
This team is a Izzy Party in the Stellar Champions League.
Oh, right.
Waiting for them is Tigang in the qualification game. Team Shock, look at them. They were able to knock down Tempo Tantrum 2-0. That is huge for them. I love that for them.
I do too.
No,
Elo Poppy
always
was
want
Elo
Poppy to make deep runs for them.
What was Elo Poppy running? He was running a ton of Gengar on Thursday. And then the Goofy Goobers just stole it away from him. It was very mean. Very mean. I think we could probably... I could probably do like 2 more matches. Then I gotta get ready for OC.
Sure. 2 more sets or 2 more best of 3s?
Like 2 more matches. Like 2 more games, I guess would be the term.
Okay. Sure.
I do have T3 up. I also have Ignorance. Yeah, I have Ignorance along with T3. Who's Ignorance playing? Oh, they're playing Standing on Business. So we could either do T3 Redlock. We haven't seen T3 today. We're watching.
Yeah,
Pure.
let's do T3.
We're watching.
Okay.
We're watching Pure. Need to update.
I'm game with that.
I have to make Schmeedy happy.
See
Gameplay.
what we could do. This next set, go ahead and just start it and observe it and kind of just do it as a watch parties type thing. I want to finish out this loser side, so whenever you need to go, I will continue the broadcast on my channel.
Okay.
Because I want to see the last teams qualify.
All right, sick. And go live, and then I'll just raid everybody into you.
Oh, okay. Let me just do names.
T3 and Redlock. Losers round 6. Here we go.
That was actually pretty easy. I'm done.
What's that?
That was pretty easy. I just need to reorganize my labels and stuff.
Oh, yeah. It's important.
It'll not be in the wide view, but it's fine.
So far, relatively even matchup so far. This is like the second Charizard that we're seeing today. Didn't quite work out the first time we saw it. but I'm willing to hear this out. Yeah, who was it that picked Charizard earlier in the day? Was it is the Goobers, right? Yeah. Against V1.
Yeah, I was just like, what are we doing?
Yeah, I remember you were like, what is this?
What's going on here, guys?
What's this? Well, this Snorlax doing a good job. Eldegoss just gonna have to run away. It doesn't really matter too much. Tie-dye goes down. I think that's smart right there, just to kind of like, you're in water, and you just heal back, keep them away from your own goals. Got the more traditional tank style Umbreon too. Here, the foul play. Yeah, and Snarl, yep. No wish today. Ooh, gets caught though. 4 members all down here. I think they're lucky though. Consolation prize. Reggie Rock. I'll rock this Espeon a little bit. Goes in. They're gonna get some points in. They just go ahead and break it. That wasn't a huge overcap. I think it was only 4 points. Not even. Might have been an even cap. I know. I don't know how to do math. It wasn't much though. Ooh, where Shifu is gonna punch Mewtwo back to the Pokemon Center. That's nice. Ooh, Pierre's gonna pop the X speed. Just gets out of this. Man, this is our Shifu. Ooh, Charizard's gonna break it. It's only a 8-point overcap, so not the biggest in the world.
Okay, I'm almost done.
Love that. Come on, T3.
What time is your call time?
No one ever said a call time, but I
Oh.
assume it's just gonna be 8 o'clock. In like
Okay.
15. I mean, if you're all ready, we can raid in after this match. Give me a couple extra minutes.
Yeah, I'm just gonna solo cast it. Let's see if any other casters are around.
Ooh, look at this push. Might be able to get it, but a good response from Snorlax. Power Nap, just to stall this out at least a little bit. Charizard also on the defense pop. Their Unite move. They take out Garchomp. Eldegoss next to fall. Good defensive stand here for Redlock. They prevent all those points from going in, so I'll be pretty happy with that. Oh, Urshifu ejects, misses. Mew almost goes down. Very nimble from Sobi. Just barely escaping. Ooh, Hoopa's bringing the team down. Dawn's Edge might be going down. No additional boosted attack for Aegislash, so they can't get the KO. Portal, all for now. I think it might have just been they wanted to use it one last time. I like the positioning here. They're making sure that they don't give up any back caps. You have Charizard hang out in the top path. In for an angle. Ooh, good scoop from Zealot.
Scoop.
Little scoop. We're almost level 13. That's pretty nice. I'd be happy if you're that. T3 is interested in the top path. Gonna find the Snorlax, but they still get out. Ooh, big Psyshock. This Regieleki should be free. I think that means that Redlock, if they wanted to, they could have gotten this Regice. They just have not been made their way there. Yeah, they could get that
I'm gonna
still.
use the bathroom.
Ooh, Ray fight's starting. Garchomp already starting to do some damage. Sobi ends up going down. Oh no, 3 members down already. Hoopa's bringing the team in. Rayquaza already getting chipped. Not looking great here for T3. Charizard's gonna use their Unite move. Coup de grace? No! Snorlax takes it. There's a chance there. There's a chance for Anon. Snorlax just steals it away. It's tough. Yep. Yeah, it's just game 1. Bless you.
How we looking, gang?
Always looking good. Well, T3 did. They kind of lost.
They got folded.
Yeah, that was just game 1 though, I think. So, oh no, no, okay, it was just one.
G1. All right, I am all set and ready to go.
All right.
So if you want to do it after this game, or we can do it now.
Let's just do it
Up to
now
you.
since there's the game 2 is not up yet, so we could just raid over to
Okay.
you and I
Okay.
can eat or drink before
Sounds good.
the whole time.
All right, I should be live in a moment here, but
Wait.
Kyle, if you want to check out with y'all, your chat.
Yep. Bye, Dad. Love you. For those that aren't aware, while we have still a ton of people, there is the SCL. I'm gonna hit the SCL command here. The finals are next weekend on Draku's channel, but if you're not in the SCL, sign up for the open qualifiers. It's gonna be here on Tuesday, 7 p.m. Eastern. The top 2 teams will get a chance to play in the finals of the SCL. What's the prize pool on that?
Price pool is 500, starting at $500 Renos. So
Ooh,
that's where we're at.
That's pretty nice. So
Yeah.
get your teams in. Open qualifiers. Top 2 will get placed into that 16-team bracket. If I'm not mistaken, there's a group stage and then into a single elim. If I'm right, yeah.
That is correct. That is correct.
So sign up. Links in the chat. I hope to see y'all there. Sign your teams up. It's gonna be a good time. Drake and I, Husky will be casting it. Pierre will be there on the desk. Bina, the best observer in North America,
Hell yeah.
on the Magnemites.
Mm-hmm.
So let's go ahead. Let's raid into Draku. I know you're all excited to hear him for the first time in forever.
I know, right? First time in forever. Okay, so T3, who are they going up against?
Redlock.
Red Lock. Lock it in. And T3 is down, right?
T3 is down 1-0. Yep.
Cool. Okay.
All right, everybody. Thank you for joining. We will see y'all next time. Tell Draku I said hi. All that stuff. But all right, we'll see y'all next time. We'll see you on Tuesday. Good luck to all the teams remaining. Thanks for stopping by, and we'll see you then. All right, and you're rated. You're rated.
Cool. Oh my gosh, look at the raid. Incredible.
Be surprised.
Totally not surprised that y'all are here. What's up, y'all? Steel Agents. I don't know. What do you have a community name, Kyle?
I call it the Armory.
The Armory?
Yeah.
Pretty good. Pretty good. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
All right. For those of you that jumped in with the raid, I really appreciate it. If you haven't met me before, I am Drake Usan. I'm one of the casters for the Unite Championship Series, and you may hear my voice tomorrow on a broadcast somewhere. But yeah, thank you so much, Kyle. Good luck on the OC broadcast. What time does that start, by the way?
9 p.m. Eastern, so
9
6 p.m. your time.
Eastern time. Cool. It's about 1 hour. So Kyle's gonna get some food, maybe some snackies, then